Hey, Shalom, Tufin here. We are live with Week in Review. So, God bless. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everyone had a wonderful week and have an upcoming wonderful week. Also, a lot more research today to cover on sociology. We'll continue the deep dive into conspiracy theory that I'm doing together with basic and advanced topics in sociology, group identity, and hopefully I'll bring it back to consciousness theory of mind. So it might be another 2 weeks on conspiracy theory and sociology because a lot of topics that I've wanted to cover and talk about that are important for my research. And I focus a lot on the science of consciousness and the science of consciousness mostly from an individual perspective. But the question of group identity, sociology, society, nationality, bigger things. How does that arise from individual conceptions? So it's an extremely important topic. There's a lot of research on it, and to some extent, it's more simple. Than to some extent, it's more complicated because a lot of the ideas are relatively more simple. Just thinking about group phenomena and social factors. However, when you try to raise up these group factors from individual factors, especially from individual minds, it becomes quite difficult. And most people, as they don't realize the difficulty, and the concept of group identity is a very abstruse, difficult concept, although belies the difficulty in it because, like consciousness, everybody has it, interacts, deals with it on a regular basis. So everybody basically has these patterns recognitions in our head, and some level like predictive processing, how the mind works by recognizing and forming patterns. And then to differentiate this concept of conspiracy theories, what is conspiracy theories, and um, how do you look at conspiracy theories from the basis of the science of psychology and sociology. So hopefully we'll be able to look at that more deeply. I'm going to read a few articles on conspiracy theory. Last week, I covered some basic concepts and topics in sociology, some more advanced ones. This week, we'll also look at some more advanced theories. And we looked at the introduction, the history of conspiracy theories without too much detail, like, well, what is a conspiracy theory? Just the history of the term, from the 1890s, the first time the word comes to use, largely, God forbid, related to like murder mysteries, till Karl Popper and Richard Hofstadter talking about the negative influences on politics of conspiratorial thinking, to more objective uh, psychological research, which there's little of, although the renewed interest in conspiracy theory in the last decades related to its effect on society, and more kind of who believes conspiracy theories and why, and the detrimental effects. So there hasn't actually been that much research directly on the psychology of conspiracy theories. And as said, it's belied expectations to say, well, what type of person believes? Is there a type personality that is more prone to conspiracy thinking? And then is conspiracy theory really just a pejorative of groupthink to a normal cognitive process? So we'll do a deep dive into that today. So let's jump right in. So I don't have that much to cover in terms of the Israel war, the Samantha Wool trial. There's no new updates in that. The sentencing and whether they're going to retry um, Michael Jackson Bolano should be determined this Thursday. So we see what happens with that and discuss it then. If Tracy shows up, she's welcome to come on. I hear Tracy might have some bombshells, some deep bombshells in what's happening in the Michael Jackson Bolanos case. So the alternative point of view. So check her channel if you're interested in keeping up with some of that. So this week we had our annual Detroit City Chess Club Awards, and it was a good ceremony. There were some speeches. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell came through and gave awards. I'm getting more serious about the chess coaching, feeling good about that, and it's relating. I'm going to go back to the research on gifted and talented education and the science of expertise. So it's been a long path around, and I'm going to weave back to chunking theory and the science of expertise, which also is largely an individual phenomenon. Talking about individual mind, how does an individual mind produce expertise versus like a group phenomenon. So I'm going to make this excursion on conspiracy theory and sociology just because they're important concepts, peripherally related, that deserve attention for my research. But the eventual direction, I will be returning to thoughts on consciousness also, but the science of expertise, and I still have those articles on gifted education. You can see on my Facebook that random picture of Duvid from Rathiatha, Lord Jagannath Rathiatha, manning the broom for Lord Jagannath a few weeks ago, and Congresswoman Debbie Dingell put into the congressional record honoring Coach Kevin Feit, who I am one of his assistants at the Detroit City Chess Club, and his contribution to the children of Detroit through the game of chess. So an honor to be part of that, and thanks to Ms. Dingell for officially recognizing, putting into the congressional record. Okay, so this week I did part 6 of my Portraits of Metaphysics series, and I looked at some of the founders of the Royal Society of London: Francis Bacon, Thomas Hobbes, Margaret Lucas Cavendish, Robert Boyle, and Sir Isaac Newton. And it's pretty interesting. A lot of the important history in Francis Bacon and the founding of the scientific method, some of the layover from alchemic thought to the experimental method and empiricism, to Thomas Hobbes, that was also a little bit instrumental in the rise of the scientific method, and but also political theory, who was supported by the Cavendish family. So we had our first woman in the series, of Margaret Lucas Cavendish, and I read for over 2 hours of Margaret Lucas Cavendish's various thoughts. And interesting, she was an early panpsychist. So it's a little bit interesting that her views on panpsychism and other issues. Yeah. God bless Hari Krishna, last Australian. Yeah, so look forward to, I don't have that much to share, so I'm going to jump right into conspiracy theories right away. So my next, I already have prepared my next video, the research mostly for my next video in the series, Metaphysics Part 5, the Portrait series, already Part 6, which will be a deep dive into Isaac Newton. So, continuing the research with that. Lex Friedman had his marathon 8.5-hour show, but it's really a compilation of multiple interviews with Elon Musk and Neuralink, where first he speaks to Elon Musk, and he speaks to 3 different scientists from Neuralink, and then he speaks to the person who got the first Neuralink test subject. So a lot of interesting insight in this, and I watched the whole thing in 2-speed yesterday and today. Neural Basis of Consciousness, the Japanese research program. This was pretty interesting in terms of the perception of time passaging, and there's a lot of paradoxes, a lot of stuff in math about category theory, and then questions about what does it mean? How do you perceive time? What does it mean to be in the present? Because if there is an I who is present at the moment, that I who is present in the moment has a lag of sense perception that was previously, and your predictive processing. And so it's a deep philosophical question and a neural question, if you're looking at the neural correlates of consciousness, of how do we perceive time in the present. And this is based on a paper from James Sandard and Taguchi and Sego. So it's interesting. Hopefully in the future, I will go more deep into these topics. History Legends did you will look briefly at Israel-Palestine, so I don't know that much on it. History Legends did a update on the military. That looks like Israel is planning on invading Lebanon. We talk about the conspiracy theory, saying what is a conspiracy theory and the mismessaging, and conspiracy theory implying a pejorative, that it goes against the mainstream opinion, or it's a false positive, in a sense that it's incorrect understanding of reality. But if you're looking at the war in Israel, it's very difficult to have an accurate understanding, and to try to create some sort of narrative is likely to be conspiratorial. And then it's like, well, if like for Iran, if they're telling you, or Russia, so if you're in Russia and you believe what the U.S. believes about Russia, that's a conspiracy theory. So like, if you believe your own side is good, that's a conspiracy theory, because both sides can't be right. If what Israel is saying and what the Palestinians are saying, they can't both be right. So either one side is a conspiracy theory and one side is accurate, and at least in colloquial terms. So if you're trying to understand what's happening in Israel, it looks like Lebanon is being evacuated, and presumably Lebanon is being evacuated because Israel plans on invading Lebanon. And God forbid, the assassinations this week, and the assassination in Iran, the uncertainty of whether there's going to be an Iranian retaliation that could be coming any day. They could try to overwhelm. There could be mass casualty. We talked about the tit for tat strategy. So, Israel most likely carried out an attack directly in Iran, and due to that, Iran will have to retaliate, and they'll have to retaliate greater than the last time, which presumably will be, in the last time they said it'd be 10 times worse. So if last time they launched 300 rockets, this time they got to launch or projectiles, drones. This time that means 3,000. And if they do 3,000, presumably that will overwhelm the Israeli defense system, and what type of damage, what they're going to target. And the U.S. is sending protective, and so why all the hype, why all the preparation for clearing out Lebanon? Is that related to Iran, or just saying Israel preparing, winding down their war, and saying they need to cause some serious, at least from their perspective, they want to cause some serious damage to Hezbollah, and really the only thing that they have at their hands to do that is a bombing campaign. And unfortunately, like we've seen in the war against Hamas, is the bombing campaigns are really worse against civilians than the military. And as I mentioned, Netanyahu is looking strong right now. In Israel, there's not going to be any possibility for a new government till after the Jewish holidays in October. So, and with the U.S. elections, it's unlikely that there's going to be any pressure against Israel from the U.S. In fact, in all likelihood, there will be stronger support of Israel moving into elections. So that will give Netanyahu largely a free hand to escalate the war, probably on all fronts, against Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza for the next few months. And what can Netanyahu exactly do? It's not really clear. what could he do that he's not doing already? And I mean, really, God forbid, just continue the genocide, continue small raiding operation, bombing campaigns in Gaza, start bombing more in Lebanon, possibly some, astral projection. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So, I mean, it's pretty unclear. And so there's not much of an update on what's happening in Israel. So here, Rabbi Shapiro making the rounds. It would be interesting to see Rabbi Shapiro talk to Adam Green or something. I doubt he would do it, but he was on Redacted. Quite a few viewers talking about anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism, and just saying Judaism is a religion, it's not a nationality, and Zionism is a perversion and creating a new religion. And I tend to agree. Like, I became thoroughly anti-Zionist, which is an extremely unpopular position. And that's part of the reason, rather than continuing in my anti-Zionism, because it's such an unpopular position. So, as opposed to Rabbi Shapiro, kind of saying like, I'm the real Jew, I have the proper interpretation of Judaism, which is anti-Zionism, even though like 90% of Jews disagree. And even among Orthodox Jews and Haredi Jews, most Haredi Jews are Zionist. In fact, of the most Zionist Jews, the most Zionist Jews today are Haredi. That's what I saw, because God forbid, Duvid as a Baal Tshuva, Hasidic Baal Tshuva, the majority of my contemporaries and friends were, people who were OTD off the derrick, who were becoming less Orthodox, less religious. And most Jews, even if they were anti-Zionist, like a typical, Bobover, Satmar, Tolsar, Yitzchak, Hasidic guy who starts becoming less religious, they almost always switch to becoming Zionist. Sometimes they'll be neutral, but almost never do ultra-Orthodox, Hasidic, anti-Zionist Jews who become less religious maintain their anti-Zionism. And in Israel, that's the main recruiting point. So, like I've mentioned this many points, I've got a little bit of pushback. I mentioned to Luke Ford, I've had some people who've agreed with my assessment, but I call it the anti-Zionist Haredi to Kahanis pipeline, and that the majority of the followers of Smadrik and Ben-Gvir are former Haredi. And so the most extremist, violent, racist Zionists are former anti-Zionists. And I mentioned that to Ilan Pape when Ilan Pape was here in Metro Detroit, and he said that was Ben-Gurion's idea. Like Ben-Gurion, I think he was also Likud, and the front runner to what became Benjamin Netanyahu, and Benjamin Netanyahu continued along that pattern of, but Ben-Gurion just had the concept that it didn't matter if Haredim were anti-Zionist, because Haredim would become Zionist. The biggest target, that's why I told Judas Maccabeus, who, if you look at, someone like, Yehuda Amsalog, one of the biggest Zionist defenders of Israel right now, former Orthodox Jew, and presumably whatever his lineage is comes from anti-Zionist. So that's just normal trend of the most extremist Zionists are former Haredi anti-Zionist. And Rabbi Shapiro tries to reject that and said, like, Israel's just like China. It means nothing. There's nothing between me and Jews, between me and Israel. When, like Adam Green, like, well, what about all these prophecies? What about all the religion, the connection to it? And what about the fact that almost all Zionists are former Orthodox Jews? It's not like, they're people he never heard of. They're his cousins that are these people. So, Ultra T, no, haven't seen Halsey, haven't seen Judas Maccabeus. I said Yehuda Amslog is like the new. I mean, he's a little bit more moderate than Halsey or Judas Maccabeus, but it's the Yehuda Amslog is the making the rounds right now at the JQ debates, and we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so I saw this and I decided I was going to do a chant. I hadn't been chanting for a while, and since I'm going to go straight into the research, and I said like I'm kind of like I failed as a Jew. I'm just running away from my Judaism, and it's unfortunate because I don't want to fight the Jewish people. I don't want to become a counter-Semite, but I really am an avowed anti-Zionist, and to try to push that and say, well, my Judaism is right. Like I'm only a half Jew, so it's kind of just distance myself from Judaism, where like the war, the genocide, rather than fighting my fellow Jews, I'm just moving on in life, focusing on my research. I can't change the Jewish people. I try to show a little bit of sympathy to the Palestinian people, but basically that's all I could do. So, but I saw this clip of this tune, the Pittsburgh Rebbe. I think the Pittsburgh Rebbe's probably, I think he might be a Twersky connected to Bubov. I'm not sure, but I used to really like this tune of the last verse in Koribon, and I've sung many versions of Koribon, actually from the chief rabbi of Gaza. So this song was written from the disciples of Sfat, who were in Gaza 400 years ago in Aramaic. So this is from the last stanza, Limigdush Aktiv, Ulakoidesh Kuchin, Asardi Be Yektin, Rukin Vanafshin, Vizamrin Lak, Shirin Varakshin, Yerushalayim Karta de Shifaya. Return to your temple and arise and to the Holy of Holies, and the place where the spirits and souls can rejoice. They will sing your songs and melodies in Jerusalem, city of beauty. So I still kind of largely believe in Judaism. And although I do think that, the kind of contemporary prophecy that like fake Israel is going to fall and then the temple will be rebuilt, and that Zionism is kind of like the false Messiah that will be destroyed in the ultimate battle, and then the true Messiah in Judaism will arise. And just sing the Pittsburgh Rebbe chant this. So with that, no, this is Aramaic. Koribon is written in Aramaic. If you know anything like anti-Malku, maybe like a Hebrew-sized, but Yoribon is Aramaic, in Hebrew letters. So all Kabbalistic literature, it's even Jews don't write Aramaic in the Aramaic alphabet. So the rabbis, the Kabbalists, all Aramaic is written in Hebrew letters. But if you know anything about like the Talmud is written in largely Aramaic, but it's Hebrew letters. But the grammar, the words to this are Aramaic, although a lot of them are sometimes Hebrewized. It's a little different Aramaic. So we'll get a little bit of a chant in. Limik do shake tiv. Il koidesh kidshin. Asardi beyektin richin v'nafshin. Richin v'nafshin. V'zamrin lach. Shirin v'rakshin. B'Yerushalayim kartu d'shifraya. Kartu d'shifraya. I was a little off on that. People could check the video on that, but that was a nice tune. Really, I know like 10 different songs to Yorubun. That's a very popular one. There's, Litfish, Modern Orthodox, like Yorubun, Nulam, Veyomaya, Veyomaya. Even the downtown synagogue, like Reform Jews might know. And, then there's multiple Hasidic ones. I've seen the Vishnitz one. Yorubun, Nulam, Veyomaya. And the Bubba one. Yorubun, Nulam, Veyomaya. Antimal melech malchaya, oy vegevir tekvesim haya, shrakadum makleyakwaya. In Carlin Stolen, they had a bunch of different ones. Sklen had Yorubun, Nulam, Veyomaya. There's countless different tunes. One of the most popular one. So we open up with a chant. So we're going to go deep dive into conspiracy theory. Yeah, God bless Ultra T. It could be that Tracy, from the alternative point of view, has some bombshells coming up, and God forbid, there could be substantial evidence coming of that it wasn't Michael Jackson Blanos that did it, and God forbid, maybe it was Jeff who did it, and there might be substantial evidence coming. We'll see if that's possible, but there's not going to be any update, so we'll see what happens there on Thursday. And but stay tuned from Tracy from the alternative point of view for possibly major updates and breakthroughs on the case after Michael Jackson Blanos has been dismissed. Okay, so I'm going to start with two short, mid-sized articles on conspiracy theory. And then from there, I'm going to do some basic topics in sociology. And then I'm going to read two longer papers on conspiracy theory. And then hopefully I'll look at some more topics in sociology related to conspiracy theory. So I want to place conspiracy theory in a larger cognitive psychology frame, and it really hasn't been done much, because saying, what is a conspiracy theory? How do you even understand conspiracy theory? And so before I start the sociology, I just want to look at some basic modern scholarship on conspiracy theory. And I'm going to skip the study part of this, but suspicious minds, conspiracy thinking, and tenuous perceptions of causal connections between co-occurring and spuriously correlated events. So you say all conspiracy theory is a theory about cause and effect. So if you just look at why is what is happening in the world happening, and history itself, and sociology, psychology, it's a science, and science, the metaphysical basis of science is the theory of cause and effect. So conspiracy theory in general is proposing an alternative cause and effect to the mainstream one. And if you're looking the people supposedly in charge aren't the really real people in charge, and even the great man theory, so just the theory that world events and history is driven by great men and institutes of power, or forces or various things, and you have your mainstream, well, these are the recognized great men, these are the recognized people in power, versus an alternative. You're saying, well, the recognized people in power aren't actually the ones pulling the levers. And so that, and we'll get more in depth in the mid break into what exactly is a conspiracy theory. Let me jump ahead for a second before I start this. So, just so we can have a clear definition of conspiracy theory, to understand moving forward. And I hope to get to this article probably be in a few hours because I have a lot of material. A conspiracy theory is a belief that two or more actors have coordinated in secret to achieve an outcome, and that their conspiracy is of public interest but not public knowledge. That their conspiracy is of public interest but not public knowledge. So the one who believes in the conspiracy believes that they know something that is in the public interest but not in the public knowledge. Conspiracy theories are oppositional, which means they oppose publicly accepted understandings of events, describe malevolent and forbidden acts, ascribe agency to individuals and groups rather than to impersonal or systemic forces, and epistemically risky, meaning that they are not necessarily false or implausible. Taken collectively, they're more prone to falsity than other types of beliefs, and are social constructs that are not merely adopted by individuals but are shared with social objectives in mind. And they have the potential not only to represent and interpret reality, but also to fashion new social realities. So, with that definition in mind, let's look at these two articles: Suspicious Minds, Conspiracy Thinking, and Tenuous Perceptions of Causal Connections Between Co-occurring and Spuriously Correlated Events. Abstract. And this is from 2018, European Association of Social Psychology. Previous research indicates that conspiracy thinking is informed by the psychological imposition of order and meaning on the environment, including the perception of causal relations between random events. 4 studies indicate that conspiracy belief is driven by readiness to draw implausible causal connections, even when events are not random, but instead conform to an objective pattern. Study 1 showed that conspiracy belief was related to causal interpretation of real-life spurious correlation. In Study 2, this effect held adjusting for correlates, including magical and non-analytical thinking. Study 3 showed that preference for conspiracy explanations was associated with the perception that a focal event was causally connected to similar recent events. Study 4 showed that conspiracy explanations for human tragedies were favored when they comprised part of a cluster of similar events versus occurring in isolation. Crucially, they were independently increased by manipulation of causal perceptions. We discussed the implication of these findings from previous mixed findings in the literature and for the relation between conspiracy thinking and other cognitive processes. So, yeah, Elemental, God bless, thanks for showing up. So, this is from the new trend of modern scholarship into conspiracy theories and studies, trying to understand what type of conspiracy theories, who's more prone to believing them, the effects of believing them. And I'm not going to go over the actual study part of the 4 studies. People could you read along as I'm doing it, and I'm just going to look at the introduction and conclusion. In January 2012, the Argentinian president Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner was diagnosed with cancer. Speaking the day after her diagnosis, Hugo Chavez, then president of Venezuela, noted that several other leftist Latin American leaders also had been recently afflicted by cancer, including the president of Paraguay, the president and former president of Brazil, not to mention Chavez himself, who later died of the disease. Well, de Kirchner turned out to be misdiagnosed. He then suggested that this co-occurrence was difficult to explain using the laws of probabilities. In place of these laws, he implicated the United States. Would it be strange, Chavez asked in a televised speech, if they had developed the technology to induce cancer and nobody knew about it? This antidote illustrates several important features of conspiracy theorizing, which may be defined as the attribution of events to secret actions of powerful and malevolent groups. For example, conspiracy thinking may take the form of suspicious and oblique questioning rather than direct accusations. Also, conspiracy theorizing serves political purposes, casting rival nations, factions, and social outgroups as devious and malign, and in-group members as their victim. Of most interest to the present article, Chavez's conspiratorial musing appealed explicitly to an apparent pattern in events. In doing so, they conform to the theory that conspiracy thinking is linked to the motivated perception of order and meaning in the environment. Crucially, Chavez did not stop By observing the pattern, he explicitly rejected the idea that could be explained as a coincidence and implied that the events were causally connected, despite the causal connection being vague and implausible. Building on recent research, we propose that this tendency to draw implausible causal connections between events is a crucial driver of conspiracy thinking. Furthermore, we propose that this tendency is important not only when events are random, but also when they co-occur systematically or conform to some objective pattern. We report 4 studies to test this hypothesis and discuss the implications for theories of conspiracy thinking. Conspiracy thinking and perceiving patterns and causality in random events. Scholars have argued that conspiracy beliefs are motivated by the desire to explain and find order and meaning in events that might otherwise seem random, unpredictable, or outside of one's control. Although early research did not test this idea directly, several findings provided indirect support for it. For example, conspiracy beliefs were found to be more prevalent among disadvantaged groups who presumably have a stronger need to explain events beyond their control. Other findings indicated that individuals are more likely to endorse conspiracy beliefs if they are dispositionally high in need of compensatory control, including alienated and powerless individuals. In a direct test of this idea, Whitson and Galinsky found that participants who were experimentally made to feel powerless were more inclined to perceive patterns, identifiable shapes such as animals and buildings, in visual stimuli, and were more also inclined to endorse conspiracy theories. Whitson's and Galinsky's results suggest that there is a relationship between conspiracy belief and perception of patterns. Both are the products of an underlying motivation to restore control by imposing meaning on the environment. As Whitson and Galinsky put it, conspiracy theories can be seen as the identification of a coherent and meaningful interrelationship among a set of random or unrelated stimuli. However, Whitson and Galinsky examined the correlation between the perception of visual patterns and conspiracy beliefs only indirectly by showing that they were both increased by lack of control. Visual pattern perception is one means of imposing order on a random stimuli. A related mechanism involves perceiving patterns in event sequences. People tend to be surprised by how often random processes throw up results that look ordered. For example, long streaks of heads or tails and coin tosses. In principle, people may notice these co-occurrences without assuming the events are causally connected. For example, they perceive the co-occurrence as a random coincidence. In practice, however, people appear to find it hard to resist attributing co-occurrences to a proximal causal mechanism rather than to chance. As Van Prugen wrote 2018, illusory pattern perception emerges because people often have difficulty recognizing when stimuli do not occur through a random process. Put differently, a random process often generates sequences that appear non-random to the human mind, and that may even contain occasional symmetries or aesthetic regularities. As a result, it is difficult for people to appreciate the role of coincidence in generating these pattern-like sequences. So hopefully people notice correlations to the multiple truth hypothesis. This reasoning suggests that causal inferences are a crucial part of judgments that random events comprise patterns. The first empirical test of the perception of a pattern in random events was conducted by Diguez in 2015, who examined the correlation between perceptions of pattern versus randomness, specifically in event sequences. Like Blackmore and Trascianco in 1985, they devised a measure of perceptions of non-randomness in strings of X and O's. Across 3 studies, they found that perceptions of non-randomness, that events were causally determined rather than random, were unrelated to established measures of conspiracy belief. In contrast, Van Prugen found that conspiracy beliefs were related to measures of pattern perception, including perceptions of non-randomness, causal determination, in coin tosses and in world events. They also found that instructing participants to search for patterns in random strings of coin tosses increased pattern perception, which in turn was associated with increased conspiracy belief. Conspiracy thinking and perceiving causality in non-random events. The different results obtained by Degas and Van Prugen indicate the need for further research to clarify the conditions under which conspiracy thinking is related to pattern perception. Both sets of studies also leave an important question open, namely whether conspiracy thinking is related to faulty causal perceptions, even in situations where events are not truly random. These studies were grounded in the theory that conspiracy belief is a form of pattern perception in which causal understandings are imposed on essentially random, or at least underdetermined events to make them seem more ordered. Put differently, causal inferences are a way of imposing an arbitrary but psychologically meaningful order out of randomness. In these studies, participants have, for the most part, been presented with random event sequences. In such situations, perceiving patterns is only possible when observers are willing to draw implausible and unwarranted causal connections between events which, by definitions, are causally unconnected. This unanswered question is important because typically the events at issue in conspiracy theories are not random. For examples of the deaths of John F. Kennedy, Princess Diana, and Osama bin Laden were not random occurrences. Each death can be seen as the outcome of a multitude of personal, social, and political causes. Each death indeed has an official causal explanation that is challenged by conspiracy theories. More generally, events in human life are typically somewhat structured and are over rather than underdetermined. That is, each event has multiple causes. This is why the explanatory dilemma typically posed by socially significant events is not whether something caused them, but rather what caused them. To paraphrase the apt metaphor for causal inference, connecting the dots put forward by Van Prugen, the issue when events are not random may be whether observers connect the wrong dots rather than any dots whatsoever. To be sure, conspiracy thinking appears to thrive under conditions of causal uncertainty. That is, when people have incomplete, secondhand, conflicting, or ambiguous causal information. The true ontological rather than merely apparent epistemic random stimuli of existing studies can be viewed as the stimulation for these conditions of causal uncertainty. Crucially, therefore, it appears reasonable to infer that faulty perceptions that events are causally connected should be important to conspiracy theories, even when there is some objective structure to events. However, non-random situations are different in that perceptible patterns in events may exist independently of any causal inference by the observer. Further, these patterns, notably co-occurrences, may affect causal reasoning processes and disrupt their relation to conspiracy thinking. The external validity of research on conspiracy thinking will benefit from developing and testing the hypothesis that it depends on the faulty perception of causal connections between events, whether those events are random or non-random. So for the multiple truth hypothesis, in terms of understanding reality, the nature of history, cause and effect in social factors, there's heavy uncertainty. Nothing can be known for sure, although many things are more likely than others. You have the multiple truth hypothesis, which would be any narrative that connects some dots, and there would be multiple working hypotheses, inference to the best explanation, so on and so on. So just tying some of this to the multiple truth hypothesis, why I'm doing this deep dive on this. Lessons from the literature and on co-occurrence and causal inference. Previous research has shown that causal inference and the perception of co-occurrence in events are strongly related. Causal inference can affect the perceptual organization of events. Since Heider 1958, psychologists have seen causal inference as a means of imposing order on the environment and organizing multiple stimuli into coherent units or gestalts. Conversely, causal inference is strongly influenced by the perception of at least two kinds of regularity. First, for the events to be seen as the cause of another, these two events should normally be seen to be correlated. That is, if one tends to be present, then the other is present, and if it tends to be absent, then the other is absent. This is known as the covariation principle. Second, in addition to correlation, temporal contiguity is important. People are more likely to perceive events as causally connected if they occur close together in time. Nonetheless, the perception and causal interpretation of co-occurrences are conceptually and empirically separable. Whether people infer causally from correlation depends on whether they harbor a tacit theory that the putative cause has the power to affect the putative outcome. Thus, people prefer to explain large outcomes in terms of large effects and small outcomes in terms of small effects. Instead, people will override the covariation principle if they have a specific information about causal mechanisms. For example, even if a driver has no accidents before, observers tend to see her as the primary cause of an accident if they know she was short-sighted and not wearing corrective lenses. Likewise, even if intentional actions co-vary equally with less strongly with an outcome, people refer to natural causes as explanations over natural events. This means that variations in the willingness to perceive causal relations between variables may be important even in the presence of objective co-occurrences. A relevant individual difference variable is magical thinking, which captures the belief, quasi-belief, or semi-serious entertainment of the possibility that events, which according to the causal concepts of this culture cannot have a causal relation to each other, might somehow nevertheless do so. Although magical thinking is discouraged by modern industrialized societies, it persists, often coexisting with culturally mandated quasi-scientific conceptions of causality. Magical thinkers are more willing than others to ascribe causal powers to stimuli, for example, entertaining the possibility that stepping on cracks on a pavement may be bring luck, or that misfortunes may be brought about by objectively unrelated bad deeds. Crucially, magical thinkers are also more inclined to endorse conspiracy theories. In some, we propose that the willingness to draw implausible connections between events, even when events co-occur non-randomly, underpins conspiracy thinking. Put differently, we expect that the events of faulty causal inferences demonstrated by Van Prugen 2018 generalizes two situations in which events are non-random. Whether events are truly random or not, conspiracy thinking reflects a psychological need to explain events and may be sustained by willingness to impose implausible causal narratives on event sequences. The present research. In the present studies, we examined whether conspiracy beliefs are related to the perceptions of causal connections between events, whether or not events co-occur. The key strategy of these studies is to present participants with sequences of events that have some objective structure, but where the causal mechanism for that structures are unspecified. Studies 1 and 2 tested the relationship between conspiracy belief and causal interpretation of one previously unstudied type of co-occurrence, spurious correlations. Participants read about documented real-life spurious correlations, like between chocolate consumption and Nobel Prizes, and indicated whether those correlations reflect a direct causal connection between the spurious correlates. Studies 3 and 4 tested the relationship between conspiracy belief and causal interpretation of another type of co-occurrence, streaks or coincidences in which a rash of similar events occur closely together in time. Study 3 investigated whether people prefer conspiracy explanations of a recent human tragedy if they see it is not only forming a co-occurrence together with similar recent tragedies, but causally connecting to them. In an experimental design, study 4 presented human tragedies as either isolated or part of a streak of 3 or 4 similar cases, and independently as causally connected versus unconnected. It therefore examined whether perceiving events as causally connected affects conspiracy thinking independently of the presence of an objective co-occurrence in those events. All materials and data can be viewed the connected webpage. And people could read the details of the study on their own. Link is in the chat. Okay, general discussion. Previous research and theory has suggested that conspiracy thinking is determined by the desire to impose meaning and order on the world, and so should be related to the perception of patterns in the environment. More recently, researchers have investigated the more specific relations between conspiracy thinking and perceptions of causal connections between events. The primary focus on this theory and research has been on illusory pattern perception and the case of random event sequences in which no objective pattern is present. By definition, no causal connections exist between random events, meaning that perceptions of pattern in such events depend on implausible causal inferences, an erroneous process of connecting the dots among dots that are necessarily unconnected. However, conspiracy theories generally do not attempt to explain genuinely random events. Rather, they explain events for which there is a multitude of causes, but which observers rely on secondhand, ambiguous, and contested causal information. We therefore attempted to build on previous research by examining whether conspiracy thinking is informed by implausible causal inference, even when events have some objective causal structure. In studies 1 and 2, okay, it looks like Claire is here, so let me just finish this, Claire. In studies 1 and 2, this structure took the form of spurious correlation between events for which some causal inferences are warranted, but not the specific critical inference that a direct causal connection exists between the two focal events. Confirming predictions, conspiracy thinking was related to the specific causal inference and not to the perception that the correlation was a coincidence of attributable to a third cause. In study 3 and 4, it took the form of temporal contiguity, such that the target event occurred as a part of a streak of similar events versus in isolation, confirming predictions whether measured or manipulated. The inference that the events were causally connected was shown to inform conspiracy explanations for the most recent event in the sequence. The present research therefore indicates that conspiracy thinking is driven by general permissiveness in causal inference, specifically the willingness to perceive causal connections where none are likely. This tendency is well established in research on causal inference, where it has been dubbed the illusion of causality, and contributes to pseudoscientific beliefs, the rejection of science, and belief that misfortunes are cosmic punishments for objectively related wrongdoings. It is responsible for the perception of patterns in random event sequences, and as the present studies indicate, for causal inferences linking events that comprise part of some objective pattern but which are not causally related to each other. Permissive and unconventional causal thinking is captured by the individual differences, variable magical ideation, which has been shown to be related to conspiracy thinking. In study 2, we found this variable to be related not only to conspiracy thinking, but to the perception of direct causal relations between spurious correlates. Our findings suggest that magical and conspiracy beliefs are linked not only because each is generally epistemically unwarranted, but because each reflects a common psychological process, namely the imposition of physically implausible causal interpretations and co-occurrences. Relations to previous studies on pattern perception and conspiracy belief, the present studies converge with other evidence to suggest that conspiracy belief is associated with the motivated perception of meaning and order in the environment. Whitson and Galinsky found that both conspiracy thinking and the perception of pattern in noisy visual arrays were affected by the manipulation of powerlessness, but did not report the correlation between the two. In study 2, we observed a statistically significant correlation between conspiracy beliefs and visual pattern perception. We also found that the relation between conspiracy belief and implausible causal inferences linking spurious correlates was significant, even adjusting for visual pattern perception. This finding suggests that conspiracy beliefs are informed most specifically by implausible causal inferences. As we have seen, this conclusion resonates strongly with the conclusion of Van Prusen, who showed that causal inferences in the context of random stimuli were associated with and causative of conspiracy thinking. Although largely consistent with the findings and conclusions of Van Prusen, our results diverge from one of their results in a subtle but important way. Most importantly, Van Prusen report one finding that suggests that pattern perception may be associated with conspiracy thinking only when stimuli are unstructured. Specifically, in their study 3, they found that only perceptions of pattern in unstructured paintings were associated with conspiracy belief, whereas perceiving patterns in structured paintings were not. We suggest that this might be due to a key methodological difference. The critical task in the present study involved judgments about even event sequences rather than visual stimuli such as paintings. The difference is not just superficial, but may be conceptually important. For example, the perception of patterns in visual stimuli such as paintings and Whitson's and Galinsky's snowy images may not depend on causal inferences, but rather Gestalt perceptual processes. Indeed, magical ideation was unrelated to visual pattern perception. Further, since paintings, unlike most event sequences in everyday life, are deliberately created by artists, there is always an ambiguous causal attribution for a clearly apparent structure. That is, it was put there by the artist. This means that at least when paintings are clearly structured, the perceptions of pattern in clearly structured paintings might be decoupled from the causal reasoning processes that underpin conspiracy beliefs. Further, while the present results affirm others that have also found a relation between conspiracy belief and perceptions of pattern and non-randomness, they are at odds with the results reported by Diguez, which found no such relationship. One potential explanation might appeal to the social and ecological meaningfulness of the stimuli. Pattern perception appears to be relevant to conspiracy thinking when the stimuli are or could be meaningful in everyday life, as in the case with pictures that represent objects or convey ideas and emotions, and coin tosses, which are typically performed when something is at stake. In contrast, Diguez presented sequences of X and O's and did not describe the two participants what they represented or what was at stake in these sequences. If stimuli do not have clear, apparent, or potential social meaning, they might not activate the sense-making motivations that are thought to underpin conspiracy theories. Another important feature of some of the conditions is that potential cause for any order was introduced. This may have stripped the task of some of the critical causal ambiguity that seems to be needed for the thought processes that are characteristic of conspiracy thinking to be detectable. The final point is that Diguez's measure of beliefs about randomness versus determination was rigorous and sophisticated, but is not known how it related to the measures used in our study, nor by that of Whitson and Galinsky and Van Prusen. Limitations and future directions. Our studies have some important limitations. They relied on MTurk samples and did not incorporate actual events that may have happened in the recent past. Further research should examine a broader, more representative range of participants and stimulus events. Further, the present studies were not always successful in cleaning and cleanly distinguishing the causal interpretation of event sequences from the perception of apparent patterns in those sequences. For reasons we have noted, including the covariation principle and causal reasoning, we can expect perceptions of co-occurrence and causal inferences to be related under normal circumstances. Future studies could go further in developing tasks that cleanly separate the two processes. For example, in the pictorial stimuli, it could be useful to ask participants not only whether they see a pattern or an object in a visual array, but whether they think that the pattern could have emerged by chance or whether it must have been determined. Further research could also determine whether the tendency to interpret event sequences in causal terms mediates several of the effects in the conspiracy theory literature, and so offers an organizing theoretical framework for them. For example, thwarting needs to belong and to achieve cognitive closure and activating powerlessness have been shown to increase conspiracy thinking. They're also likely to result in heightened readiness to draw causal connections between events and an effort to impose meaning on experience. The conjunction fallacy, the tendency to see explanations with two premises as more plausible than those with one, has also been linked to both conspiracy theory and to the perception of underlying causal mechanisms. Concluding remarks. Since the earliest research on conspiracy theory, scholars have seen conspiracy belief as an attempt to find order in the environment. The present results are consistent with this perspective, but show that whether or not co-occurrences exist and are perceived to exist, conspiracy thinking is fueled by implausible causal interpretations of those events, specifically the perception of direct causal connections between events that are unlikely to be so connected. Thus, Hugo Chavez's conspiracy thinking was fueled by the fact that not just one, but several Latin American leaders were stricken by cancer in the early years of this decade. Consistent with the novel finding in our final study that events are more likely to be explained as conspiracies if they are part of a series of similar events rather than one-offs. Crucially, Chavez's conspiracy thinking was also fueled by his view that the co-occurrences and events reflected a causal connection between them. The philosopher Mackey, 1980, termed causality the cement of the universe. By this, Mackey meant that causality is a force, real or imagined, that links together events in people's minds and enables people to understand and respond to relations between them. Events. The rash of cancer diagnosis is affecting several Latin American leaders in the early years of the decade is most plausibly seen as a tragic coincidence, and cementing them together as Chavez did appears to be illegitimate. Nonetheless, each diagnosis should not necessarily be seen as an entirely random event. It could also be seen as the product of a confluence of genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors. More generally, the events that conspiracy theories typically seek to explain are not entirely random or unrelated to other events. Natural disasters, diseases, personal deaths and tragedies, election results, and social political circumstances do not occur in causal vacuum but are enmeshed in a complex matrix of causes. Nonetheless, even though conspiracy thinking takes place in contexts where events are seldom entirely random, it appears to be characterized by willingness to draw imaginary causal connections between events. So is that Claire? Claire Khaw, if you're here?
Yes, I'm sorry, I did doze off a little bit.
Okay, no problem. I was just reading that long article, so you popped in. I got a lot of reading to go over, but wasn't expecting any guests, but you're here. So did you have any update on things that you're doing or anything interesting on your end you want to share right away?
I guess I've been quite busy on streams today, but apart from that, I did want to talk about conspiracy theories, which seem to be very much the thing now, and targeted at a particular group of people. I think they are, in a way, like religious beliefs. Would you agree that anti-Semites have a certain worldview of attributing evil to Jews that has taken on religious dimensions?
Well, I mean, conspiracy theory is loosely applied like to pejorative of falseness. So this article I hope to get to later has a mapping of conspiracy theories that are false positive or true positive. They're really, I'm going to get to it later. It's kind of complicated, but there's really no accurate way to define conspiracy theory that is consistent. So Deborah Lipstadt is most famous recently for defining anti-Semitism as a conspiracy theory. That's a new part of scholarship that I think is recent in terms like, okay, like Karl Popper, who popularized conspiracy theory, and then Richard Hofstadter had in mind Nazi Germany and the authoritarian personality of Adorno, but Deborah Lipstadt, and now somewhat the modern consensus like Brett Stephen, all the main Jewish scholars now will use the expression anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory in the sense that it's a false. Well, who knows what they mean by it? I mean, they're
Well,
probably,
it's
but
either
I
true
think
or
from the scholarship, it's a false attribution of cause and effect. And say, well, anti-Semitism are falsely attributing change, larger societal events that people are unhappy with the Jews. So it's like E. Michael Jones, the best example, or Kevin McDonald. We're talking like immigration, abortion, trans, pornography, so on and so on, and say the attribution of cause and effect, that why are these things becoming so prevalent, and the causal factor being the Jews. And so that is what Deborah Lipstadt would say, case in point of conspiracy theory. I don't know if Muslims are so much a conspiracy theory. Like anti-Islam sentiment is not necessarily based upon conspiratorial thinking of false attribution between cause and effect. Although you could say like blacks and crime, or Muslims and rape gangs, that's a conspiracy theory. Like, okay, why is crime going up? Why is there more like certain aspects, and saying the causal factor of it is immigration and these new people in the neighborhood. And so it's a false attribution of cause and effect to changes in societal factors, patterns.
well, it's just a narrative cooked up to scapegoat a certain group if you don't like them.
You're missing the key terms. It's a narrative about cause and effect.
Yes, and
that's why it's semi-scientific. Like the main science is about inductive, deductive thinking, and it's about figuring out cause and effect. So conspiracy theories are always about causes and effects.
Yeah, they are about blaming people. So some people think, well, we don't like this group, we don't like that group. We will blame them for everything to show how much we hate them, and they'll be helpless because they can't deny those charges. Because the people who did those things were indeed Jews, Muslims, blacks, whatever. And I think we know that it is hard to disprove a negative.
Well,
So
I just want to parse you. And the other article gets into that disproving negative, but I mean, just to parse what you're saying. If you're saying the hatred of the group came first, or the recognition of the effect came first. So you're saying that people may have been neutral, or maybe they had a negative view of a group before, and then they saw effects, like rising abortion, rising homosexuality, rising cultural change, and then they attributed that effect to the cause, namely the group that they didn't like.
Yes, and then they could say, look, the inventor of a pill, he was a Jew, and and just list.
And usually it has to have also like a cui bono, who benefits analysis. They're just saying, well, this is happening, and this is happening, and this is happening, and it's probably all has the same cause. And one of the proofs that it has the same cause is an explanation for how this group benefits from what's happening. And then if you're talking like a group like the Jews, so you say, well, here you have all these, various names, because like there's so many Jews and they're involved in so many things, that you say, well, here's prominent people that were involved in leadership in the thing that's happening. And so anti-Semitism is probably, it's like the grandfather of all conspiracy theories, because there's a very easy, because Judaism has this apocalyptical prophetic belief that messianic beliefs that Jews maybe are going to win in the end of days and be the head of nations. And also Jews are prominent across the board, where you have Jewish leadership in almost all prominent fields. So that if you're looking at like, well, what's happening, it's it's very easy to connect the dots to the Jews, like as opposed to other conspiracy theories, because you have connect the dots, like, well, here's a Jew involved and here's a Jew involved, so it's probably related that all these people, all these events were caused by Jews, and plus Jews collectively benefit from what's happening.
Yes, and if you decide they are evil, then they're doing it on purpose, conspiring as a group.
Pejorative. So you're saying if even as a believing Jew and you believe that it's positive, you wouldn't call a believing Jew who said like, yes, it is Jews doing it, but it's actually for the good, that generally wouldn't be termed a conspiracy theory. So like a typical just God-fearing believing Jew that believes that God operates through the Jewish people, it's also the same logic, but it's usually positive versus negative, and hence that's usually not considered a conspiracy theory. Is that Ultra Testosterone trying to join? I'm going to get Porn Bomb. He's never joined my stream before. I see him in the background, but I'm assuming it's not really him because I've never spoke to him. If it is you, give me some sort of note, because I'm just assuming I'm going to get like porn bombed or something. But you go ahead, Claire. It's got a person that's probably not real.
So we can decide whether it's true or not, and or fair or not, I think. And the reason why people use conspiracy theories is because they don't trust, say, the government. So the government stage all these false flag attacks. They terrifying us with these immigrants, these state-sponsored terrorism, these stories, in order to do whatever it is that you say that they want to do, and usually it's quite hard to disprove a negative. The government can't prove it didn't do it, and I suppose really the crux of the matter is why people hate the government, that these days they're prepared to believe almost any conspiracy theory, like say 9/11. Maybe it's true. It has happened. False flag attacks.
We have to look at, according to the mainstream Western liberal narrative, like if you're in Russia now or Iran and you don't trust your government or their narrative, you're not a conspiracy theorist. You're seeing through the lies. But if you're in the West and you distrust the government, like according to the Russians, like you're not conspiracist. That it's, so if you're looking for a personality type, like you're saying, trying to understand causal events related to life is a natural process that all people's human mind does. Some people have a larger capability to deal with uncertainty, just like, I don't know, I don't need to understand. I'm going to go on my life, saying there's things that are above my pay grade and I just don't know. Maybe I try not to think about it or just leave open the possibilities. Versus like the conspiracy theory is people, you will tend to have an irrational certainty about an alternative hypothesis. And, so if you say like, no, I know that, like, that the other article meant that there's an alternative understanding that is publicly useful but not publicly known, because the mass of the public believe in one explanation that's false, and the conspiracy theory is that there's actually another explanation that's true.
Yes,
and so there can be empowering to the person who thinks like there's a feeling of an empowerment to the powerless, Saying like, you just accept, well, I have no power, I can't change things, I can't even know the truth, it doesn't even pay for me to investigate it, versus someone said like, no, I figured it out. There's also connection to disagreeableness, that people are disagreeable are more likely to be prone to conspiracy theories. People who are disempowered, there's a form of empowerment of conspiracy theories. There's multiple, although none of these things have been conclusively psychologically demonstrated.
Yes, and it seems that men are more prone to these conspiracy theories than women. Wouldn't you agree, David?
I haven't
Or is
seen
it
that
because
in the
men
literature yet.
discuss politics more than women?
I haven't seen the literature on that yet. I mean, I'm going to read more articles, so I didn't notice that actually. It could be. Yeah, I discussed that the other day. I was mentioning last week, when I was a young kid, I was playing Risk with a few friends, and one of my friends was African American, and at some point he blurted out, "You guys are conspiring against me because I'm black." And like, the fact is, like, yes, a few of the players were in fact conspiring against him to eliminate him, but whether the causal reason they conspired against him was because he was black, um, is uncertain. But I mean, just looking in terms like gossip, shaming, social type thing that women do, usually wouldn't be considered a conspiracy theory. So if you're like, a group of women, um, gossiping about your relationships, or trying to shame people in social status, and you'd be like, like, you guys are teaming up against me. That is the same cognitive mechanism of a conspiracy theory that you could argue women are even more prone than men to, as where men might be more likely to conspirize about global world events.
Yes, I was reminded when you were talking about women, about Jen Sharf, who said that Christianity and Islam were invented by Jews to do down the Gentile. Do you remember? This was a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Adam Green argument, or saying that, yeah, I mean, for a period she was also, saying that. I mean, it's a popular belief among anti-Abrahamists I talk to regularly, like the Adam Green crowd.
Yes, and it also occurred to me that God is a kind of conspiracy theory. It's like, well, God did that because he's punishing, a certain person for sin or something. And there is this Jewish belief, is there not, that all good and evil come from God? So
Yeah, I was on a Twitter space a few days ago with like Leon Jarrett and Primordial Chaos and a few people, and talking. There's like, how come Jews don't give any heed to their claims? So the first thing I mentioned was their claims are a form of abstract thought, and most people have extreme difficulty with abstract thought. So if if they're going to claim that Christianity and Islam are like some sort of Jewish psyop that benefit the Jews, and most Jews, which is, that's completely ridiculous. Most Jews feel that Christianity, that Jews are unfairly treated, and part of the reason they're unfairly treated is because Christianity and Islam. And so you can have some abstract kind of thought where actually Christianity is to your benefit, even though the majority of Jews would probably think the opposite. They're saying like, anti-Semitism is rigged into the system largely because of Christianity, or like the West, like, the explanation, why is but at an abstract level, you can see that, well, no, actually it's for your own benefit. So it's a deeper connection between cause and effect that's beyond most people. They're just not going to be able to get it, as a form like any abstract thought. So conspiracy thinking versus just like probabilities. Like, I don't know the truth. There's a lot of dots, there's a lot of causes, there's a lot of effects, and there's a lot of possibilities, and we're probably never going to figure it out. And just living with that uncertainty versus some sort of clarification where it's like, I figured it out, and then to have some abstract, deeper level where what most apparently would be true is not really true, and there's a deeper explanation that explains events and the relationship between cause and events better, and it explains why the majority of people believe something that appears to be true but really isn't true. Like you say that why most Jews think the system is rigged against us because of Christianity and Islam, where at a deeper meta level, the system is rigged in our favor because of Christianity and Islam, even though Christianity and Islam have systemic anti-Jewish parts within them.
Well, I mean, I have a particular theory, and I know that Jews are supposed to believe that suffering is punishment for sin. So it's a good way of saying that pain has a certain purpose in order to make us think a little harder about our actions and maybe correct our actions if we are in some way sinning in an obvious sort of way. What do you think about that? I mean, this is standard Jewish philosophy, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, so
That suffering is punishment for sin.
If you're just separate the cognitive processes of conspiracy thinking with any thinking, so saying Judaism itself is a conspiracy theory that most Jews don't believe, and you could even say, well, race, the Judaism as a people is a conspiracy theory. It's a false conspiracy theory because in reality, it's a social construct, a largely false social construct, that there even is such a phenomenon as the Jewish people. However, most Jews strongly believe this conspiracy theory that there is this factual group identity of the Jewish people, even though they don't agree with the religion. So, like, certainly, like your tenet about a God that rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, although Maimonides is one of the 13 principles, probably like at most 1 in 3 Jews, maybe as little as like 1 out of 5 or even 8 Jews believe in that precept. So if you're going to analyze, if you want to analyze, like I said, like a meta abstract level where you're going to explain why it really is true, the Jewish God that rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, and it still makes sense that 7 out of 8 Jews don't even believe in that.
Yes, talking about Jews, Rabbi Mizrahi has often said that God sent Muslims to punish Jews for their sins. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, it's at a meta level saying like, God uses everything in the world to reward and punish people. So Muslims will reward, any mechanism in the world could be a tool for God to reward or punish people accordingly. And, like Rabbi Mizrahi taking a mainstream view that that the world is rigged against the Jews because of Christianity and Islam, as opposed to like the Adam Green view that the world is rigged in favor of the Jews because of Christianity and Islam. So, I mean, Rabbi Mizrahi is not saying that, like, well, obviously, Islam is like a Jewish psyop to rule over the Goyim. I mean, maybe he also believes that. He's saying the opposite, that Islam is a mechanism to punish the Jews, but it's divinely ordained. Or
Yes,
maybe he would say both at the same time, where like he might actually also agree that Islam is a Jewish psyop to rule over the non. I mean, because Maimonides says it. The same quote where Maimonides talks about readying the world for Messiah and teaching the Torah to the Gentiles. Maimonides equally mentions Muhammad and Jesus. So, the same passage that Adam Green quotes about Jesus and Christianity, being to ready the world for the eventual Jewish Messiah, he includes Muhammad in that. I mean, in the Law of Kings, like Adam Green constantly quotes that, but I say if you actually look out the Maimonides quote, he mentions Jesus and Muhammad in the same quote as the mechanism for God's glory to spread to the world. And it has kind of like the double-edged sword of being Jewish, where basically if we're good, the Gentiles will serve us, and if we're bad, the Gentiles will destroy us. And Christianity and Islam both have those elements within them where so to say, both Muslims and Christians kind of believe that Jews are at the center of things, and will be rewarded or punished accordingly, largely through the hands of Islam or Christianity.
Yes. So, isn't the idea that Jews are supposed to thank God even for misfortune, because Jews are supposed to regard it as a learning opportunity? So I guess the pain will make people think more carefully about their actions and refine their thinking about what is causing their suffering, and to correct themselves in order to avoid or lessen their suffering.
I mean, it's the Gemara in the first tract of the Talmud, really in the first 5 pages, talks about suffering and saying that, you thank God for suffering. Suffering has a message, and the primal cause of suffering is punishment for sin. And so we say that, okay, if Jews are being persecuted by Gentiles, they don't have agency separate from God. Gentiles do not have the independent agency to persecute Jews just because they don't like us. They only have the agency to persecute Jews if Jews have sinned, and the persecution is not unwarranted persecution, but is the justified punishment for our sins. So I'm saying this is the essential Jewish theology that 7 out of 8 Jews reject. Because say, like, God forbid, it's the way E. Michael Jones phrases it, the cause of anti-Semitism is bad Jewish behavior, which is essential Jewish theology that 7 out of 8 Jews reject. And saying it's basically could be derived from pure metaphysical theological principles of the oneness of God, but saying like God is all good, and if there is suffering, the suffering is for our benefit, and the main cause of suffering is in fact our own bad deeds. And so, obviously, like I've said, keep on saying, like, the vast majority, probably at least 75%, maybe even 90% of Jews
don't believe it.
Well, I mean, they completely reject it. They completely reject it.
And surely that's a sign of idolatry, or
It's not, I mean, it's rejection of God, because this is a natural derivation of basic principles of monotheism and God being all powerful. So it's not necessarily idolatry, meaning idolatry, you're having a false God. So just saying, like, like God is there, God knows everything that you do, and you can't sin and get away with it. So you don't need idolatry. You could have idolatry. Oh, like, I worship this idol, and this idol told me that I could sin and get away with it, versus just some sort of atheism where just this false perception of the possibility of sinning and getting away with it. So, from pure theological level, that's completely impossible. There is no such phenomenon as sinning and getting away with it. So it's this dichotomy of two pairs that most people, not just Jews, but would fundamentally reject, that there is no sin without punishment, and on the flip side, there is no punishment without sin.
But I was just trying to make the point that atheism implies idolatry. We worship our own opinions, which is different to that of God. So God doesn't agree with our opinion. We are, in fact, worshipping our opinion and thinking we know better in not obeying God's laws. So arguably, atheism is a form of idolatry.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you just, because I think people have a desire to sin, and it's not necessarily a connection to idolatry, the desire to sin. Well, so you're saying that the reason why a person, God forbid, would commit forbidden sexual activities is not because of idolatry. I mean, the Talmud actually says the opposite. People commit idolatry not because they believe in it, but because they want to do forbidden sexual relations. So I'm not sure your causal connection there is accurate or in line with Jewish theology, that idolatry is not the cause. There's a natural tendency to want to sin, and maybe idolatry is the justification for how a person brings themselves to sin. So I mean, it could just be, okay, like God forbid, there's me and there's my knowledge of the God and what I'm supposed to do, and then there's also the evil desire within me or materialistic nature that has a desire to do this sinful activity. So what allows me to go to that, do that sinful activity? I don't see the connection with idolatry. You're just saying, what do you need the idolatry that leads a person to just to commit the sin? You don't
Well,
need the
I'm
you don't need
basically
the
saying,
idolatry.
well, it comes from Islam in that they seem to have quite Islam has a more sophisticated idea of
Islam is
idolatry.
you
It's
think
not
that
just
Islam is
bowing
claiming
before
that idolatry
idols.
is the cause of all sins.
Not necessarily, but it has this concept of hidden idolatry, which is not bowing before idols.
We're saying
It
most sins
means,
have nothing to do with idolatry.
um, well, I've
Most
heard it
most
said
sins,
that
like especially
if you ignore the first and if you disobey the first and second commandments, then you're going to find it easier to disobey the others. But if you did believe, if you followed the first and second commandments, you would be protected from sin, because your genuine belief in God would make you want to obey God's laws because you want to please God.
what you put it two levels. Okay, like I have a desire, God forbid. I mean, King David, all day long I desire to sin. I mean, King David himself says that in Psalms. So you're saying all day long my heart lusts after forbidden pleasures. So you could argue. I mean, the Talmud goes through some of these questions, saying, "Do I have to um, temporarily forget about God to sin, or is it possible that like I could recognize God and I say I can't control myself, I believe in God, and I'm willing to accept the punishment for my sin because my desire is so strong to do it, or do I have to temporarily forget about God in order that I could actually bring myself to sin? That if I didn't temporarily forget about God, then I wouldn't even be able to conceive of sin. Or could I make some sort of calculation, like I'll make it up to you, God, or I do so much good, like let me just do this one time, versus some completely alternative model where somehow it's idolatry that allows me to give into um, my desire to sin and sin. And that's what we're saying, well, like I no longer believe in God, I believe in this idol, and this idol doesn't care whether I sin. This idol allows me to sin. And that's why I stopped worshiping God, but I started worshiping this idol, and the idol doesn't mind when I sin. And so the Talmud actually mentions that in the case, like he said, like the question, do people actually believe in these idols? So, I mean, the Talmud says, no, people don't actually believe in the idols. It's just an excuse for them to have illicit sexual activity. But even, I mean, at that point, you're saying the idolatry is not really the causal factor. The causal factor is the extreme desire to do forbidden sexual activity, so much so that people replace God with an idol that allows them to do the forbidden sexual activity.
Well, I would just go back to the first
You're putting it
commandment.
in Islam, you're putting a completely different perspective. You're saying like the desire to do forbidden sexual activity, like that's not that strong. It's the desire to do idolatry that's that strong. And that people do like forbidden sexual activity, that's just secondary, tangential to the desire for idolatry.
Um,
And I would
well,
say
I
that
was
the Talmud
actually
clearly says
thinking
it the
more of
other way around.
Christians than Muslims, because really, I do point out to Christians that the Trinity is idolatry, and they don't care. And I think the reason why they don't care is that they never believed in the Trinity anyway. And if you say, well, God forbade idolatry and blasphemy, they don't care, because fundamentally they are atheist, and they don't believe that God exists to punish them for their idolatry and blasphemy. So that explains why they don't care. Because if they did, they'd stop.
But I'm saying the causal factor is not the idolatry. The causal factor, idolatry is just a mechanism that allows a person to think that they could sin and get away with it. The person
Yes,
doesn't.
and
The person doesn't actually care about the idol. What they care about is the sinning and getting away with it. And the reason they fall into idolatry is because that's some sort of mechanism that allows them to sin and think they're going to get away with it. Money here is different. RG's mentioned, isn't money the number one idol of the day? Because money is somewhat like a neutral tool that appears to be power. Like, okay, if I just had money,
well, it's a
then
worship of mammon, which
what
is
I'm
a
saying,
kind of
what I'm saying,
idolatry.
money is like a force that would allow me to do what I can't presently do. So why can't I do, saying, well, because the limiting factor is human, or because God, hasn't willed it, versus like having money. So saying worship money, and even in a religious sense, because it's not just like, well, really, I don't care about money. I just care, like the idol. I don't care about the idol. I just care about the forbidden sexual activity that the idol is going to allow me to do. So you say, I don't care about the money itself. I just care about what money will get me. And you could be a righteous person, like, well, I just want money so that I'll be able to, live a righteous Jewish life and build up a family and give charity and help out, the causes. But the idolatry connected to money, it's a false ascription of power, where you say like no one believes that the idol has any power. I mean, you say like, most idol worshipers, not even they believe that the idol has any real power. But people actually think that money has real power to it, and that's why money is a more legitimate form, even than like Hinduism, because like most Hindus don't actually think that their deity has any power, but like even most Orthodox Jews think that money actually has power.
Well, obviously, money does have power, and it is material. It's a material thing. Money is, in dollar bills and coins. And the concept of hidden idolatry is, communism is idolatry, humanism is idolatry, liberalism is idolatry, because these ideas take you away from God, because those principles are not in harmony with Torah or Quranic principles, for example.
Well, I mean, I think the key aspect of how many of the sages will look at it saying, most notably the Chavos Levavos, the duties of the heart, which revered as one of the most important rabbinic books ever written. The key part is the power mechanism. So, in thinking that there's a power separate from God. So just thinking like, well, communism, capitalism, these are just social construct systems. But when you think it has an independent power from God, that's when it becomes idolatry. And anything that you subscribe to having independent power is by definition idolatry. And so there's two forms. There's idolatry of an actual image or idol, and then there's the conceptual idolatry of just falsely ascribing power to anything other than God, and that doesn't have to. It's the second and third commandments of the forbidding to make an image and idolatry. So just idolatry is the false ascription of power that doesn't necessitate a physical representation, and then there's an actual physical representation to represent that power that's separate from the one true God. And so the second commandment, if you're just talking about the abstract misrepresentation of power to something other than God, that could be money, political systems, group identity. I mean, anything. I mean, the key thing is the false ascription to power that doesn't actually have any power. So he's like, I believe in communism. Communism could change the world, and say, well, no, communism is just an idea. Only God could change the world. And if you ascribe power to something, that if you become a communist, and you no longer are subservient to God because you think that the power to run society and dictate your life is within this ism, then it's idol worship.
Yeah, I mean, could it not be said that an alcoholic actually worships bottles of booze? A drug addict maybe worships, needles and his drug dealer.
I think it's just a language. I mean, but because the key factor, I think you're separating is saying like the key factor is there's a desire to sin, and it's not like the desire for idolatry is necessary for all sins. And just saying like, and the desire for idolatry is just one sin. So I mean, to say forbidden things, to eat forbidden things, to do forbidden actions, and that like so you have the duties of the heart, the duties of the limb, the duties of the tongue. So, idolatry, physical idolatry, is a duty of the limb. So if you carry out a forbidden action of worshiping an idol with your body, that's in the same category as God forbid, like killing somebody or touching something forbidden. It's a forbidden act with the body. If you say
Yes.
if you worship a forbidden God with your tongue, that's in the realm of speech comparable to any other form of forbidden speech. And if you believe in an idol in your mind, that's comparable to any other duty of the mind, the heart, not loving or fearing God. But to put like idolatry as this abstract separate category, I'm not sure is accurate. Idolatry is just one sin, and the sin of idolatry could take the form of the limbs, the tongue, or the heart.
Yeah, so it just means
you could give comparable to like lusting. So you say, well, it's forbidden to have forbidden sexual activity. It could be forbidden to talk about forbidden sexual activity in certain ways, and it could be forbidden to fantasize about certain forbidden sexual activity in certain ways, and it's comparable to idolatry. And it's not like idolatry is of a higher category than forbidden sexual activity. They're both things that are forbidden. And
well, it's thought crime.
but you seem to be raising idolatry above all the other do's and don'ts.
Well, because it's a first commandment, is it not?
It's the second and third. The
Thou
first
shalt
commandment
not worship.
the first commandment is positive, to believe in a God. The second commandment is to not have any other gods before God, and that's the idolatry of the mind. And the third commandment is to not have any physical idols. So idolatry is the second and third commandment.
Right. I believe that there's more than one classification, is there not? I've always understood that thou shalt not worship any other god, and thou shalt not blaspheme.
I mean, saying that you shouldn't have any God before you is the second commandment. First, say like, I am the Lord your God who took you out of the land of Egypt to be your God, and you shouldn't have any other God before me, and then you should not make an image too. So they're one after another. The first one, not having any God before you, is interpreted of the broad category of idolatry that includes any idolatries of the mind. And then right after that is the physical form of idolatry, which is actually making an image.
Right. But the point is that
I mean, you could say, like, I mean, at the same time, was the sixth or seventh commandment and the 10th commandment that you shouldn't commit adultery, and then the 10th commandment, you shouldn't envy your neighbor's wife. So that's also double mentioned. There's the mention you shouldn't actually have forbidden sexual relations with your neighbor's wife, and then repeat in the 10th commandment that you shouldn't desire forbidden relations with your neighbor's wife. Although
but the thing is, if you did believe in God,
the 6th and 7th and the 10th commandment, as opposed to idolatry, which is the second and third. But the number does not necessarily mean that it's precedence. Just because it's listed as the second and third doesn't necessarily mean that it's more important than the seventh or 10th. But you do have that same duplication. Like, okay, you shouldn't kill somebody, but you also shouldn't desire to kill somebody. You shouldn't actually commit adultery, but you also shouldn't desire to commit adultery. In the same way, you shouldn't worship idols, but you also shouldn't mentally worship idols.
Well, yes, because you were talking about the idolatry of the mind, but by which I suppose you mean secular political ideologies such as liberalism and communism, for example,
putting it to
or
you,
atheism.
what's the difference between okay, you say like, well, you've never actually bowed down, you've never created an idol and bowed to it and served it, but maybe you've mentally fell into forms of idolatry. And you say, well, God forbid, I mean, God forbid if you did, but God forbid you've never committed adultery. But like, certainly you probably had lust in your mind. And you're saying, well, is there some sort of substantial difference where you're looking at it, well, saying they're both possibly equal? I mean, Perky-Elvis, the second chapter, first, Rebbe says, don't try to compare the difference between small and big commandments. But I mean, he's just saying they're both in the 10 commandments. So he's saying, what's the difference between someone who, is an idolater of the mind, who's like, a communist or, an atheist or a money worshiper, versus a person who has dirty thoughts all day? He was saying, is it worse the person who's sitting there desiring for, fantasizing in their mind about forbidden sexual activities versus the person who in their mind is committing idolatry, or they're both the same category of sin?
It has been said that idolatry is thought crime.
That's what I'm saying. You seem
I
to
don't
be
know if you agree
making
with that.
idolatry to make it like a whole larger category, and you say, well, okay, the punishment for, even you look at the punishment for there's no punishment for mental idolatry. There is no punishment for fantasizing about forbidden sexual activities. But the punishment for both idolatry and forbidden sexual activities, if carried out with the limbs, is equally death.
Yes.
So I
So
mean, you can't even
I'm just saying,
necessarily say
if
that
you're an
idolatry is worse
idolater,
than forbidden sexual activities. They're both, the mental aspect is forbidden, but there's no penalty, and the physical aspect is both punishable by death.
yes, but the idea about the prohibition against idolatry and blasphemy is that if you don't observe the first two, then you are more likely to slide into the others, and also
I keep on repeating,
it has been
The Talmud
argued
says the
that
other way around. The Talmud says the whole reason people commit idolatry is to justify sinful behavior. So I mean, the Talmud says it's
yes,
the
I was
opposite.
going to
If
add
you
to
start
that.
committing forbidden sexual activities, you'll fall into idolatry. You're claiming it's the other way around. If you start
Well,
committing idolatry,
it could be.
you'll fall into forbidden sexual activity. The Talmud actually says it's the other way around.
Well, I mean, if you don't worship God, if your ideology is liberalism, and liberalism says it's okay to have sex with another consenting adult, then you'll find all the sexual offenses of the Torah more easy to commit, because you don't even believe that God exists to punish you for these offenses.
Yeah, I mean, that's if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? So if you say that they're atheists, there is no causal connection between bad behavior and negative outcomes. It means that if you sin and you don't get caught and you don't feel bad about it, nothing happens. You just did it, you got away with it. That's all meaningless superstition. But then once a person, God forbid, starts doing sinful actions, do they think they fall into idolatry because they do actually believe that there is a higher power? So the reason why, if a person, the Talmud actually focuses on the forbidden sexual activity, but it's figure like there is no God and you can just do whatever you want, And if you get caught, you get punished. If you don't get caught, you don't get punished. Or if if you don't hurt anybody. And so the person starts doing forbidden sexual activity. And it's like, I'm not hurting anybody than myself. And it was consensual or whatever. But eventually the person's like, actually, I do believe in there is higher powers. And you can't just do whatever you want and get away with it. And that's how the person falls into idolatry. Well, the God of the Bible, the monotheistic God, that's not true. But there is a higher power, and I negotiate with this higher power to allow me to make some sort of utilitarian calculation. I'm not that bad of a guy, it's not that bad what I'm doing. But they're saying that's the reasoning of the Talmud, where it's the other way around, where the person doesn't first do idolatry and then do forbidden sexual activity. First they do forbidden sexual activity and then they fall into idolatry, as where you seem to be implying it's the other way around.
Well, yes, because if you're an idolater, it means you're neither your holy book is neither the Torah nor the Quran, and this means that it'll just be easier for you to fall into sin, because you don't think there is the Abrahamic God to know your heart and mind, and you think you might just get away with it.
Well, okay, God forbid you have like the Samantha Wool murder trial, and let's say, it could be either Michael Jackson Blanos killed her and he lied, and maybe he's going to get away with it, or maybe her ex-boyfriend Jeff killed her and he lied and he's going to be able to get away with it. So it appears that he's not going to be retried. Maybe they're going to unlikely, and it's just going to be an unsolved murder. So in all likelihood, one of these two people killed her. However, if they just keep on lying, there's not enough evidence to charge them, they will be able to get away with it. And so the question, okay, are they atheists or do they believe in God? So if you say, well, the atheist, it doesn't matter, there is no God, there is no punishment. They could have killed her and got away with it, God forbid, and they could lie to other people and get away with it, God forbid. Like, so that the tree fell in the forest and no one heard it, a person got killed and there's no evidence. Can they get away with it? So here's your case of the tree falling in the forest, where whichever party did it, if they have no regret and just keep on lying, they will probably get away with it. And then you say, well, what about higher forces? So is there some sort of God-directed karma that's like, no, you can't just do this and get away with it, because, okay, there's not enough evidence, but because of God, because of higher forces. And then, so if it's either, Michael or Jeff, that maybe at this point they don't believe in higher forces, and if they're sitting there and God forbid they know that they really killed her, and they're just like, just don't tell anybody, you'll be okay. Versus at some point making a deal with an idol, where saying like, no, I do think there's higher forces, but this higher force is okay with my evil action. And that's where idolatry comes in, where they're going to worship some negative force, and maybe even before the person killed her, that the idolatry slipped in. You could argue that if Michael or Jeff killed her before they killed her, God forbid, that they had to have made a deal with an idol that empowered them to kill her, and that idol said, like, empowered them to think that they were going to be able to get away with it, or even that it was a justified action. Because like the God of Israel, it's not a justified action, but maybe the idol that they worship justified their sin, and that would be any sin. So the reason why people fall to idol worship is because saying Jesus Christ specifically, why Jesus Christ is the quintessential false idol, because the idol forgives you for sin. So why does a person worship this false idol of Jesus Christ? Because God loves me even though I'm a bad person. God loves me even though I'm a sinner. That's why Jesus Christ is such a dangerous false idol. Because like, no, it's a false idol. Like, God does not love you enough to okay your bad actions and your sinful action. There is punishment for sin, and this false idol Jesus is not going to be able to annul you of your bad actions and sin.
Yes. So what happens is people, maybe even believing Jews and believing Muslims, they commit a crime, and the thought process would be, well, maybe God doesn't exist. Maybe he doesn't see all or know all, and maybe I can get away with it. And I think I am right about God not existing and me being able to get away with it. And so you are, in this way, substituting the laws of God and the opinions of God with your own.
But
And
that's just pure atheism. You're saying, well, there is no other mechanism than humans, like you got to be like the Samantha Wolf. There's no evidence. There's no evidence to convict. Whoever did it could just, all they have to do is just keep on lying and not be careful, cover their tracks, and they'll never be punished. But when the atheism, you're saying, well, atheism might be hard to maintain long term. So maybe you fall into the idol of God forbid if it's Michael who did it, and he worships the false idol of Jesus Christ, who loves him and forgives him, even though he did this terrible thing.
yes, and back to Christianity again. Maybe the construction of Christianity is actually very corrupting, because under Christianity, priests can absolve people of sins if you pay them enough, if you ask them to be
Or even just
absolved.
Protestantism, and that's the Catholicism and Protestantism. You don't even need a priest. You could just directly communicate with this idol, Jesus Christ, who will forgive you and absolve you for your sin.
Yes, and it is the worst kind of idolatry, because it's this mixture of the worst kind of idolatry with the with divine revelation, which is more offensive to God, I imagine, if he does exist. He'd be, particularly angry with Christians because of how they've gotten away with it, with their hypocrisy, and um, and really, the conspiracy theory seems, okay, you choose to attribute all good and evil to God. And then you will be thinking of how I mean, like Rabbi Misraki saying, oh, Jews have been sinning and therefore God sends Muslims like a homing heat-seeking missile to punish Jews, and it kind of makes sense. And maybe it's good for Jews to believe this in order to stop themselves from sinning, and so on and so forth. So if you want to, make this attribution, this causation, you could do that, and it halfway makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it might be largely logically consistent. But I mean, if you're looking from like the Chant perspective, God or karma is the conspiracy theory, where like that when I argued with T-Jump and I said, he said that this that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked is ridiculous, and that in reality, bad people get ahead and good people suffer. And so believing in a God that rewards the good and punishes the wicked is a conspiracy. It's a false attribution of cause and effect, and it's largely negative because it causes people to misunderstand, incorrectly interact with reality. So I mean, you're just looking like from a perspective like atheism could be a conspiracy, or religion belief could be a conspiracy, and and it's actually very difficult to logically demonstrate karma. So if you just say there is no causal attribution between morally upright behavior and life outcomes.
But wasn't T-Jump assuming the non-existence of the afterlife? But and the
He's
whole
assuming the non-existence of any spiritual forces at all.
Yeah, yeah. So he denies the afterlife, but
I mean,
then
not only
if you
denies the
deny the
afterlife,
after,
he denies he's a complete physicalist. He denies the soul. He denies any spiritual forces at all, inclu- including something that would mediate, um, called karma, reward for good action reaction of good causing good and bad causing bad. So that in reality, if a person, so to say, did bad deeds, they could get away with it, and a person could do good deeds and suffer for them, as where from a religious belief that's the conspiracy. There is, said there's no such phenomenon as sinning and getting away with it. 75+% of Jews disagree with that assessment. That, like, of course you could sin and get away with it.
because they're atheist, right? I mean because most Jews are
I'm just saying, just
atheists, as are most
definitionally.
Gentiles.
But I'm just saying, empirically, it's hard. You can't prove one way or the other whether there's
Yeah,
causal forces in nature that reward the good and punish the bad or not. And
but
you might even
the
argue, T Jump would argue that there's overwhelming evidence that there's not.
well, the consequence is of genuine belief is the genuine desire to obey God's laws. And if most of us did that, we would get to the high trust society that so many white people are so sentimental for and want back in their society. So
And that's just
obviously there are utilitarian reasons
a
for belief.
stipulation. I mean, obviously, you could argue that, say that no, that would cause society to be worse, not better. That the Abrahamic God or superstitious beliefs in higher powers is a net negative, not a net positive. I'm saying but I'm saying that's an argument among philosophers. I mean, you just stipulate that it's obvious or something. It's not obvious. I'm saying that like T Jump says, the majority of modern day philosophers disagree with that.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously nobody can prove that the afterlife exists because nobody who's
You're
died,
focusing on the
can come
afterlife.
back and
But
say,
I'm saying you're focusing on the afterlife and saying
well, it's
that
part and
as
parcel of the
but
belief
saying
in the
no,
Abrahamic God, is it not? Because the
no, it's not.
Sadducees did not believe in the
No, it's not.
afterlife, and look what happened to
No,
them.
I'm saying part and parcel of the Abrahamic God is karma and internal in this part and parcel is the reward of good deeds and the punishment of bad deeds. The afterlife is secondary, so that's why I'm focusing on that. Because you're saying, well, you're focusing on the afterlife, and I'm saying that's the wrong thing to focus on. You should focus on is I mean, it's not even one of Maimonides' 13 principles, the afterlife, but one of Maimonides' 13 principles, and even like Sadigon's fewer principles in Islam, is that the reward for good and the punishment for bad.
Yeah, in this life
That's a more
and the
fundamental
next.
principle. Well, I'm saying that's the more fundamental principle that atheists reject, and even saying the afterlife is a subcategory of the God who created a system where the good gets rewarded and evil gets punished. So I'm just saying it's a fallacy of use to jump to afterlife. You should be focusing on the reward for good and the punishment for bad, and the afterlife is a subcategory of that. And the afterlife also, the question, well, what about in this world? Is it only the afterlife, or you're saying like no, the God of the Maimonides also in this world, not just the afterlife. The God of the God of the Moses and the Quran rewards and punishes people in this world, not just the next world.
Yes, but sometimes it doesn't appear that, good people are rewarded in this life, and we have to suppose that God will write things in the afterlife. And that is why it's so necessary to believe in the afterlife. And that's one of
No,
the
it's not.
13
It's not.
principles, is it not?
No, it's not, because I mean, I mean, certainly the Moses doesn't even mention the afterlife, and Moses constantly mentions the in this lifetime reward of the righteous and punishment of the wicked. And the Quran, I believe, is largely Mosaic in that sense, that it focuses more on the God who rewards good in this lifetime and punishes evil in this lifetime, not the next lifetime. So just that it occasionally appears that the good get punished and the bad get rewarded. Um, and maybe you could use the afterlife as an explanatory power, but within Judeo-Islam, it's more about the God that rewards and punishes good and bad in this world, in this lifetime.
I don't see how you can properly use a system effectively if you do not believe in the afterlife.
Because Judaism, there's no fundamental belief in Judaism and afterlife. And
what about the
central
Olam
prayer,
Haba?
about
What
arguing
about the
with,
Olam
I
Haba?
don't even think Islam. I mean, the central, like, Shema Yisrael, the prayer, mentions multiple times the God who rewards people in this lifetime and punishes in this lifetime. It's not the afterlife. It's in this lifetime. Like, the God of Moses rewards and punishes people in this lifetime, not the next lifetime. I mean, maybe Islam has a slightly different take, but I would even see Islam is more focused on in this lifetime than the next lifetime. And like in Judaism, you don't even need, you could be
Is Principle 11, God rewards those who
you could be a
obey the
righteous Jew and not believe in the next lifetime at all. I mean,
Well, Principle 11 does say God rewards those who obey the commands of the Torah and punish those who violate its prohibitions. So it does say that.
There's nothing about the afterlife in the 13 principles. There's
Yes, but
resurrection.
it must be assumed.
No, it does not have to be assumed.
Well, the dead will be resurrected.
And it's saying like, no, I'm saying like you're borderlining on the Jewish heresy, because like the God of the Jews does not reward and punish people in the next lifetime. The God of the Jews rewards and punishes people in this lifetime.
Well as the next. I mean, why
No,
did you
not
talk
as
about
well
the
in
Olam
this lifetime.
Haba? What is
In
the
this
Olam
lifetime, there's no
Haba?
and. The God of the Jews, all over Scripture, all over principles, the essential reward and punishment is in this lifetime.
Well, I've heard that the evil are rewarded in this lifetime.
Different than Judaism. And that's why I'm
It's called the world
what
to
you're
come.
talking about is not essential to Judaism. The next lifetime is not essential to Judaism, and the principle of God rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked in Judaism is in this lifetime, not the next.
So why do Jews talk about the world to come and the Olam Haba, or doesn't your sect talk about the world to come?
Well, Jews don't talk about it that much, and the world to come is disputed what it means. The world to come just means the future. So, I mean, I will be rewarded in Olam Haba, that could mean tomorrow. It doesn't necessarily mean like after I die. The world to come is ambiguous and just means the world to come. It could mean the future.
What about Gehinnom? Surely that means.
Gehenna is a location. It's a physical location in Israel. It's a valley, like the valley.
It means hell.
No, that's later interpretation. But Gehenna is a valley, is the low point, a valley in Israel.
Well, when I hear rabbis talk about it, it's not like they mean this place in Israel. But
I mean, maybe Rabbi Mizrahi or a few preachers, but I mean, you have to look into it. As far as I would say, like, belief in the afterlife is not a fundamental tenet. You don't even have to believe in the afterlife to be a righteous Jew, and the conception of reward and punishment is essentially in this lifetime.
But the Sadducees,
even so much where you're talking about like it's heretical when you're saying like you'll be rewarded or punished in the next lifetime. That's heretical to Judaism. The God of Moses will reward or punish you in this lifetime.
Well, that's a tall order, isn't it?
It's not a tall order.
I think that
it's straight scripture. It's said 1,000 times in Moses across the board. Every single point of reward and punishment in Moses is almost always directly in reference to in this life. Honor your parents so that you should live a long life. So you like do this so that you should have health. And occasionally it'll mention so that your kids will prosper. There's nowhere in the Torah that talks anywhere about so that you will go to heaven. It always talks about
the world to come could be hell or heaven or reincarnation.
The world to come is used in the prayers. It's not a common expression in Moses. It's more used in the prayer and the Talmud. but the world to come is not a common expression in Moses. In Moses, next to the commandments, is almost always explicitly a reference to reward or punishment in this lifetime.
So
And
you
there's really no
agree that
argument
the
there. I mean, you could
Sadducees
argue
did not
theologically you
believe in the
disagree.
afterlife?
I mean, you could argue you disagree. I'm just making for anyone who's following Judaism, that's not what Claire is speaking about. If you're following Judaism, Judaism emphasizes in this lifetime, not the next.
The Olam Haba and the world to come are not concepts I just made up.
They're not common expressions in Moses. They're common expressions in the Talmud. And it's saying they don't necessarily even refer to the next life.
But what about the Sadducees?
I'm saying what you're saying is heretical because it's directly contradicting Moses. Moses does not say, do this so that you will be rewarded in the next lifetime. Don't do this so that you won't be punished in the next lifetime. Moses says, do this or don't do that because you'll be rewarded or punished in this lifetime. So what you are saying maybe is...
which verse does Moses say this? I mean, surely Moses didn't deny the Olam Haba, did he?
It's not mentioned. It's not once mentioned in Moses, Olam Haba. I mean, I just say like the most fundamental, the Shema, the prayer you have to say in the morning and at night. And it shall come to pass if you hearken with growing entreatedness to my commandments, which I command you to this day, so that you will love God with all your heart and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. Then I will give you rain in your land in its due season, the autumn rains and the spring rains, so that you may gather your grain, your wine, and your toil. I will give you grass upon your field and your cattle. You'll eat thereof, and you will be satiated. But take care lest your heart open itself to temptation, and you turn astray and serve other gods and cast yourself down before him. For then the wrath of God will blaze forth against you. He will restrain the skies, and there will be no rain, and the land will not yield its produce, and you will quickly perish from the good land from which God gives you. I mean, this is the main prayer of the day. I mean, it uses the example of farming, but it talks about in this lifetime. And RG talking about the commandments. It's saying like, yeah, there's no reference to your soul after you die. There's reference to the prosperity or punishment of your offspring. Like in the, I mean, even the 10 Commandments of honor your parents.
Doesn't it appear, therefore, that the Quran is a more sophisticated document because it does explicitly discuss heaven and hell?
Honor your father and your mother. Things will go well for you, and you will have a long life on this earth. I mean, so you are explaining the difference. This is the difference between Judaism and Islam. If it, like, I'm not sure if you're even right about Islam being so focused on the next world, but that's not Judaic. Judaism does not focus on the next life or what happens after you live or die. Every commandment in the Torah, if it says anything about reward or punishment, it's explicit about it being in this lifetime.
Right. So we know the Sadducees
if you
did
as a
not believe in the
or follower
afterlife.
of the Quran believe something else, you believe something else. And maybe like Daniel Akachichu, you think that Moses is corrupted, and the Moses that the Jews have is an incorrect version of the true Moses, and the true Moses believe like you in the afterlife, and not of the God that rewards or punishes people in this lifetime. But the Moses of the Jews rewards and punishes people in this lifetime, not the next.
Well, even the Eastern religions have an idea of the afterlife through reincarnation.
That may be the case. I'm just making it clear that like you're not talking Judaism. Judaism does not emphasize the next life. And when Judaism talks, when Maimonides talks about the 11th print, God rewards the good and punishes the wicked, that's referring to in this lifetime.
Well, why would it explicitly exclude the afterlife? And if it did, then it wouldn't be that the Olam Haba would not be
afterlife. It doesn't exclude the afterlife. Many Jews do believe in the afterlife. It's not an essential belief. And
I just don't understand why
the
you take against the afterlife.
The essential reward and punishment could also extend into the afterlife. I mean, in the nature of the korbanos and the sacrifices imply that some connection to the afterlife, but the vast majority, the simple interpretation is in this lifetime. So if what you're talking about is something extraneous and likely even in direct contradiction to Jewish belief, the God of Moses doesn't punishes and rewards people in their lifetime.
Well, the Olam Haba suggests that the point you're making is controversial. You have a few questions in the chat about the subject.
No, I mean, the Olam Haba is a word that's used in the Talmud in rabbinic literature. It's not a common expression in the Torah.
Right, but the Judaism is only explicable through the Talmud, is it not? That's what I've heard.
Well, I mean, the Talmud is an explanation of the scripture.
Yes, and Jews are not really allowed to interpret the Torah without the Talmud. That's what I heard. And, the last Australian wants to know what you believe.
We don't have to go in a circle on this. Like, if you want to do your research, like, I'm prepared to go through. I was talking about conspiracy theories, but this is like ABCs of Judaism. You could read your Moses, read your scripture. It's not. There's not even a direct mention of the afterlife. It's like many Jews and rabbis do believe in the afterlife and the Kabbalah and transmigration. But I mean, the reason it came up is because you kept on using the expression, reward or punished in the next life. And I was saying that's not what Maimonides or Judaism talks about. They're talking about being rewarded or punished in this lifetime. And that's also, I'm saying, like, the focus on wealth and saying like that say that, generally, wealth is a sign of reward from God. Poverty is a sign of punishment from God. And, from that level, like, there's Jewish law. You should honor the wealthy person because it's a sign that God has blessed them. And likely the reason God has blessed them is because of proper behavior.
Well, Rabbi Mizrahi says the wicked get their reward in this life and the good get their reward in the next life. So I suppose it's impossible to prove, but it would appear that belief in the afterlife incentivizes correct behavior.
I mean, he's a preacher. He says a lot of things, but no, I mean, the blessing that's said every single morning says, I mean, it does mention that, but it's saying, these are the principles where the fruit a person enjoys in this world and whose principle remains intact for him in the world to come. There is no good deed that exclusively gets rewarded in the next lifetime. The Mishnah clearly, it's every morning. Rabbi Mizrahi says this every morning. The person enjoys the reward in this world, and the principle remains in the next world. But it's saying no, the righteous people get rewarded in this world, not the next. I mean, they get rewarded in both this world and the next. They get punished in this world and the next.
Surely that what you just said is preferable.
The fundamental principle we say every morning when you wake up, you get rewarded in this world and the next. There's no such thing as only getting rewarded or punished in the next.
Yes, I agree with you, in this world and the next, and that you can't have one without the other, because otherwise people would just not be incentivized.
There's an occasional phenomenon of, I mean, the Talmud says, like I said, like in the brachos in the very beginning, when a person suffers, the majoritarian cause of all suffering is punishment for sin. There is occasionally a phenomenon of what the Talmud calls isurin shel ava, suffering of love, that God could be doing for specific purposes. Says three things are acquired through isurin shel ava, Torah, Israel, and the world to come. And also, the Jesus principle, where occasionally the righteous people suffer for the sins of humanity. They take upon the suffering of the generation upon themselves. But the vast majoritarian of all suffering is directly caused by sin. Occasionally you have a righteous person who's only done a few bad deeds, and in order that they shouldn't be reincarnated or shouldn't be punished for the few bad deeds, that they will choose to have their suffering in this lifetime. But I mean, it's not like a general contradiction to the rule where, like, God forbid, I mean, it's extremely unlikely Rabbi Mizrachi is saying, like, oh, all the time that the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper, because in the next world the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished. It's like, no, it should be vastly apparent, the vast majority, high 90% of the times, that the righteous are rewarded and the wicked are punished. And you could question, like, well, is extreme wealth a reward?
But only if you count the rewards and punishments in this life, and therefore it must be in the next life that these injustices are.
When Mizrachi was mentioned, he's talking about an exception, not the rule, where occasionally wicked people get rewarded in this lifetime, or righteous people get punished in this lifetime, in order for the opposite to happen in the next lifetime. That's an exception, not the rule. The rule is that the righteous get rewarded in this lifetime and the wicked get punished in this lifetime. And one of the clear signs of reward and punishment is building up a family, having a prosperous family, wealth, health, and long life. Wealth, health, a long life, family, a prosperous family are the most clearly signs of the reward for good deeds. And the most clear signs of a punishment for bad deeds is bad health, a short lifetime, poverty, and not having a family.
Well, I can understand that, God would want to, people to go forth and multiply. It does say that in
well, I'm saying that, I mean, you just read some Moses, like start any chapter, read some Moses, and you'll see, like, every chapter of Moses has like long lists to do this and do that, because if you do this, these good things are going to happen, and if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And just saying, generally the good things that are going to happen are in terms of wealth, health, long life, and successful family, and the bad things that will happen are in terms of poverty, short life, sickness, and not a successful family.
Well, this would suggest that
to see that, like, that's what Moses says in basically every chapter.
It's sort of like you saying that the poor will always be with us and we should just ignore them because they are.
I'm saying that poverty is generally considered a punishment for sin.
But if you're saying that, that would be akin to the maybe Indian attitude, the Hindu attitude. It's like, you're poor and suffering, therefore you have been evil and you deserve it. And
what's an example?
I will mock you for being poor.
You don't have to mock people, but it's saying, and God runs the world, we don't. But I'm saying that the reason why you should be careful to be a good person and not a bad person is because if you're a bad person, you might not merit to have children, and your children, if you do, might be sick and in poverty. And so you could interpret that to mean that people who are in poverty are largely being punished for their own sin or the sins of their parents. And that is a Judaic principle. Islam disagrees on that principle. Islam does not tend to the Mosaic explanation. I mean, it's straight in the Ten Commandments that God rewards the righteous, for God is a jealous, angry God that visits the iniquities of the parents upon the children for 3 and 4 generations, but is trustworthy to reward the righteous for 1,000 generations. And there's all sorts of statements across Moses where punishment for sin is poverty and children being in poverty. So, I mean, God forbid that you don't have to. You should try to judge people favorably, but like Moses, Judeo understanding is that sin is the cause of poverty, and if you see nations that are in poverty, it's a sign of the bad deeds of their forefathers. As a Muslim in the Quran, That's one of the points of differentiation, where the God of the Quran does not appear to punish children for the sins of their parents. So, I mean, according to the Quran, they say, well, why? According to Judaism, you have a clear explanation for why are some people born poor and some people born rich, and the people who are born poor are being punished for the sins of their parents. The people who are born rich are being rewarded for the good deeds of their parents. So if you're Muslim and you don't believe in that principle, then you have to come for an alternative explanation for why some people are born poor and some people are born into wealth.
Well, somebody has to be born poor, and I guess arguably different people have different tests.
Yeah, but
So if you're rich, you'll be tested in a different way to somebody who is poor.
Yeah, I mean, God judges in infinite wisdom. Anybody could change their situation, and just because a person suffers for it's not destined that a person should continue on the path. But if you're born into poverty, you say, well, why was a person born into poverty? And that's because of the sins of their forefathers. And you're saying in Islam it's just haphazard, like a test. There's no connection between a person's poverty and the sins of their forefathers.
Well, I think the position of Islam is that we should be kind to the poor, whatever we think.
Of Judaism also. That's not a unique position. That's not a difference between Islam and Judaism. But I'm saying in Judaism, it's causal, that if a person's in poverty, it's a majoritarian. The cause could be presumed that it's because of the sin of their parents, that the person themselves didn't necessarily do anything to deserve the poverty. They're being punished for the sins of their parents.
As you wish. I did want to say one last thing about the conspiracy theory,
You could call that a conspiracy theory. I mean, you could say like mainstream Judeo belief, the belief that poor people are poor because they're suffering for the sins of their parents. That's a conspiracy theory, but that's a conspiracy theory that is proposed by Moses and the Talmud and mainstream historical Judaism.
Yes, I mean you could adopt the narrative that God conspires against us. If you want to attribute all good and evil to God.
That's not God conspiring. I'm saying that's a measure for measure. I mean, saying like there's not like a thing that person should be born into wealth, and what you're born into is directly determined by the deeds of your parents.
I thought we were all responsible for our own sins after the age of criminal responsibility. After
what I'm saying, because
the bar mitzvah,
Judaism doesn't focus on afterlife, so your children are a continuation of the forefathers. So saying a child that's born into poverty isn't being unfairly treated by God. A child born into poverty is the continuation of the reward and punishment for the parents' activities. So it's not like a child is a unique new venture into life that is completely separate. A child is born with the collective karma of their ancestors.
Fine. Just on the subject of the conspiracy theory, we could adopt the conspiracy theory as we could change the narrative by saying God conspires against, or curses, if you prefer, Jews, Christians, and Muslims because they do not do what he expected them to do if they really believed in him. And then their suffering would, explain itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the general usage of the word conspiracy theory. I was saying of the cognitive mechanism of attribution of cause and effect in a case of uncertainty. You could say it's the same as the cognitive mechanism of conspiracy theory, but it's not the general usage of conspiracy theory that's usually related to politics, economics, a collective activity of elites. And if you're talking about conspiracy of mystical forces, I use the word in that way but that's not, that's not. I mean, I'm not sure if like if you follow my work, like you use the terminology like that, but like generally that's not how the word is used.
Yes. All right then. I am getting a little tired now, so I'll leave you to the rest of your stream
Okay.
and research.
Well, if you want to say something for another minute in the closing remark, I'll say my prayer because it's just sundown here.
Oh right. Well, it is 2:30 here. But what I wanted to say about the conspiracy theory is that, damn, it won't come back. But I expect it will after I leave, which is a bit annoying.
Well, I said the prayer, but I mean, I'm trying to abstract. So first, I just want to read and put out the scholarship. So I'm reading the most contemporary articles and the most recent research, just straight out. Like
Oh yes, yes, it's back to me now. It's come back to me now.
And then I will try to abstract it to things that are of interest to me,
Mhm.
and then also talk about concepts and terminology and sociology. So I mean that's my general practice, just reading the most recent scholarship, definitional Wikipedia stuff, and then I'll try to abstract it to my worldview. But try to keep like I want to quote people accurately, so to say like here's my worldview, and then here's the mainstream scholarship or the big names, and to quote them accurately and what they're saying as opposed to what I'm saying.
Yes, I hope I can quickly express my thought, possibly for the first time on your screen. So the idea is that if you're an atheist and you're an anti-Semite, then you would want to blame everything on Jews with your Jewish conspiracy theories. But the irony of it is that every time you blame Jew and attribute to Jews falsely some thing that they do that you don't, if you want to blame them, you are in fact elevating them to a position just to that just below God's, because if you blame them for everything, you are attributing to them a lot of power, and this is the irony of the belief system of anti-Semites when they want to blame Jews for everything, while refusing to take responsibility for themselves. Well, if they did believe in God, then they would accept that their suffering as Gentiles is something to do with them not doing what God expects them to do.
Yeah, I mean,
And their punishment is to worship Jews or be forced to worship Jews.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, just like Shal Magid said that anti-Semitism scholars, even secular ones, tend to take this religious principle because there's a religious principle of Judaism that there's just this unique force of anti-Semitism out there, and so also anti-Semites, conspiracy theorists also accept this tenet of Judaism that like there's just this force out there of the Jews, and so when they're creating some sort of causal relationship and connecting the dots, one of the dots is like, well, there's Jews and Jews have this unique amount of power. And so if you say that, the conspiracy theory has multiple prongs, you say, well, the Jews, because most of it is, well, these bad things are happening in society and who benefits, who has the capability? Well, the Jews, because we all know that like the Bible or these things about the Jews, and you say there's multiple conspiratorial aspects. You could even say like just not only like that there's something nefarious about the Jews, and that that could be used to explain negative things happening, but just the fact, the conspiracy that there's this powerful group called the Jews is conspiratorial, let alone. So even you could say a Philo-Semite could be considered a conspiracy theorist in the sense, because they also conspiratorially assert that there is this group of people with an excess amount of power. But the mainstream scholarship on anti-Semitism, like Deborah Lipstadt and the most recent scholars, that's all they portray. Barry Weiss, anti-Semit, Brett Stevens, anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory.
Yes. All right, then. Thank you, David, for having me. I'll leave you to the rest of your stream.
Okay. So thank God. Thanks, Claire, for coming on. Said I didn't invite any guests, but glad that Claire showed up. So I have a lot to cover. So how long was Claire? Claire was here an hour, almost an hour and a half. So hopefully we'll still be able to cover quite a bit. So let's jump right back into the second article. And then we'll look into some definitional thing. So, like doing the due diligence, because I have my own ideas and my own theories, but I want to do the due diligence to accurately state, what the experts say, what the current state of the experts and definitional and research is, and then try to put my theories within that. So let's look at this next article. Conspiracy theories as a part of history, the role of societal crisis situations. Abstract. In the present contribution, we examine the link between societal crises situations and belief in conspiracy theories. Contrary to the common assumption, belief in conspiracy theories has been prevalent throughout human history. We first illustrate historical incidents suggesting that societal crisis situations defined as impactful and rapid societal change that calls established power structures, norms of contact, or even the existence of specific people or groups into question have stimulated beliefs in conspiracy theories. We then review the psychological literature to explain why this is the case. Evidence suggests that the aversive feelings that people experience when in crisis, fear, uncertainty, and the feeling of being out of control stimulate a motivation to make sense of the situation, increasing the likelihood of perceiving conspiracies in social situations. We then explain that after being formed, conspiracy theories can become historical narratives that may spread through cultural transmission. We conclude that conspiracy theories originate particularly in crisis situations and may form the basis of how people subsequently remember and mentally represent a historical event. Introduction. People continuously experience substantial uncertainty and fear due to societal crisis situations such as terrorist attacks, plane crashes, natural disasters, or war. While it's surprisingly difficult to provide an objective definition of crisis as a historical concept, as labeling event as a crisis almost necessarily requires a subjective judgment, and the significance of an event to justify that label often can only be evaluated in retrospect. In this contribution, we utilize a working definition of societal crisis as impactful and rapid societal change that calls existing power structures, norms of conduct, or even the existence of specific people or groups into question, since people have a fundamental need to understand why events occurred, particularly in the case of negative or unexpected events. Crisis situations often elicit sense-making narratives among citizens that become part of their representations of history. Many of these narratives take the form of conspiracy theories, commonly defined as explanatory beliefs on how multiple actors meet in secret agreement in order to achieve a hidden goal that is widely considered to be unlawful or malevolent. Central to this definition is a group or a coalition, a powerful or an evil-minded individuals, distinguishing conspiracy beliefs from other forms of belief, like religion, paranormal belief, and superstition. While some conspiracy theories have turned out to be true, most conspiracy theories in history have no evidence to support them. Well-known examples of conspiracy theories as explanations of societal crisis and allegations that the Central Intelligence Agency was behind the assassination of President JFK, or that the Bush administration was involved in plotting the 9/11 terrorist attacks. In this present contribution, we focus on the role that societal crisis situations play in people's tendency to believe in conspiracy theories and the implications of this for how people make sense of and remember past events. We specifically examine whether and why societal crisis situations stimulate belief in conspiracy theories. To do this, we integrate historical insights about crisis events that have taken place in stimulating conspiracy theories with psychological insight about underlying mental processes leading to conspiracy beliefs. In the following, we first examine how prevalent conspiracy theories have been throughout history. Are conspiracy theories mainly a product of our modern digital age, facilitated and perpetuated by internet and social media, or have conspiracy theories been prevalent among citizens throughout history? As a second step, we provide examples of, in both near and distant history, of how crisis situations were intimately connected to the appearance of and widespread belief in conspiracy theories. As a third step, we describe the underlying psychological dynamics of how crisis situations may stimulate belief in conspiracy theories. As a final step, we explain that once formed, conspiracy theories can stabilize into coherent narratives that influence how people remember and think about past events. Tinkle, God bless. Are conspiracy theories unique to our modern time? A common idea among lay people, journalists, and academics seems to be that we live in an age of conspiracism. To some extent, this assumption is understandable. Conspiracy theories can be found everywhere on the internet, and statistics reveal that a large portion of ordinary citizens endorse them for a wide range of topics. As a consequence, both authors of this article are regularly approached by journalists who typically ask whether or even downright assume that conspiracy beliefs are on the rise in our current era. But is this actually true? What does the empirical evidence say about the prevalence of conspiracy thinking over time? In an admirable and exceptional labor-intensive research project, Uskinski and Parent randomly selected a total of 104,803 published letters that U.S. citizens sent to the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune between 1890 and 2010. These researchers and a team of trained assistants coded the letters for conspiratorial content. Each era has its own crisis situations, of course, and accordingly, the content of specific conspiracy theories varied substantially over time. But more interesting was the prevalence of conspiracy theory. The extent to which these letters contained conspiracy theories fluctuated but did not increase over time. If anything, there were two spikes in the data suggesting increased conspiratorial content. However, these spikes were not in the current decade. The first spike occurred shortly before the year 1900, at the height of the Second Industrial Revolution, a period that was characterized by the rise of major companies, quick technological progress, and rapidly changing power structures. Such major societal change is a recipe for feelings of insecurity among citizens, particularly those who feel powerlessness or voiceless. The second spike occurred during the late 1940s and the early 1950s, a period that marked the beginning of the Cold War. Many of the conspiracy theories that were ventilated during this period assumed an association between groups or institutions with communism, McCarthyism. The core conclusion that emerges from this data is that conspiracy theories have not increased over time, and if there ever has been an age of conspiracism, it is not in the present decade. Uskinski and Parent reason that insofar as the internet plays a role in conspiracy theorizing, its role seems restricted to replacing other means of communication, word of mouth. A comparable conclusion emerges from a study of Andenweg 2014, who studied how citizens feel about politicians, political parties, and democracy within various EU countries. His study specifically examined whether the trust that people have in politicians and political parties and their satisfaction with the political system has declined over time. The data on satisfaction with democracy ranged from 1974 to 2012, and the data on trust ranged from 1997 to 2012. The results suggest that although across EU member states political trust and satisfaction tend to be low, they are not declining. There have been within country fluctuations throughout the years, but these fluctuations seem mostly due to specific historical events like economic recession versus prosperity, and do not reflect structural changes. Although Endenweg did not directly assess belief in conspiracy theories, measures of trust and insatisfaction with politicians have been found to be closely predict such beliefs. Combined with Fusinski and Parent's data, these findings offer little evidence for the proposition that conspiracy theories are unique to our digital age. Furthermore, there is also little evidence to support the idea that conspiracy theories are specific to Western cultures. Studies have revealed substantial conspiracy theorizing among citizens around the world, including Eastern Europe, Asia, South Africa, and the Middle East. A more plausible conclusion, therefore, is that a tendency to believe in conspiracy theories is part of human nature and that people have been susceptible to such beliefs throughout history. We propose a fluid situational factor to predict such beliefs, namely the presence versus absence of crisis situations, as each generation typically faces a range of societal crisis situations, such as revolutions, war, economic recessions, terrorist attacks, and natural disasters. This would explain why conspiracy theorizing has been prevalent throughout history. Furthermore, while no research has yet studied cultural differences in conspiracy belief, our line of reasoning suggests that possible cultural differences are likely to be attributable to variations in the extent to which cultures experience uncertainty and fear, low versus high trust cultures. historical crises, and conspiracy theories. Various major crises events have taken place in recent history, and these events have inspired substantial conspiracy theorizing. Only recently, the world has seen economic and financial crises, which have been associated with various conspiracy theories. Furthermore, our world is facing a crisis pertaining to climate change, which has elicited a climate change denial movement and conspiracy theories suggesting that climate change is a hoax. Various wars were fought, and the motives to participate in these wars have been questioned in conspiracy theories, suggesting a prominent role of oil companies in secret political decision making. Finally, the 9/11 terrorist attacks have produced conspiracy theories suggesting the attacks were an inside job or that the U.S. government deliberately failed to prevent the attacks. Thus, many crisis situations took place, and almost invariably, these crisis situations led large groups of citizens to embrace conspiracy theories. While many conspiracy theorists nowadays implicate government institutions or major companies, various other societal groups have also frequently been implicated in conspiracy theories. One group that has often been accused of conspiracy formation is the Jewish population. Jewish conspiracy theories suggesting, for instance, that there's a Jewish plot to achieve world domination still fuel anti-Semitism in various parts of the world, such as Malaysia, Turkey, and Poland. Such conspiratorial anti-Semitism is a recurring issue throughout history. Back in the 1930s and 40s, Jewish conspiracy theories were a major part of Hitler's speeches and a potent force in inspiring the Holocaust. For instance, Hitler blamed the German defeat in World War I on Jewish conspiracy. Furthermore, he believed that Soviet communism was a Jewish conspiracy, a theory commonly referred to as Judeo-Bolshevism. Somewhat ironically, Joseph Stalin entertained similar conspiracy theories, suggesting that the Jews were responsible for the rise of Nazism. Also, in medieval times, the European Jewish community population was a target of conspiracy theorizing, including being blamed for setbacks during the Crusades and for causing disease epidemics such as the plague. Even back in the Roman era, there was prominent examples of conspiracy theories, and these are typically connected to major crisis situations. During the year 64 AD, the Great Fire of Rome erupted, aided by the wind and the wooden construction of the houses. The fire lasted almost a week, transforming Rome into an inferno. Once the fire stopped, most of Rome was destroyed. Many people died or were left homeless. Emperor Nero was out of town when the fire started, and he returned to Rome to organize help for the victims. Around the same time, however, conspiracy theories started to spread, which asserted that Nero and his associates deliberately started the fire in order to rebuild Rome according to his own vision. In addition, these conspiracy theories stated that Nero was singing while Rome was burning. Apparently, Nero was not amused when hearing about the conspiracy theories. In response, he came up with his own conspiracy theory, blaming the Christian community for initiating the fire and spreading the rumors, leading many Christians to be crucified or burned alive. One might reason that these examples are just anecdotes and think of examples of conspiracy theories that appear unconnected to specific societal crisis, like the moon landings or the government hiding evidence for intelligent extraterrestrial life. However, while these latter conspiracy theories do not emerge from an objectively real crisis, they do make assumptions of a powerful government that deceives citizens in a deliberate and highly ingenious fashion. Such conspiracy theories, therefore, still originate from subjective perceptions of a nation being in crisis. More important for the present purposes, in that societal crisis situations almost inevitably elicit conspiracy theories. These considerations suggest that conspiracy theories are initiated by the subjective thoughts and feelings that people have when confronted with societal crisis situations, such as a fire, a disease epidemic, a war, a plane crash, or a terrorist strike. In the following section, we examine the psychological literature to answer the question of why conspiracy theories emerge in such context. The psychology of conspiracy beliefs. What psychological function does believing in conspiracy theories have for perceivers, and how is this relevant in crisis situations? Conspiracy theories provide people with simplified answers, specifically to question of how a certain crisis situation emerged and what societal actors can and cannot be trusted. These answers are highly relevant for how people cope with crisis situations. Crisis situations are likely to have the psychological effect on people that they become uncertain or feel that they cannot control their environment anymore. Conspiracy theories address these feelings by enabling precautionary actions to the alleged conspirators, leading to increased vigilance that may be useful in exposing, combating, or avoiding the conspiracy. Put differently, conspiracy theory helps people to make sense of the world by specifying the cause of important events, which further helps them predict and anticipate the future. Hofstadter notes that conspiracy theories help people comprehend complex events that are difficult to understand otherwise by attributing these events to a powerful and even evil enemy group. More generally, a desire to make sense of the world is a core motive underlying belief in conspiracy theories. Such sense-making is particularly likely to stimulate conspiracy beliefs in a social context that involves hostile or ideologically dissimilar outgroups, such as competitive intergroup setting promotes to need to be vigilant, given that the powerful outgroup may cause more harm in the future, and conspiracy beliefs enable perceivers to estimate what the outgroup is capable of. It has been noted that people's motivation to make sense of their environment increase when they feel that they are not in control of the situation or when they experience subjective feelings of uncertainty. The psychological concepts of lacking control and experience subjective uncertainty are closely interrelated, and both describe the adverse experience of being in situations where it is unclear what the future may hold. Such experiences are threatening, as people have a basic need to experience a certain level of control over their environment and to know what to expect from their environment. Feelings of control and certainty enable people to effectively navigate the world by successfully seizing on opportunities, avoiding threats, and making good choices that contribute constructively to one's well-being. When people are anxious and uncertain, they seek to restore control through enhanced cognitive activity to increase comprehension of the situation that they find themselves in. Put differently, when people experience such aversive feelings, they engage in increased sense-making activities in order to imbue a situation with meaning and purpose. If belief in conspiracy theories is a way of making sense of a situation, it follows that such beliefs are increasingly likely to the extent that people experience uncertainty or lack of control. This assertion would provide an explanation for why conspiracy theories emerge in societal crisis situations. People often experience such situations as uncontrollable, and hence there is a cause of substantial uncertainty and anxiety among citizens. Moreover, it is often easy to connect societal crisis to the purposeful misdeeds of hostile groups, making it likely that many citizens consider the possibility of secret conspiracy formation. In a seminal psychological experiment, one group of research participants read a scenario where a president was shot and killed. Another group of participants read the same scenario with one difference, namely the assassin missed, the president survived. Subsequently, participants were asked to what extent they believed that a conspiratorial network was behind the attack. Was the assassination attempt the work of a lone wolf or of a conspiracy? Results revealed that when the president was killed, people were more likely to believe in a conspiracy was behind the attack than when the president survived. Other studies found further support for such consequent cause matching in conspiracy beliefs, referring to the idea that people are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories to the extent that the consequences of an event are more harmful. For instance, LaBouffe and Norton 2012 found that political assassinations was more likely attributed to a conspiracy if it led to war than if it didn't lead to war. Such consequent cause matching in conspiracy beliefs is due to increased motivation to make sense of the event. These studies suggest that specific impactful societal events, such as the assassination of a president, produce specific conspiracy theories. Feelings of uncertainty and fear of being out of control also appear to predict more general tendency to explain events that happen in the world through conspiracy theories, however, including conspiracy theories that are conceptually unrelated to the source of uncertainty. For instance, research suggests that people who have a relatively strong external locus of control, which is a structural tendency to attribute one's own success and failures to factors that are out of one's own control, are more likely to report high levels of interpersonal mistrust, paranoia, and belief in conspiracy theories. Likewise, people who feel powerless are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories, as are people who strongly experience fear of death. The above-mentioned findings are correlational, and hence these studies do not reveal whether uncertainty causes conspiracy beliefs or vice versa. In experimental psychology research, however, researchers have attempted to establish causality. Does the experience of lacking control or subjective feelings of uncertainty increase belief in conspiracy theories? To examine this question, various studies have attempted to induce these feelings in research participants. An example is the study of Whitson and Gilinski, 2008, in which one group of research participants wrote down a past experience where they felt that they personally lacked control, compared to other participants who had written about a less threatening experience. These participants were subsequently more likely to believe in conspiracy theories that were unrelated to the out-of-control experience. Likewise, other studies asked participants to describe a situation in their life where they felt uncertain, such as uncertainty induction, subsequently increased belief in conspiracy theories about various societal issues, provided that the relevant authorities were considered immoral. Taken together, these findings suggest that lacking control or subjective uncertainty often increases people's tendency to believe in conspiracy theories. The relationship between uncertainty and conspiracy beliefs has substantial implications for understanding how people psychologically cope with adversity in their everyday life. For instance, Crocker, 1999, investigated conspiracy beliefs among societal minority groups like African Americans. Their findings revealed that minority group members who face real problems such as racial discrimination are more likely than majority group members to attribute these problems to conspiracies. Further, Van Prugen, 2016, investigated organizational conspiracy beliefs. What factors predict whether or not employees suspect their managers are conspiring towards evil goals? Results of the study revealed that feelings of job insecurity, that is, uncertainty about whether one's job will continue to exist in the future, was the main predictor of such organizational conspiracy beliefs. These findings underscore that a variety of settings subjectively experiencing uncertainty or powerlessness is a recipe for conspiracy beliefs. While conspiracy beliefs are a response to anxiety and uncertainty, it is not given that they actually help to reduce such feelings. In fact, research reveals that exposure to conspiracy theories increases feelings of powerlessness, which in turn leads to a variety of maladaptive behavioral intentions, such as withdrawal from politics, decreased willingness to reduce one's carbon footprint in response to climate conspiracy belief, and a decreased willingness to have a child vaccinated in response to vaccine conspiracy beliefs. Conspiracy theories also appear to influence people without their awareness. We speculate here that conspiracy theories are likely to have some psychological payoff for perceivers, for instance, by reassuring them that harmful incidents do not occur at random, thereby enabling them to prepare for the dangers entailed by the suspected conspiracy. At the same time, believing that the world is filled with evil conspiracies is likely to invoke a host of negative emotions, which may help explain why belief in one conspiracy theory stimulates belief in other conspiracy theories. In some, belief in conspiracy theories is intimately connected with feelings of fear, uncertainty, or being out of control, and is likely that societal crisis situations often arouse such feelings in people. As such, these insights can explain why conspiracy theories flourish, particularly in societal crisis situations. The main underlying process for this connection is that uncertainty stimulates a desire to make sense of one's social environment. Implications for historical narratives. What are the implications of these psychological processes for how people remember and transmit information about past events? Here we propose that while conspiracy theories may originate through the emotional processes of lacking control of feeling uncertain, at a relatively fast pace, they can become coherent narratives that shape people's representations of history. The feature of conspiracy theories is they summarize complex events into simplified story, typically involving a powerful enemy group. The conspiracy that deliberately organizes and carries out an evil plan makes such theories ideally suited for cultural transmission, as they're easily understood by lay people. It has been noted that people typically make sense of past events as lay historians who, unlike professional historians, rarely base their conclusion on direct historical sources. Indeed, lay historians transmit historical narratives to others based on their imperfect memory, as well as on other important sources of information such as folklore, novels, films, and the like. As a consequence, conspiracy theories may spread over time and become part of the people's mental representations of important historical events long after the feelings of uncertainty and fear that the events initially caused have dissipated. A case in point is the assassination of JFK on November 22, 1963 in Dallas, Texas. The event produced an instant shock in the United States and indeed the entire world. For many people, the JFK assassination continues to be a flashbulb memory, as they still know exactly where they were and what they were doing when they first heard the news. The issue also gives rise to major conspiracy theories, making allegations that powerful groups such as the CIA, KGB, Cuba, or organized crime were behind the assassination. Various polls suggest that ever since this event took place, the majority of U.S. citizens have believed in one of the conspiracy theories about this event. Of major interest for the present purpose is how the proportion of citizens that endorse the JFK conspiracy theory has developed over time. Longitudinal Gallup polling revealed that in the 3 years directly after the assassination, slightly more than 50% of U.S. citizens believed that JFK had been murdered as part of a conspiracy. It stands to reason that after these first few years, the uncertainty and fear that was caused by the Kennedy assassination had dissipated among the public. There were various other societal circles going on to crises going on to worry about, like the Vietnam War, substantial societal changes such as those initiated by the Civil Rights Movement. Nevertheless, the proportion of citizens that believe the JFK conspiracy theory gradually increased over the years, reaching a high of 81% in 1975. In the following years, up to 2003, these proportions remained consistently above 70% and peaked again at 81% in the early 2000s. Only in recent years, these numbers have started to decrease, although they are currently still above 60%, which is higher than directly after the JFK assassination itself. Well, uncertainty and fear, I mean, just Claire's comment, I mean, Jewish conspiracy theories should fit into the general psychological understanding of all conspiracy theories, from a universal humanistic look that, conspiracy theories, God forbid, about the Jews should fit the patterns of any other conspiracy theory. While uncertainty and fear may have contributed to the genesis of the JFK conspiracy theories back in 1963, it is difficult to account for these numbers through these emotional processes. There's been variation in the number of crises throughout the past few decades that citizens encountered: economic recession versus prosperity, war versus peace, but the waxing and waning of societal crises are not visible in the Gallup figures. Furthermore, taking into account that the figures are very high also in recent years, it is quite likely that many people who were not even born in 1963 endorsed JFK conspiracy theories. Instead, we propose that conspiracy theories can become coherent historical narratives that are transmitted to future generations as if they were facts, even if the actual facts do not provide compelling evidence for the conspiracy theory. What starts as a psychological response to coping with distressing feelings can become part of people's representations of history. Not all conspiracy theories make history this way. In fact, the plausibility that people accord to certain conspiracy theories can also decrease over time as a function of new insights. For instance, it was common for citizens to believe that many young women conspired as witches with the devil back in the 17th century, and this conspiracy theory in all likelihood emerged through similar processes as other conspiracy theories discussed in this article. Nevertheless, it is a safe guess that few modern European citizens would endorse such beliefs today, although comparable witchcraft conspiracy theories are still common in other parts of the world. In a similar vein, we can only speculate as to how JFK conspiracy theories will develop in the future, particularly when the final classified documents about the incident are released to the public. Be that as it may, our conclusion is that while conspiracy theories are initially based on emotional experiences associated with imminent crisis situations, they may soon after stabilize into coherent narratives that are part of how people remember the past. Concluding remarks, this contribution sought to examine the relationship between societal crisis situations and belief in conspiracy theories. Building on an integration of historical observations with basic psychological research, we can draw the following conclusion. First, conspiracy theories are unique to our current time or culture. People of all eras and cultures are likely to believe in conspiracy theories, provided that they are confronted with societal crisis situations. Second, this relationship between societal crisis situations and belief in conspiracy theories is attributable to the feelings of fear, uncertainty, and being out of control. These feelings instigate sense-making processes that increase the likelihood that people perceive conspiracies in their societal environment. Third, after being formed, conspiracy theories can become part of lay representations of history and are transmitted to new generations as coherent narratives, even though people do not experience uncertainty about past crisis situations anymore. Taken together, these processes might explain why human history is replete with widespread belief in conspiracy theories. Okay, so there you have the first two introductory articles about conspiracy theories. So now I want to add just some basic scholarship to put this in the larger view of sociology and sociological theories. So just putting out some ideas, some theories, some terminology, for my own benefit, anyone who's following my research, anyone interested in more deep dive, just to understand the technological terms of the leading thinkers and how to understand these sociological phenomena. So let's jump right in. Social action. In sociology, social action, also known as Weberian social action, is an act which takes into account the actions and reactions of individuals or agents. According to Max Weber, action is social insofar as its subjective meaning takes account of the behavior of others and is thereby oriented in its cause. Max Weber. The basic concept was primarily developed by the non-positivist theory of Max Weber to observe how human behaviors relate to cause and effect in the social realm. For Weber, sociology is the study of sociology and behavior and must therefore look at the heart of interaction. The theory of social action, more than structural functionalist positions, accepts and assumes that humans vary their actions according to social context and how it will affect other people. When a potential reaction is not desirable, the action is modified accordingly. Action can mean either as a basic action, one that has meaning, or as an advanced social action, which not only has a meaning but is directed at other actors and causes action or perhaps inaction. Max Weber, in the 1922 The Nature of Social Action, writes, "Sociology is the science whose object is to interpret the meaning of social action and thereby give a causal explanation of the way in which the action proceeds and the effects which it produces. By action, in this definition, is meant that human behavior, when and to the extent that the agent or agents see it as subjectively meaningful. The meaning to which we refer may be either the meaning actually intended either by the individual agent or a particular historical occasion, or by number of agents on an approximate average in a given set of cases, or the meaning attributed to the agent or agents as types in a pure type constructed by in the abstract. In neither case is the meaning to be thought of somehow objectively correct or true by some metaphysical criterion. This is the difference between the empirical sciences of action, such as sociology and history, and any kind of a priori discipline, such as jurisprudence, logic, ethics, or aesthetics, whose aim is the extent from their subject matter correct or valid meaning. The term is more practical and encompassing than Florian Zanicki's social phenomenon, since the individual performing the social action is not passive, but rather active and reactive. Although Weber himself used the term agency, in modern social science, the term often is appropriated with a given acceptance of Weberian conceptions of social action, unless a work intends to make the direct illusion. Similarly, reflexivity is commonly used as a shorthand to refer to a circular relationship of cause and effect between structure and agency, which Weber was integral in hypothesizing. Types. Rational actions, also known as the value rational actions, vert rationale. Actions which are taken because it leads to a valued goal, but with no thought of its consequences and often without consideration of the appropriateness of the means chosen to achieve it. The ends justifies the means. Value rational or instrumentality. Rational social action is divided into two groups: rational considerations and rational orientation. Rational consideration is when secondary results are taken into account rationally. This is also considered alternative means when secondary consequences have ended. Determining this mean of action is quite hard and even incompatible. Rational orientation is being able to recognize and understand certain mediums under common condition. According to Weber, heterogeneous actors and groups that are competing find it hard to settle on certain medium and understand the common social action. Instrumental action, also known as value relation, instrumental rational, goal instrumental ones, Zweck rational. Actions which are planned and taken after evaluating the goal in relation to other goals and after thorough consideration of various means and consequences to achieve it. An example would be a high school student preparing for life as a lawyer. The student knows that in order to get in college, they must take the appropriate test and fill out the proper forms to get into college and then do well in college in order to get into law school and ultimately realize their goal of becoming a lawyer. If the student chooses not to do well in college, they know that it will be difficult to get into law school and ultimately achieve the goal of being a lawyer. Thus, the student must take the appropriate steps to reach the ultimate goal. Another example would be most economic transactions. Value relation is divided into subgroups: commands and demands. According to the law, people are given commands and must use the whole system of private laws to break down the central government or domination in the legal rights in which a citizen possesses. Demands can be based on justice or human dignity, just for morality. These demands have posed several problems. Even legal formalisms have been put to the test. These demands seem to weigh on the society and at times can make them feel immoral. The rational choice approach to religion draws a close analogy between religion and the market economy. Religious firms compete against one another to offer religious products and services to the consumers who choose between the firms. To the extent that there are many religious firms competing against each other, they will tend to specialize and cater to the particular needs of some segments of the religious consumers. This specialization and catering, in turn, increases the number of religious consumers actively engaged in the religious economy. This proposition has been confirmed in a number of empirical studies. It is well known that the strict churches are strong and growing in contemporary United States, whereas liberal ones are declining. For Iannaccone's religious experience is a jointly produced collective good. Thus, members of a church face a collective action problem. Strict churches, which often impose costly and esoteric requirements on their members, are able to solve this problem by weeding out potential free riders, since only the very committed will join the church in the face of such requirements. Consistent with the notion that religious experience is a collective good, Iannacone shows that churches that extract more resources from their members in the form of time and money commitment tend to grow membership. Affectual actions, also known as emotional actions, Actions which are taken due to one's emotions to express personal feelings, for example, cheering after a victory, crying at a funeral, would be an affective action. Affective is divided into two subgroups: uncontrolled reaction and emotional tension. In uncontrolled reaction, there is no restraint and there is lack of discretion. A person with uncontrolled reaction becomes less inclined to consider other people's feelings as much as their own. Emotional tension comes from a basic belief that a person is unworthy or powerless to obtain their deepest aspirations. When aspirations are not fulfilled, there is internal unrest. It is often difficult to be productive in society because of the unfulfilled life. Emotion is often neglected because of concepts at the core of exchange theory. A common example is behavioral and rational choice assumptions. From the behavioral view, emotions are often inseparable from punishments. Emotion. Emotions are one's feelings in response to a certain situation. There are 6 types of emotions: social emotions, counterfactual emotions, emotions generated by what may happen, often manifested as anxiety, emotions generated by joy and grief. Examples found in response typically seen when a student gets a good grade or when a person is at a funeral, respectively. Thought-triggered emotions, sometimes manifested as flashbacks, and finally emotions of love and disgust. All these emotions are considered to be unresolved. There are 6 features that are used to define emotions: intentional objects, valence, cognitive antecedents, physiological arousal, action tendency, and lastly, physiological expressions. These 6 concepts were identified by Aristotle and are still the topic of several talks. Macro-institutional theory of economic order, Nicole Bilgart and Thomas Beamish have a slightly different approach to human habit than Max Weber, whereas Weber believed economic organization is based on structures of material interest and ideas. Institutional sociologists like Bigger and Beamer stress macro-institutional sources of arrangements of market capitalism. Micro-logical theories of economy consider acts of a group of individuals. Economic theory is based on the assumption that where the highest bidder succeeds, the market clears. Microeconomic theory believes that individuals are going to find the cheapest way to buy things that they need. By doing this, it causes providers to be competitive and therefore creates order in the economy. Rational choice theorists, on the other hand, believe that all social action is rationally motivated. Rationality means that actions taken that are analyzed and calculated for the greatest amount of self-gain and efficiency. Rational choice theory, although increasingly colonized by economists, it does differ from microeconomic conceptions, yet rational choice theory can be similar to microeconomic arguments. Rational choice theory assumes to be egoistic and hyper-rational, although theorists mitigate these assumptions by adding variables to their model. Traditional actions, actions that are carried out due to tradition, because they are always carried out in a particular manner for certain situations. An example would be putting on clothes or relaxing on Sundays. Some traditional actions can become a cultural artifact. Tradition is divided into 2 subgroups: customs and habits. A custom is a practice that rests among familiarity. It is continually perpetuated and is ingrained in culture. Customs usually last for generations. A habit is a series of steps learned gradually and sometimes without conscious awareness. As the old cliche goes, old habits are hard to break and new habits are difficult to form. Social action models help to explain social outcomes because basic sociological ideas such as the looking glass self, the idea of Cooley's looking glass self, is that our sense of self develops as we observe and reflect upon others and what they may think of our actions. Additionally, impression formation processes allow us to interpret the significance of others' actions. Social actions are institutional models. An institution consists of specializing roles and settings that are linked together semantically, with the complex typically being devoted to serving some function within society. In sociological hierarchy, social action is more advanced than behavior, action, and social behavior, and is in turn followed by more advanced social contract, social interaction, and social relation. Okay, so pounding away just some basic definitional things of basic sociology, related to identity, group identity, and to understand conspiracy theories, because really just to understand reality, to advance in the world we live in, uh, you know, important concepts of sociology. So let's keep it going. Methodological individualism. In the social science, methodological individualism is the framework that describes social phenomenon as the consequence of subjective personal motivations by individual actors, class or group dynamics which operate on systemic explanations are deemed illusory and thus rejected or deprioritized. However, group dynamics for which their individual subjective motivations are upheld. With its bottom-up micro-level approach, methodological individualism is often contrasted with methodological holism, a top-down macro-level approach, and methodological pluralism. History within the social sciences. The framework was introduced as the foundational assumption within the social sciences by Max Weber and discussed in his book Economy and Society. Within later schools of economy and thought, such as the Austrian school, strict adherence to methodological individualism is considered a necessary starting point. Principle. It draws heavily upon assumptions of neoclassical economics, where social behavior is explained in terms of rational actors whose choices are constrained by prices and incomes, and where individual subjective preferences are treated as a given. Criticisms. Economics Max blog has criticized over-reliance on methodological individualism in economics, saying that it is helpful to note what methodological individualism, strictly interpreted, would imply for economics. In effect, it would rule out all macroeconomic propositions that cannot be reduced to microeconomic ones. This amounts to saying goodbye to almost the whole of reconceived macroeconomics. There must be something wrong with the methodological principle that has such devastating implications. Similarly, the economist Alan Kerman has critiqued general equilibrium theory and modern economics for its fundamentally individualistic approach to constructing economic models, and showed that individualist competitive equilibrium is not necessarily stable or unique. However, stability and uniqueness can be achieved if aggregate variables are added, and as a result, he argued the idea that we should start at the level of the isolated individual is one which we may have to abandon. So individualism, especially for theory of mind and consciousness, is very important. If you don't have a Platonic view, you think that ideas are independently created by individual minds, and any collective identity, collective action is going to be the collection of individual minds that have similar enough conceptions of reality to operate as a group. So, important concept. We'll come back to many of these. Okay, so just without any real direct order, you're just throwing out various concepts that are important for sociology. Antipositivism. In social science, antipositivism, also interpretivism, negativism, or anti-naturalism, is the theoretical stance which proposes that the social realm cannot be studied with the methods of investigation utilized within the natural sciences, and that investigation of the social realm requires a different epistemology. Fundamental to that anti-positivist epistemology is the belief that the concepts of language researchers use in their research shape their perceptions of the social world that they are investigating and seeking to define. Interpretivism, anti-positivism, developed among researchers dissatisfied with post-positivism, the theory of which they consider too general, ill-suited to reflect the nuance and variability found in human interaction. Because the values and beliefs of researchers cannot be fully removed from their inquiry, interpretivists believe research on human beings by human beings cannot yield objective results. Thus, rather than seeking an objective perspective, interpretatives look for meaning in the subjective experience of individuals engaging in social interaction. Many interpretive researchers immerse themselves in the social context they are studying, seeking to understand and formulate theories about community or group of individuals by observing them from the inside. Interpretivist is an inductive practice influenced by philosophical frameworks such as hermeneutics, phenomenology, and symbolic interactionism. Interpretive methods are used in many fields of the social sciences, including human geography, sociology, political science, cultural anthropology, among others. History. Beginning with Giambattista Vico in the early 18th century and later with Montesquieu, the study of natural history and human history were separate fields of intellectual inquiry. Natural history is not under human control, whereas human history is a human creation. As such, anti-positivism is informed by an epistemological distinction between the natural world and the social realm. The natural world can only be understood by its external characteristics, whereas the social realm can be understood externally and internally, and thus can be known. In the early 19th century, intellectuals led by the Hegelians questioned the prospect of empirical social analysis. Karl Marx died before the establishment of formal social science, but nonetheless rejected the sociological positivism of Auguste Comte, despite his attempt to establish a historical materialist science of society. The enhanced positivism of Emil Durkheim served as the foundation of modern academic sociology and social research, yet retained many mechanical elements of its predecessor. Hermeneuticians such as William Dilthey theorized in detail on the distinction between natural and social sciences, while neo-Kantian philosophers such as Heinrich Rickert maintained that the social realm with its abstract meaning and symbolism is inconsistent with scientific methods of analysis. Edmund Husserl, meanwhile, negated positivism through the rubric of phenomenology. At the turn of the 20th century, the first wave of German sociologists formally introduced interpretive sociological anti-positivism, proposing research should concentrate on human cultural norms, values, symbols, and social processes viewed from a resolutely subjective perspective. As an anti-positivist, however, one seeks relationships that are not as ahistorical, invariant, or generalizable as those pursued by natural scientists. The interaction between theory or constructed concepts and data is always fundamental in social science, and this subjection distinguishes it from the physical science. Durkheim himself noted the importance of constructing concepts in the abstract, like collective consciousness and social anatomy, in order to form a workable categories for experimentation. Both Weber and George Simmel pioneered the Verstehen, or interpretive approach towards social science, a systematic process in which an outsider observes or attempts to relate to a particular cultural group or indigenous people or on their own terms and form their own point of view. And this is actually the same definition of sociology from Max Weber I read in the previous. Throughout the work of Simmel in particular, sociology acquired a possible character beyond positivist data collection or grand deterministic systems of social law. Relatively isolated from the sociological academy throughout his lifetime, Simmel presented idiosyncratic analysis of modernity, more reminiscent of the phenomenological and existential writers than of Kant or Durkheim, paying particular concerns to the forms of and possibilities for social individuality. His sociology engaged in neo-Kantian critique of the limits of human perception. Anti-positivism thus holds there is no methodological unity of the sciences. The three goals of positivism, description, control, and prediction, are incomplete since they lack any understanding. Science aims at understanding causality so control can be exerted. If this succeeded in sociology, those with knowledge would be able to control the ignorant, and this could lead to social engineering. This perspective has led to controversy over how one can draw the line between subjective and objective research, much less draw an artificial line between environment and human organization, and influence the study of hermeneutics. The basic concepts of anti-positivism have expanded beyond the scope of social science. In fact, phenomenology has the same basic principles at its core. Simply put, positivists see sociology as a science, while anti-positivists do not. The Frankfurt School. The anti-positivist tradition continued in the establishment of critical theory, particularly the work associated with the Frankfurt School of Social Research. Anti-positivism would be further facilitated by rejections of scientism or science as ideology. Jürgen Habermas argues in his Logic of the Social Sciences, 1967, that positivist theses of unified science, which assimilates all the sciences to a natural scientific model, fails because of the intimate relationship between the social sciences and history, and the fact that they are based on a situation-specific understanding of meaning that can be explicitly only hermeneutically. Access to a symbolically pre-structured reality cannot be gained by observation alone. The sociologist Zygmunt Bauman argues that our innate tendency to express moral concern and identity with others wants is still stifled in modernity by positivistic science and dogmatic bureaucracy. If the other does not fit in to modernity's improved classification, it is liable to be extinguished. Okay, philosophy of social science. So a lot of basic precursors. Some of these more basic, some of them are going to be pretty complicated. Philosophy, in the sense, means how social science integrates with other related scientific disciplines, which implies a rigorous systematic endeavor to build and organize knowledge relevant to the interaction between individual people and their wider social involvement. Scientific rationalism tried to disassociate logical transactions from the emotional motivation to so engage, with strategic and tactical objectives work together as heuristic strategies, some of which are explored below. Auguste Comte and Positivism. Kant first described the epistemological perspectives of positivism in the course of Positive Philosophy, a series of texts published from 1830 to 1842. These texts were followed by 1848 work, A General View of Positivism, published in English in 1865. The first 3 volumes of the course dealt chiefly with the natural sciences already in existence, geoscience, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, whereas the latter 2 emphasized the inevitable coming of social science, observing the circular dependence of theory and observation in science, and classifying the sciences in this way. Kant may be regarded as the first philosopher of science in the modern sense of the term. For him, the physical sciences had necessarily to arrive first before humanity could adequately channel its effort into the most challenging, complex queen of science of human society itself. And his view of positivism would therefore set out to define in more detail the empirical goals of sociological method. Comte offered an account of social evolution, proposing that society undergoes 3 phases in the quest for the truth according to the general law of 3 stages. The idea bears some similarity to Marx's view that human society would progress towards a communist peak. This is perhaps unsurprising, as both were profoundly influenced by the early utopian sociologist Henry de Saint-Simon, who was at one time Comte's teacher and mentor. Both Comte and Marx intended to develop scientifically a new secular ideology in the wake of European secularization. The early sociology of Herbert Spencer came about broadly as a reaction to Comte. Writing about various developments in evolutionary biology, Spencer attempted in vain to reformulate the discipline in what we might now describe as social Darwinistic terms, though Spencer was a proponent of Lamarckian rather than Darwinianism. The modern academic discipline of sociology began with the work of Emile Durkheim. While Durkheim rejected much of the detail of Comte's philosophy, he retained and refined its method, maintaining that social sciences are a logical continuation of the natural ones in the realm of human activity, and insisting that they may retain the same objectivity, rationalism, and approach to causality. Durkheim set up the European Department of Sociology at the University of Bordeaux in 1895. In the same year, he argued in the Rules of Sociological Method, our main goal is to extend scientific rationalism to human conduct. What has been called our positivism is but a consequence of this rationalism. Durkheim's seminal monograph, Suicide, 1897, is a case study of suicide rates among Catholic and Protestant populations, distinguished sociological analysis from psychology or philosophy. The positivist perspective, however, has been associated with scientism, the view that the methods of the natural sciences may be applied to all areas of investigation, be it philosophical, social, scientific, or otherwise. Among most social scientists and historians, orthodox positivism has long since fallen out of favor. Today, practitioners of both social and physical sciences recognize the distorting effect of observer bias and structural limitation. This skepticism has been facilitated by a general weakening of deductivist accounts of science by philosophers such as Thomas Kuhn and new philosophical movements such as critical realism and neo-pragmatism. Positivists have been espoused by technocrats who believe in the inevitability of social progress through science and technology. The philosopher sociologist Jürgen Habermas has critiqued pure instrumental rationality as meaning that scientific thinking became something akin to ideology itself. Durkheim, Marx, and Weber are more typically cited as the fathers of contemporary social science. In psychology, a positivistic approach has historically been favored in behavioralism. Epistemology. In any discipline, there will always be a number of underlying philosophical predispositions in the projects of scientists. Some of these predispositions involve the nature of social knowledge itself, the nature of social reality, and the locus of human control and action. Intellectuals have disagreed about the extent to which social sciences should mimic the methods used in the natural sciences. The founding positivists of the social sciences argue that social phenomena can and should be studied through conventional scientific methods. This position is closely allied with scientism, naturalism, and physicalism, the doctrine that all phenomena are ultimately reducible to physical entities and physical laws. Opponents of naturalism include advocates of the Verstehen method, contended that there is no need for an interpretive approach to the study of human action, a technique radically different from natural science. The fundamental task for the philosophy of social science has thus been to question the extent to which positivism may be characterized as scientific in relation to fundamental epistemological foundation. These debates also rage within contemporary social sciences with regard to subjectivity, objectivity, intersubjectivity, and practically in the conduct of theory and research. Philosophers of social science examine further epistemologies and methodologies, including realism, critical realism, instrumentalism, functionalism, structuralism, interpretivism, phenomenology, and post-structuralism. Though essentially all major social sciences since the 19th century have accepted that the discipline faces challenges that are different from those of the natural sciences, the ability to determine causal relationships invoke the same discussions held in science meta theory. Positivism has sometimes met with the caricature as a breed of naive empiricism, yet the word has a rich history of application stretching from Kant to the work of the Vienna Circle and beyond. By the same token, if positivist is able to identify causality, then it is open to the same critical rationalism, justificationism presented by Karl Popper, which may itself be disputed through Thomas Kuhn's conception of epistemic paradigm shift. Early German hermeneutician such as William Dilthey pioneered the distinction between natural and social science. This tradition greatly informed Max Weber and George Simmel's anti-positivism and continued with critical theory. Since the 1960s, a general weakening of deductivist accounts of science has grown side by side with critiques of scientism or science as ideology. Jürgen Habermas argues on The Logic of the Social Sciences, 1967, that the positivist thesis of unified science, which assimilates all the sciences to a natural scientific model, fails because of the intimate relationship between the social sciences and history, and the fact that they're based on situational specific understandings of meaning that can be explicated only hermeneutically. Access to the symbolically pre-structured reality cannot be gained by observation alone. Hende social theory has been the concern of the phenomenological works such as Alfred Schutz's Phenomenology of the Social World, 1932, and Hans-Georg Gadamer, Truth and Method, 1960. Phenomenology would later prove influential in the subject-centered theory of the post-structuralist. The mid-20th century linguistic turn led to a rise in highly sophisticated sociological as well as so-called postmodern perspectives on the social acquisition of knowledge. One notable critique of social science is found in Peter Winch's Wittgenstein text, The Idea of Social Science and Its Relation to Philosophy, 1958. Michel Foucault provides a potent critique of his Archaeology of the Human Sciences, though Habermas and Richard Rorty have both argued that Foucault merely replaces one such system of thought with another. One underlying problem for social psychologists is whether studies can or should ultimately be understood in terms of the meanings and consciousness behind social action, as with folk psychology, or whether more objective, natural, materialist, and behavioral facts are to be given exclusive study. The problem is especially important for those within the social sciences who study qualitative mental phenomena such as consciousness, associative meanings, and mental representations, because the rejection of the study of meanings would lead to the reclassification of such research as non-scientific. Influential traditions like psychodynamic theory and symbolic interactionism may be the first victims of such a paradigm shift. The philosophical issues lying in wait behind these difficult positions have led to commitments to certain kinds of methodology which have sometimes bordered on the partisan. Still, many researchers have indicated a lack of patience for overtly dogmatic proponents of one method or another. Social research remains extremely common and effective in practice with respect to political institutions and businesses. Mike Borroway has marked the difference between public sociology, which is focused firmly on practical applications, and academic or professional sociology, which involves dialogue amongst other social sciences and philosophers. Ontology, structure and agency, forms an enduring debate in social theory. Do social structures determine an individual's behavior, or does human agency? In this context, agency refers to the capacity of individuals to act independently and make free choices, whereas structure refers to the factors which limit or affect the choices and actions of individuals, such as social class, religion, gender, ethnicity, and so on. Discussions over the primacy of structure or agency relate to the very core of social ontology. What is the social world made of? What is the cause in a social world? And what is an effect? One attempt to reconcile postmodern critiques with an overarching project of social science has been the development, particularly in Britain, of critical realism. For critical realists such as Roy Bashar, traditional positivists commits an epistemic fallacy by failing to address the ontological conditions which make social science possible, that is, structure and agency itself. Structure and agency. Structure and agency. In the social sciences, there is a standing debate over the primacy of structure or agency in shaping human behavior. Structure is the recurrent pattern arrangements which influence or limit the choices and opportunities available. Agency is the capacity of individuals to act independently and make their own free choices. The structure versus agency debate may be understood as an issue of socialization against autonomy in determining whether an individual acts as a free agent or in a manner dictated by social structure. Structure, socialization, and autonomy. The debate over the primacy of structure or of agency relates to an issue at the heart of both classical and contemporary sociological theory. The question of social ontology: what is the social world made of? What is the cause of the social world? And what is in effect? Do social structures determine an individual's behavior, or does human agency? Structural functionists like Emil Durkheim see structure and hierarchy as essential in establishing the very existence of society. Theorists such as Karl Marx, by contrast, emphasize that the social structure can act to the determinant of the majority of individuals in a society. In both these instances, structure may refer to something both material, economic, and cultural, related to norms, customs, traditions, and ideology. Some theorists put forward that what we know as our social existence is largely determined by the overall structure of society. The perceived agency of individuals can also mostly be explained by the operation of this structure. Theoretical systems aligned with this view include structuralism, some forms of functionalism, Marxism. All of these schools in this context can be seen as forms of holism, the notion that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. On the other hand, other theorists stress the capacity of individual agents to construct and reconstruct their worlds. In this sense, the individual can be viewed as more influential than the system. Theoretical systems aligned with this view include methodological individualism, social phenomenology, interactionism, ethnomethodology. Lastly, a third opinion taken by many social theorists attempts to find a point of balance between the two previous positions. They see structure and agency as complementary forces. Structure influences human behavior, and humans are capable of changing the social structures they inhabit. Structuration issues one prominent example of this view. The first approach, emphasizing the importance of societal structure, dominated in classical sociology. Theorists saw unique aspects of the social world that could not be explained simply by the sum of the individuals present. Durkheim strongly believed that the collective had emergent properties of its own and saw the need for a science which would deal with this emergence. The second approach, methodological individualism, however, also had a well-established position in social science. Many theorists still follow this course. Economists, for example, tend to disregard any kind of holism. The central debate, therefore, pits theorists committed to the notions of methodological holism against those committed to methodological individualism. The first notion, methodological holism, is the idea that actors are socialized and embedded into social structures and institutions that constrain or enable and generally shape the individual's dispositions towards and capacities for action, and that this social structure should be taken as primary and most significant. The second notion, methodological individualism, is the idea that actors are the central theoretical and ontological elements in social systems, and social structure is an epiphenomenon, a result and a consequence of the actions and activities of interacting individuals. Major theorist George Simmel was one of the first generation of German non-positivist sociologists. His studies pioneered the concepts of social structure and agency. His most famous works today are The Metropolis and Mental Life and The Philosophy of Money. Norbert Elias was a German sociologist whose work focused on the relationship between power, behavior, emotion, and knowledge over time. He significantly shaped what is called process sociology or figuration sociology. Talcott Parsons was an American sociologist who was the main theorist of action theory, misleading called structural functionalism in sociology in the 1930s in the United States. His works analyze social structure, but in terms of voluntary action and through patterns of normative institutionalization by codifying its theoretical gestalt into a systems theoretical framework based on the idea of living systems and cybernetic hierarchy. For Parsons, there is no structure agency problem. It is a pseudo problem. His development of Max Weber's means and action structure is summarized in instrumental and value rational action. Pierre Bourdieu was a French theorist who presented the theory of practice on the dichotomic understanding of the relationship between agency and structure in a great number of publications, beginning with an outline of the theory of practice in 1972, where he presented the concept of habitus. His book, Distinction, A Social Critique of the Judgment of Taste, 1979, was named as one of the 20th century's 10 most important works of sociology by the International Sociological Association. The key concept in Bourdieu's work are habitus, field, and capital. The agent is socialized in a field, an evolving set of roles and relationships in a social domain where various forms of capital such as prestige or financial resources are at stake. As the agent accommodates to their roles and relationships in the context of their position in the field, they internalize relationships and expectations for operating in that domain. These internalized relationships are habitual expectations and relationships from, over time, the habitus. Bourdieu's work attempted to reconcile structure and agency as external structures are internalized into the habitus, while the actions of the agent externalize interactions between actors into the social relationships in the field. Bourdieu's theory, therefore, is a dialectic between externalizing the internal and internalizing the external. Berger and Luckman, Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman, in their Social Construction of Reality, 1966, saw the relationship between structure and agency as dialectical. Society forms the individuals who create society, forming a continuous loop. James Coleman, the sociologist James Samuel Coleman, famously diagrammed the link between macrosocial phenomenon and individual behavior in what is commonly referred to as Coleman's boat. A macro-level phenomenon is described as investigating particular actions by individuals, which results in a subsequent macro-level phenomenon. In this way, individual action is taken in reference to macro-sociological structure, and that action by many individuals results in a change to that macro structure. Anthony Giddens' contemporary sociology is generally aimed towards the reconciliation of structure and agency as concepts. Anthony Giddens had developed structuration theory in such works as The Constitution of Society, 1984. He presents the development attempt to move beyond the dualism of structure and agency and argues for the duality of structure, where social structure is both the medium and the outcome of social action, and agents and structures are mutually constitutive entities with equal ontological status. For Giddens, the agent's common interaction with structure as a system of norms is described as structuration. This term, reflexivity, is used to refer to the ability of an agent to consciously alter his or her place in the social structure. Thus, globalization and the emergence of the post-traditional society might be said to allow for greater social reflexivity. Social and political sciences are therefore important because social knowledge and self-knowledge is potentially emancipatory. Klaus Hurlman, his access to research on structure and agency is characterized by socialization theory. Central to the theory is the lifelong interaction between the individual and their longing for freedom and autonomy, and society with its pressure of order and structure. As he states in the model of productive processing of reality, personality does not form independently from society and any of its functions or dimensions, but is continuously being shaped in a concrete, historically conveyed life world throughout the entire space of the lifespan. The productive processing of reality model places the human subject in a social and ecological context that must be absorbed and processed subjectively. The human being, as an autonomous subject, has the lifelong task to harmonize the processes of social integration and personal individualization. The task is mastered in specific steps that are typical for the respective age and the achieved development stage. Roberto Ungar, the social theorist and legal philosopher Roberto Mangiabera Ungar, developed a thesis of negative capability to address this problem, agency in relationship to structure. In his work on false necessity, or anti-necessitarian social order, Ungar recognizes the constraints of structure and its molding influence upon the individual, but at the same time finds the individual able to resist, deny, and transcend their context. The varieties of the resistance are negative capability. Unlike other theories of structure and agency, negative capability does not reduce the individual to a simple actor possessing only the dual capacity of compliance or rebellion, but rather sees him or her as able to partake in a variety of activities of self-empowerment. Recent developments. A recent development in the debate is the critical realist structure agency perspective embodied by Roy A recent development in the A recent development in the debate is the critical realist structure agency perspective embodied in Roy Bhaskara's transformational model of social action, which he later expanded into his concept of four-planar social being. A major difference between Giddens' structuralization theory and the transformational model of social action is that the transformational model of social action includes a temporal element, time. The transformational model of social action has been further advocated and applied to other social science fields by additional authors, for example, in economics by Tony Lawson and sociology by Margaret Archer. 2005, the Journal of Management Studies debated the merits of critical realism. Kenneth Wilkinson in The Community in Rural America took an interactional field theoretical perspective focusing on the role of community agency in contributing to the emergence of community. With critical psychology as a framework, the Danish psychologist Oil Dreher proposes in his book, The Psychotherapy in Everyday Life, that we may best conceptualize persons as participants in social practices that constitute social structures who can either reproduce or change these social practices. This indicates that neither participants nor social practices can be understood when looked at in isolation. In fact, this undermines the very idea of trying to do so, since practice and structure is co-created by participants, and since the participants can only be called so if they participate in social practice. The structure agency debate continues to evolve with contributions such as Nikos Mosil's sociology theory, What Went Wrong, and Margaret Archer's realist social theory, the morphogenic approach, continuing to push the ongoing development of structure agency theory. Work in Information Systems by Mooch has emphasized Archer's realist social theory as well as Robert Archer's 2018 application in the field of education policy and organizational theory. In Entrepreneurship, a discussion between Saracen and Moll 2010 used Archer's theory to critique structuration by arguing that starting a business organization needs to be understood in the context of social structure and agency. However, this depends upon one's view of structure, which differs between Giddens and Archer. Hence, if strata in social reality has different ontologies, then there must be viewed as a dualism. Moreover, agents have causal power and ultimate concerns which they try to fallibly put into practice. Moll and Moll propose entrepreneurship as the study of the interplay between the structures of society and the agents within it. Purported differences in approach between European and American thinkers. While the structure agency debate has been a central issue in social theory and recent theoretical reconciliation attempts have been made, structure agency theory has tended to develop more in European countries by European theorists, while social theorists from the United States have tended to focus instead on the issue of integration between macro-sociological and micro-sociological perspective. George Ritzer examines these issues and surveys the structure agency debate in greater detail in his book, Modern Sociological Theory. Okay, sorry about that. Tough to keep my concentration here. Okay, so now we're going to do a little Marxism. So, sorry, just don't see anybody in the chat. You got to feel better with a little positive feedback, but just trying to make sure everything's working right. Okay, so base and superstructure. In Marx's theory, society consists of two parts, a base or substructure and a superstructure. The base refers to the mode of production, which includes the forces and relations of production, employer-employee work conditions, the technical division of labor, and property relations into which people enter to produce the necessities and amenities of life. The superstructure refers to society's other relationships and ideas not directly relating to production, including its culture, institutions, roles, rituals, religion, media, and state. The relationship of the two parts is not strictly unidirectional. The superstructure can affect the base. However, the influence of the base is predominant. Model and qualification. In developing Alexei de Tocqueville's observations, Marx identified civil society as the economic base and political society as the political superstructure. Marx postulated the essentials of the base superstructure concept in his preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations which are independent of their will, namely the relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of the material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure, and to which corresponds definite forms of social consciousness, the mode of production of material life conditions, the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but the social existence that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of the development, the material production forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of a production, or this being merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. This changes the economic foundation, leads sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In studying these transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformations of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of the conflict and fight it out. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. Marx's base determined superstructure axiom, however, requires a qualification. The base is the whole of productive relationships, not only a given economic element like the working class. Historically, the superstructure varies and develops unevenly into society's different activities, like art, politics, and economics, and the base superstructure relationship is reciprocal. Engels explains that the base determines the superstructure only in the last instance. Applications and revisions. Marx's theory of base and superstructure can be found in the disciplines of political science, sociology, anthropology, and psychology, as utilized by Marxist scholars. Across these disciplines, the base superstructure relationship and the content of each may take different forms. Among Marxists, the very concept of base and superstructure is contentious. The historian E.P. Thompson argues that, meanwhile, in serious intellectual circles, the arguments about base superstructure goes on and on and on. All content of discourse is being developed with its metropolitan centers and its villas in the mountains, which rest not upon the solid globe of historical evidence, but on the precarious point of a strained metaphor. Ellen Meikson's Wood says the base superstructure metaphor has always been more trouble than is worth, while Terry Eagleton describes base and superstructure as this now universally reviled paradigm. However, other Marxists continue to insist on the paradigm's importance. For example, in Paul Thomas's word, without Marx's juxtaposition of base to superstructure, we would probably not be speaking of social contradictions at all, but would instead be discussing science, technology, production, labor, the economy, and the state along the lines very different from those that are commonplace today. Similarly, from Chris Harman, far from ignoring the impact of the superstructure on the base, as many ignorant critics have claimed for more than a century, Marx builds his whole account of human history around it. Or again, from Stuart Hull, cultural theorist, on the many problems which pre-force Marx left in an undeveloped state, none is more crucial than that of base and superstructure. Max Weber. Early sociologist Max Weber preferred a form of structuralism over a base and superstructure model of society, in which he proposes that the base and superstructure are reciprocal in causality. Neither economic rationality nor normative ideas rule the domain of society. In summarizing results from his East Elbia research, he knows that, contrary to the base and superstructure model we have become used to, there exists a reciprocal relationship between the two. Antonio Gramsci, the Italian political philosopher Antonio Gramsci, divided Marx's superstructure into two elements: political society and civil society. Political society consists of the organized force of society, such as the police and military, while civil society refers to the consensus-creating elements that contribute to cultural hegemony, such as the media and educational system. Both constituents of the superstructure are still informed by the values of the base, serving to establish and enforce these values in society. Walter Rodney, the Guyanese political activist and African historian, discussed the role of Marx's superstructure in the context of developmental cycles and colonialism. Rodney states that while most countries follow a developmental structure that evolves from feudalism to capitalism, China is an exception to this rule and has skipped the capitalism step. The explanation is very complex, but in general terms, the main difference between feudal Europe and feudal China lay in the superstructure of the body, beliefs, motivations, and social-political institutions, which derive from the material base, but in turn affected it. In China, religious, educational, and bureaucratic qualifications were of utmost importance, and government was in the hands of state officials rather than being run by the landlords on their own feudal estates. By extension, this means that the Marxist development cycle is malleable due to cultural superstructures and is not an inevitable path. Rather, the role of the superstructure allows for the adaptation of the developmental cycle, especially in the colonial context. Frudo-Marxism and sex economy. Frudo-Marxism, William Reich's disciple of analysis known as sex economy, is an attempt to understand the divergence of the perceived-based and superstructure that occurred during the global economic crisis from 1929 to 33. To make sense of this phenomenon, Reich categorized social ideology as an element in the base, not in the superstructure. In this new categorization, social ideology and social psychology is a material process that self-perpetuates the same way economic systems in the base perpetuate themselves. Reich focused on the role of sexual repression in the patriarchal family system as a way to understand how mass support for fascism could arise in society. Critical theory. Contemporary Marxist interpretations, such as those of critical theory, reject the interpretation of the base superstructure interaction and examine how each affects the conditions of the others. Raymond Williams, for example, argues against loose popular usage of the base superstructure as discrete entities, which he explains is not the intention of Marx and Engels. So we have to say that when we talk of the base, we are talking of a process and not a state. We have to revalue superstructure towards a related range of cultural practices and away from a reflected, reproduced, and specifically dependent content. And crucially, we have to revalue the base away from the notions of either a fixed economic or technological abstraction and towards the specific activities of men in real social and economic relations containing fundamental contradictions and variations, and therefore always in a state of dynamic process. Gilles Deleuze takes a skeptical stance towards Marx's categorization of ideology as part of the superstructure. Deleuze argues that the categorization minimizes the role that desire plays in forming such systems. He prefers to view ideology as an illusion altogether. In Deleuze's own words, one puts the infrastructure on one side, the economic, the serious on the other, the superstructure on which ideology is a part, thus rejecting the phenomenon of desires of ideology. It's a perfect way to ignore how desires work within the infrastructure, how it invests in it, how to take part in it, how in this respect it organizes power in the repressive system. We do not say ideology is a trompe l'oeil, a concept that refers to certain illusions. We say there is no ideology, it is an illusion. That's why it suits orthodox Marxism and the Communist Party so well. Marxism has to put so much emphasis on the theme of ideology to better conceal what was happening in the USSR, a new organization of repressive power. There's no ideology. There's only organizations of power. Once it is admitted that the organization of a power is the utility of desire in the economic infrastructure. R.J. Robinson argues that Engels' original argument that superstructures are relatively autonomous of their base is correct, but that the detail of the argument, which is based mainly on assertion, is unconvincing. Phrases such as "in the last instance" or "reflection" are equally underdefined. Developing the argument that superstructures exist to deal with contradictions in the base already put forward by Antonio Gramsci, Terry Angleton, and others, he argues that it is the contradictoriness that forces superstructures to exist outside the base. However, because they exist to solve problems in the base, they affect the base, yet changes in the base, and therefore in these contradictions, still drive superstructures, hence the relative element of relative autonomy. At the same time, the fact that superstructures must solve problems that their own base evidently cannot means that they must produce the effects and results that the base cannot. So there must be at least some aspects of the forces and relations of production superstructures use that are different from the base. Therefore, the superstructure systems of production must be in some sense different from the forces and relations present in the underlying mode of production base. For example, legal systems are controlled by appointed authorities like judges and not by property owners, hence the autonomous element of relative autonomy. Can the base be separated from the superstructure? John Plamenetz makes two counterclaims regarding the clear-cut separation of the base and superstructure. The first is that the economic structure is independent from the production in many cases, with relations of production and property also having a strong effect on production. The second claim is that relations of production can only be defined with normative terms. This implies that social life and humanity's morality cannot be truly separated, as both are defined in a normative sense. Robinson observes that all economic activity, and perhaps all human activity, is normative. For example, it is unlikely that many enter employment without a sense, unspoken or otherwise, that is a legitimate or proper thing to do. The legality question. A criticism of the base and superstructure theory is that property relations, supposedly part of the base and the driving force of history, are actually defined by legal relations, an element of the superstructure. This suggests that the distinction between the base and superstructure is incoherent and undermines the theory as a whole. Defenders of the theory claim that Marx believed in property relations and social relations of productions as two separate entities. Khaw offers a detailed textual analysis to argue that it was based on a false interpretation of Marx's position. Robinson argues that legality does not make exploitation possible, but only defines the rules through which it is managed socially when it becomes problematic. Legal definitions of wage labor were only articulated when those workers began to show their strength. Long before that, wage labor and working class had existed without any notion of a formal contract between legal equals. Law regarding slavery likewise concerned many rules and relations between slaveholders, buying and selling, warranties, and have never been required for slavery to exist. Conversely, in modern societies, domestic labor is barely addressed by law. Plainly, this is not because it is not prevalent, but because it is not sufficiently contentious to become a matter of significant political dispute, and therefore to require a legal form. Neoliberalism and the state. Colin Jenkins provides a critique on the role of the capitalist state in the era of neoliberalism, using base and superstructure theory as well as the work of Nicholas Polant says regarding development in the United States during this era, roughly 1980 to 2015. Jenkins highlights the nature in which political parties and political systems itself are inherently designed to protect the economic base of capitalism, and in doing so have become increasingly centralized, coordinated, and synchronized over the past half century. This, according to Jenkins, has led to a corporate fascist state of being that is challenging the equilibrium of the fragile relationship. His analysis specifically addresses the role of both major parties, Democrats and Republicans, in the United States. It reminds us of John Dewey's claim that as long as politics is the shadow cast on society by big business, the attenuation of the shadow will not change the substance. In the U.S., the two-party political system has proven extremely effective in this regard, aside from the difference in social issues like abortion and gay marriage, as well as social economic issues like unemployment insurance and public assistance. Both parties ultimately embrace capitalist corporatist interests in that they both serve as facilitators for the dominant classes. The Republican Party in the role of as a forerunner, pushing the limits of the capitalist model to the brink of fascism, and the Democratic Party in its role of governor, providing intermittent degrees of slack and pull against the inevitable move towards a corporate fascist state of being. Triviality. Nevin Cesardic agrees with the economic base of society affects its superstructure. However, he questions how meaningful this actually is. While the original claim of strong form of economic determinism was radical, Cesardic argues that it was watered down to the trivial claim that the base affects the superstructure and vice versa, something no philosopher would dispute. Thus, Cesardic argues that Marx's claim ultimately amounts to nothing more than trivial observation that does not make meaningful statements or explain anything about the real world. Okay, so I got a lot more. A lot of this very important. Just get these ideas, the due diligence. So I have way more than I'm even possibly going to get to today. So I'm just going to bookmark some of these to lighten the load. Although all these are extremely interesting and important. And we'll see how this relates to conspiracy theories in general. But just like conspiracy theory has to exist in a greater realm of sociology, psychology, philosophy of mind, and I still want to read these two long articles on conspiracy theory. So, God give me strength. It's 11 o'clock. Hopefully if I get through these 5 more, and then these 2 articles will probably be another 3 articles. So I haven't seen any comments in the chat for like a few hours now. So, if anyone's there listening, it looks like there's almost a minion. So God bless. Hope this is useful to other people's research as well. Agency. Psychology. The first half of the topic of agency deals with the behavioral science sense or outward expressive evidence thereof. In behavioral psychology, agents are goal-directed entities that are able to monitor their environment to select and perform efficient means-end actions that are available in a given situation to achieve an intended goal. Behavior agency therefore implies the ability to perceive and change the environment of the agent. Crucially, it entails intentionality to represent the goal state in the future, equal final variability, to be able to achieve the intended goal state with different actions in different contexts, and rationality of actions in relation to their goal. To produce the most efficient action available, cognitive scientists and behavioral psychologists have thoroughly investigated agency attribution in humans and non-human animals, since social cognitive mechanisms such as communication, social learning, imitation, and theory of mind presuppose the ability to identify agents and differentiate them from inanimate, non-agentive objects. This ability has also been assumed to have a major effect on inferential and predictive processes of the observers of agents, because agentive entities are expected to perform autonomous behavior based on their current and previous knowledge and intentions. On the other hand, inanimate objects are supposed to react to external physical forces. Although the concepts are often confused with one another, sensitivity to agency and the sense of agency are distinct from separate concepts. The sensitivity to agency can be explained as a cognitive ability to identify agentive entities in the environment, while the sense of agency refers to the exertion of control over the environment and sometimes to self-efficacy, which is an individual's learned belief about how able they are to succeed in specific situations. The other half of the topic of agency deals with arguments of determinism, typically found in theories of personality and developmental lifespan. Different from philosophical determinism, the determinism encapsulates forms of deterministic principles found in these psychological theories, such as hedonism, developmental stage theory, and the law of non-contradiction, consistency, necessity, and others. Capitalizing the first half of agency, these principles of determinism are founded on test, retest, empirical evidence of observer behavior, founding actors of psychology, such as Sigmund Freud and B.F. Skinner, defaulted on deterministic principles in order to form their theories. Much of this is due to the scientific consensus of the era, particularly concerning Newtonian principles of the linear time and the attempts made by earlier psychologists to have psychology recognized as a serious science. Theoretical approaches of agency. Carey and Spelke's model of domain-specific cognition explains certain perceptual and representational abilities vital to how humans recognize other humans. They attempted to answer the question of how humans understand the notion that people are sentient beings who choose their actions. They identify that even infants appear to be born with the ability to recognize human facial features, but noted that there is a body of research that has decently refuted the idea that babies use facial representations to identify people as entities expected to be capable of perceptions and purpose of action. Instead, Carey and Spelke suggested that humans identify other sentient beings through observation of the action those beings performed instead of identifying them by their appearances. According to Carey and Spelke, the cognitive model explains specific perceptual and representational abilities. For instance, the model of agency recognition can be separated into two different classes: feature-based models and principle-based approaches. The feature-based models of agency assumes that the perception of an observer focuses on featural and behavioral cues that help to identify agents. Previously, studies show that even very young human observers are sensitive to self-propulsion, non-rigid transformation of the object surface, irregular path development, causation at a distance, contingent turn-taking reactivity. However, none of these cues alone are necessary to or sufficient to identify an agent, since unfamiliar novel entities like animated figures or robots without human features can elicit agency attribution in humans. Therefore, cognitive models belonging to the principle-based approaches were designed to describe how humans perceive agency, assuming that the detection of agency is not a precondition, but a consequence of inferential processes about potentially agentive objects. The theory of teleological stance proposes that from 12 months of age, humans can apply the principle of rational action to determine whether the observed entity is an agent or an inanimate object, depending on the agent's rational behavior for its own functioning. The theory assumes that the rationality principle makes observers able to relate to the action, the represented goal state, and the current situational constraints to decide whether an object is an agent. For instance, if infants had learned that an abstract, unfamiliar agent, an animated circle on a display, approaches another entity by jumping over an obstacle, when the obstacle had been removed, they expected new but highly rational behavior from the agent to approach the other entity via a straight pathway. In contrast, when infants were shown that the unfamiliar entity always made a detour when approaching its goal object exhibiting non-justifiable behavior of jumping in the absence of an obstacle, they did not expect rational behavior when the situation or constraints changed. These results and later empirical studies underpin the agency recognition in humans can be explained by principle-based models rather than simple perceptual cues. As Giorgiani and Sibra concluded, from 12 months of age, humans can take the teleological stance to interpret actions as means to goals, can evaluate the relative efficiency of means by applying the principles of rational action, and can generate systematic inferences to identify relevant aspects of the situation to justify the actions as an efficient means, even when these aspects are not directly visible to them. Types of agents. It was proposed that the representation of agency can be based on the sensitivity to different abilities observed in agentive entities, probably in humans and perhaps in non-human species as well. In humans, the species-specific social environment allows one to identify agents either based on their intentional behavior or their non-communicative, rational, goal-directed actions, or by recognizing their communicative abilities. Agents identified by their intentional behaviors and goal-directed actions are considered instrumental agents, while agents identified by an action's communicative properties are considered communicative agents. In non-human species, however, besides these types of input information, unfamiliar potential agents can be identified on the basis of their perceptual abilities. These have context-dependent effects on the behavior of the non-human observer, even in the absence of visible goal object that may be required to assess the effectiveness of the goal approach. Instrumental agency. According to Giorgelli, instrumental agents are intentional agents that exhibit actions in order to realize their goal states in the environment. The recognition of instrumental agents has been investigated by numerous experiments in human infants and also in non-human apes. These studies reveal that when an agent exhibits an instrumental action, it is expected by human infants to achieve its goal in an efficient manner, which is rational in terms of effort in a given context. On the other hand, it also is expected by infants that an agent should have a clear goal state to be achieved. Gergely said, before the end of their first year, infants can track other subjective motivations. This suggests that infants understand that humans and other potential agents act in order to achieve some goal, whether the goal is seen or unseen. Gergely went on to postulate that infants judge potentially instrumental actions based on how efficiently that action seems to help propel the potential agent towards forward progress in the goal. In practice, instrumental agency seems to fluctuate with various conditions, or at least the ability to exercise instrumental agency does. One of these conditions appears to be political social, indicating that lower access to food and or undernutrition has a bidirectional influence on women's agency in East African countries. Communicative agency. In contrast to instrumental agents, communicative agents are intentional agents whose actions are performed to bring about specific change in the mental representation of the addressee, for instance, by providing new and relevant information. The recognition of communicative agency may allow for an observer to predict that communicative information transfer can have a relevant effect on the behavior of an agent, even if the interacting agent and their communicative signals are unfamiliar. Because all communicative agents are definitionally intentional agents as well, communicative agents are assumed to be a subset of intentional agents. However, it is not necessary that all intentional agents possess communicative abilities. Really, the idea here is that one's intentionality is what a communicative agent would be communicating to others, this thus signifying that the agent is performing actions that act in some way as a means to an end. Connected communication and intentionality. In this way, communication is that possibility of experiencing consciousness in which phenomenological intentionality is simultaneously realized and actualized. The abductive result is agency, the distinctive human capacity to illuminate meaning in the embodiment of semiosis. By this, one can understand that in many ways the agent's ability to communicate is fundamental to their agent's nature nature, and intentionality is a key component of what a communicative agent communicates. Additionally, an intentional agent's intentions are at least partially achieved through communication. Communicative agency is also viewed as the rationale behind social and relational communications and shared activities. It is considered fundamentally interpretive and relational. Games, especially games with narrative nature, play with one's definition and conceptions of communicative agency and strength, one's communicative abilities and relationships. Spracklin investigated social bonding over dark leisure, including goth musical culture, and they reasoned that creating bonds with others over dark culture is a method of commiserating over shared struggles. Additionally, they argued that dark culture of such a nature is a means to reducing cognitive distance between the ideas of what society could be and the state of society in reality. Navigational agency. The construal navigational agency is based on the assumption of that Leslie's theory on agency implies two different types of distal sensitivity in space and distal sensitivity in time. While goal-directed instrumental agents need both of these abilities to represent a goal state in the future and to achieve it in a rational and efficient manner, navigational agents are supposed to have only perceptual abilities, that is, a distal sensitivity in space, to avoid collision with objects in their environments. A study contrasting the abilities of dogs and human infants to attribute agency to unfamiliar self-propelled objects showed that dogs, unlike human infants, may lack the capability to recognize instrumental agents. However, they can identify navigational agents. Agency recognition in non-human animals. The ability to represent the efficiency of goal-directed actions of an instrumental agent may be phylogenetically ancient core cognitive mechanism that can be found in non-human primates as well. Previous research provides evidence for this assumption, showing that the sensitivity affects the expectations of cotton-top tamarins, rhesus macaques, and chimpanzees. Non-human apes are able to make inferences about the goal of an instrumental agent by taking the environmental constraints that can guide the agent's action into account. Moreover, it seems that non-human species like dogs can recognize contingent reactivity as an abstractive hue of agency and respond to contingent agents significantly different in contrast to inanimate objects. Okay. Social competence. Social competence consists of social, emotional, cognitive, and behavioral skills needed for successful social adaptation. Social competence also reflects having the ability to take another's perspective concerning a situation, learn from past experiences, and apply that learning to changes in social interactions. Social competence is the foundation upon which expectations of future interaction and others are built and perceptions of an individual's own behavior are developed. Social competence frequently encompasses social skills, social communication, and interpersonal communication. Competence is directly connected to social behavior, such as social motives, abilities, skills, habits, and knowledge. All these social factors contribute to the development of a person's behavior. History. The study of social competence began in the early 20th century with research into how children interact with their peers and function in social situations. In the 1930s, researchers began investigating peer groups and how children's characteristics affected their positions within these peer groups. In the 1950s and 60s, research established that children's social competence was related to future mental health, such as maladaptive outcomes in adulthood, as well as problems in school settings. Research on social competence expanded greatly from this point on, as increasingly amounts of evidence demonstrated the importance of social interaction. Social competence began to be viewed in terms of problem-solving skills and strategies in social situations, and was conceptualized in terms of effective social functioning and information processing. In the 1970s and 80s, research began focusing on the impact of children's behavioral relationships, which influenced the study of the effectiveness of teaching children social skills that are age, gender, and context specific. In an effort to determine the reason for some children's lack of social skills in certain interactions, new well-developed social information processing models to explain the dynamics of social interaction. These models focused on factors such as behavior, the way people perceive and evaluate each other, and the processing of social cues. They also examined the selection of social goals, decision-making processes, and the implementation of chosen responses. Studies like these often examine the correlation between social cognition and social competence. A prominent researcher of social competence in the mid-1980s was Frank Gresham. He identified three subdomains of social competence: adaptive behavior, social skills, and peer acceptance. Peer acceptance is often used to assess social competence. Research during this time often focused on children who are not displaying social skills in an effort to identify and help these children who are potentially at risk of long-term negative outcomes due to poor social interactions. Gresham proposed that these children could have one of four deficits: skill deficits, in which children do not have the knowledge or cognitive abilities to carry out certain behavior; performance deficits, social self-control skill deficits; and self-control performance deficits, in which children had excessive anxiety or impulsivity that prohibited proper execution of the behaviors or skills they knew and understood. Despite all the developments and changes in this conceptualization of social competence during the 20th century, there was still a general lack of agreement about the definition and measurement of social competence during the 1980s. The definitions of the 1980s were less ambiguous than previous definitions, but they often did not acknowledge the age situation and skill specificity implicit in the complex construct of social competence. Approaches and theories. Peer regard status approaches. These approaches define social competence as based on how popular one is with his peers. The more well-liked one is, the more socially competent they are. Peer group entry, conflict resolution, and maintaining play, the three comprehensive interpersonal goals that are relevant with regard to assessment and intervention of peer competence. Social skills approaches. These approaches use behaviors as a guideline. Behaviors that demonstrate social skills are compiled and collectively identified as social competence. Relationship approaches. According to these approaches, social competence is assessed by the quality of one's relationships and the ability to form relationships. Competence depends on the skills of both members of the relationship. A child may appear more socially competent if interacting with socially skilled partner. Commentators on some online incel communities have advocated government programs whereby socially awkward men are helped or women are incentivized to go on dates with them. Functional approaches. The functional approach is context specific and concerned with the identification of social goals in text. This approach also focuses on the outcome of social behavior and the processes leading to those outcomes. The importance of informational processing models of social skills in these approaches is based on the idea that social competence results from social cognitive processes. Models. Okay, last Australian, God forbid. I will refrain from checking the news till I finish my research, because not much I could do about it. Models. Early models of social competence stress the role of context and situation specificity in operationalizing the competence construct. These models also allow for the organization and integration of the various component skills, behaviors, and cognitions associated with social competence. Whereas global definitions focus on the ends rather than the means by which such ends are achieved, a number of models directly attend to the theorized processes underlying competence. These process models are context-specific and seek to identify critical social goals and tasks associated with social competence. Other models focus on often overlooked distinctions between social competence and the indices, skills, and abilities used to gauge it. Behavior analytical model. Goldfried and Dezuria developed a 5-step behavioral analytical model outlining the definition of social competence. The specific steps proposed in the model include situational analysis, response enumeration, response evaluation, measure development, and evaluation of the measure. Situational analysis. A critical situation is defined on the basis of certain criteria, which include occurs with some frequency, presents a difficult response decision, results in a range of possible responses in a given population. Situational identification and analysis is accomplished through a variety of methods, including direct observation by self or others, interviews, and surveys. Response enumeration. A sampling of possible responses to each situation is obtained. Procedures for generating responses. Alternatives include direct observation, role plays, and simulation in video and/or written formats. Response evaluation. The enumerated response are judged for effectiveness by significant others in the environment. An important element is that the consensus must emerge or that the particular item is removed from the future consideration. The last 2 steps, a measure for assessing social competence is developed and evaluated. Social information processing model. A social information processing model is a widely used means for understanding social competence. The social information processing model focuses more directly on the cognitive process of underlying response selection, enactment, and evaluation. Using a computer metaphor, the reformulated social information processing model outlines a 6 steps nonlinear process with various feedback loops. Linking children's social cognition and behavior. Difficulties arising at any one of the steps generally translates into social competence deficits. The 6 steps are observation and encoding of relevant stimuli, attending to and encoding nonverbal and verbal social cues, both external and internal, interpretation and mental representation of cues, understanding what has happened during the social encounter, as well as the cause and intent of underlying the interaction, clarification of goals, determining what one's objective for the interaction and how to put forth an understanding of those goals. Representation of a situation is developed by assessing long-term memory of a construction. The interaction is compared to previous situations stored in long-term memory and the previous outcome of those interactions. Response, decision, selection, behavioral enactment, and evaluation. Tri-component model. Another way to conceptualize social competence is to consider 3 underlying subcomponents in the hierarchical framework: social adjustment, social performance, and social skills. The top of the hierarchy includes the most advanced level, social adjustment. Social adjustment is defined as the extent to which individuals achieve society's developmentally appropriate goals. The goals are conceived as different statuses to be achieved by members of society, like health, legal, academic, or occupational, socioeconomic, social, emotional, familial, and relational statuses. The next level is social performance, or the degree to which an individual's response to relevant social situations meets socially valid criteria. The lowest level of the hierarchy is social skills, which are defined as specific abilities, overt behavior, social cognitive skills, and emotional regulation, allowing for competent performances within social tasks. The tri-component model is useful for doctors and researchers looking to change, predict, or elaborate social functioning of children. The quadripartite model. The essential core elements of competence are theorized to consist of 4 superordinate sets of skills, abilities, and capacities: the cognitive skills and abilities, behavioral skills, emotional competencies, and motivational and expectancy sets. Cognitive skills and abilities: cultural and social knowledge necessary for affecting functional in society, academic and occupational skills and abilities, decision-making ability and processing of information. Behavioral skills: knowledge of behavioral responses and ability to enact them, a negotiable role or perspective taking, assertiveness, conversational skills, and pro-social skills. Emotional skills: affect regulation and effective capabilities for facilitating socially competent responding and forming relationships. Motivational and expectancy sets an individual's value structure, moral development, and sense of efficacy and control. The developmental framework. Social competence develops over time, and the mastery of social skills and interpersonal social interactions emerge at various times on the developmental continuum, infancy to adolescence, and build upon previously learned skills and knowledge. Key facets and markers of social competence that are remarkably consistent across the developmental periods: early childhood, middle, late childhood, adolescence include pro-social skills, friendly, cooperative, helpful behaviors, and self-control or regulatory skills, anger management, negotiation skills, problem-solving skills. However, as developmental changes occur in the structure and quality of interactions, as well as in cognitive and language ability, these changes affect the complexity of skills and behaviors contributing to socially competent responding. Contributing factors: temperament. Temperament is a construct that describes a person's biological response to the environment. Issues such as soothability, rhythmicity, sociability, and arousal make up this construct. Most often, sociability contributes to the development of social competence. Mary Rothbard holds that most influential model of temperament due to the 2 main focuses on regulation and reactivity. Effort control is the main idea behind temperamental regulation because the skills it requires are involved in integrating information, planning, and emotional modulation and behavior. Reactivity pertains to the provocation of motor, affective, and sensory response systems. Attachment. Social experiences rest on the foundation of parent-child relationships and are important in later developing social skills and behaviors. An infant's attachment to a caregiver is important for developing later social skills and behaviors that develop social competence. Attachment helps an infant learn that the world is predictable and trustworthy, or in other instances, capricious and cruel. Ainsworth describes 4 attachment styles in infancy, including secure, anxious, avoidant, and anxious resistant, and disorganized, disoriented. The foundation of the attachment bond allows the child to venture out from their mother to try new experiences and interaction. Children with secure attachment styles tend to show higher levels of social competence relative to children with insecure attachment, including anxious, avoiding, anxious, resistant, and disorganized, disoriented. Parenting style. Parents are the primary source of social and emotional development in infancy, early and middle late childhood. The socialization practices of parents influence whether the child will develop social competence. Parenting style captures two essential elements of parenting: parental warmth, responsiveness, and parental control, demandingness. Parental responsiveness, warmth, and or supportiveness refers to the extent to which parents intentionally foster individuality, self-regulation, and self-assertion by being attuned, supportive, and acquiescence to children's special needs and demands. Parental demandingness, behavioral control refers to the claims parents make on children to become integrated into the family whole by the maturity demands, supervision, disciplinary efforts, and willingness to control the child who disobeys. Categorizing parents according to whether they're high or low on parental demandingness and responsiveness creates a typology of four parenting styles: indulgent, permissive, authoritarian, authoritative, and indifferent, uninvolved. Each parenting style reflects patterns of parental values, practices, and behaviors, and a distance balance of responsiveness and demandingness. Parenting styles contribute to child well-being in the domains of social competence, academic performance, psychosocial development, and problem behavior. Research based on parent interviews, child reports, and parent observations consistently find that children and adolescents whose parents are authoritative rate themselves and are rated by objective measures as more socially and instrumentally competent than those whose parents are non-authoritative. Children and adolescents whose parents are uninvolved perform more poorly in all domains. Other factors that contribute to social competence include teacher relationship, peer groups, neighborhood, and community. Related problem behaviors. An important researcher in the study of social competence, Voller, states that three clusters of problem behaviors lead to the impairment of social competence. Voller clusters include an aggressive and hostile group, a perceptual deficit subgroup, and a group of difficulties in self-regulation. Children with aggressive and hostile behaviors are those whose acting out behaviors negatively influences the ability to form relationships and sustain interpersonal interactions. Aggressive and hostile children tend to have deficiencies in social information processing and employ inappropriate social problem-solving strategies to social situations. They also tend to search for fewer facts in a social situation and pay more attention to the aggressive social interactions presented in an interaction. Children with perceptual deficits do not perceive the environment appropriately and interpret interpersonal interactions inaccurately. They also have difficulty reading social cues, spatial expressions, and body gestures. Children with self-regulation deficits tend to have classical difficulties in executive function. Assessments. While understanding the components of social competence continues to be empirically validated, the assessment of social competence is not well studied and continues to develop in procedures. There are a variety of methods for the assessment of social competences and often include one or more of the following: child-adolescent interviews, observation, parent report measures, self-report measures, social metric measures, peer nominations, teacher report measures. Interventions. Following the increased awareness of the importance of social competence in childhood, interventions are used to help children with social difficulties. Historically, these efforts did not improve children's peer status or yield long-lasting effects. However, these interventions also did not take into consideration that social competence problems do not occur in isolation, but alongside other problems. Thus, current intervention efforts tend to target social competence both directly and indirectly in different contexts. Preschool and early childhood interventions. Early childhood interventions targeting social skills directly improve the peer relations of children. These interventions focus on at-risk groups such as single adolescents, mothers and families of children with early behavioral problems. Interventions targeting both children and families have the highest success rate. When children reach preschool age, social competence interventions focus on the preschool context and teach pro-social skills. Such interventions generally entail teaching problem solving and conflict management skills, sharing and improving parenting skills. Interventions improve children's social competence and interactions with peers in short term, and they also reduce long-term risks such as substance abuse and delinquent behavior. School-age intervention. Social competence becomes more complicated as children grow older, and most interventions efforts for this age group target individual skills, the family and classroom setting. These programs focus on training skills and problem solving, emotional understanding, cooperation, and self-control. Understanding one's emotions and the ability to communicate these emotions is strongly emphasized. The most effective programs give children the opportunity to practice the new skills that they learn. Results of social competence interventions include decreased aggression, improved self-control, and increased conflict resolution skills. Intervention program. The social competence intervention program is a pilot program that uses more than one sense at a time throughout the intervention, so the person becomes aware of their own thought processes. Before running the intervention, it was assumed that some children have perception deficits along with poor social skills. Theater classes were taken to remedy these deficits in children who have learning disabilities and attention deficit disorders. At the conclusion of the study, evidence shows that participating children began to evolve their metacognitive skills such as feelings and behaviors. Okay, just because last Australian mentioned news. Okay, I don't see any major breaking news. Okay, so I'm going to try to do two more, and then I'm going to read the papers on conspiracy theory. So let me just pour myself some carrot juice, and we'll be right back at it. So if anyone's tuning in, anybody's there, God bless, appreciate, hope this is useful to people. Okay, carrot juice. Social skills. A social skill is any competence facilitating interaction and communication with others where social rules and relations are created, communicated, and changed in verbal and nonverbal ways. The process of learning these skills is called socialization. Lack of such skills can cause social awkwardness. Interpersonal skills are actions used to effectively interact with others. Interpersonal skills relate to categories of dominance versus submission, love versus hate, affiliation versus aggression, and control versus autonomy. Positive interpersonal skills include persuasion, active listening, delegation, stewardship, among others. Social psychology, an academic discipline focused on research relating to social functioning, studies how interpersonal skills are learned through societal-based changes in attitude, thinking, and behavior. Enumeration and categorization. Social skills are the tools that enable people to communicate, learn, ask for help, get needs met in appropriate ways, get along with others, make friends, develop healthy relationships, protect themselves, and in general be able to interact with the society harmoniously. Social skills build essential character traits like trustworthiness, respectfulness, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. These traits help build an internal moral compass, allowing individuals to make good choices in thinking and behavior, resulting in social competence. The important social skills identified in the Employment and Training Administration are coordination, adjusting actions in relation to others' actions, mentoring, teaching, and helping others learn how to do something, negotiation, discussions aimed at reaching an agreement, persuasion, the action or fact of persuading someone or of being persuaded to do or believe something, service orientation, actively looking for ways to evolve compassionately or grow psychosocially with people, social perceptiveness, being aware of other reactions and able to respond to in an understanding manner. Social skills are goal-oriented with both main goals and sub-goals. For example, a workplace interaction initiated by a new employee with a senior employee will first contain a main goal. This will be to gather information, and then the sub-goal will be to establish a rapport in order to obtain the main goal. Takeo Doi, in his study of consciousness, distinguished this as Tateme, meaning conventions and verbal expressions, and Hane, meaning true motive behind the conventions. Causes of deficits. Deficits in social skills were categorized by Gresham in 1998 as failure to recognize and reflect social skills, a failure to model appropriate models, and failure to perform acceptable behaviors in particular situations in relation to developmental and transitional stages. Social skill deficits are also a discouragement for children with behavioral challenges when it comes to adult adjustments, including alcohol abuse, ADHD and hyperkinetic disorder, autistic spectrum disorder, anxiety and depression. Individuals with few opportunities to socialize with others often struggle with social skills. This can create a downward spiral effect for people with mental illnesses like anxiety and depression due to anxiety experienced from concerns with interpersonal evaluation, fear of negative reaction by others. Certified expectations of failed or social rejection in socialization leads to avoiding or shutting down from social interactions. Individuals who experience significant levels of social anxiety often struggle with when communicating with others and may have impaired abilities to demonstrate social cues and behaviors appropriately. The use of social media can also cause anxiety and depression. The internet is causing many problems, according to a study with a sample size of 3,560 students. Problematic internet use may present in about 4% of high school students in the United States. It may be associated with depression. About one-fourth of respondents reported spending 15 or more hours per week on the internet, although other studies showed positive effects from internet use. Depression can also cause people to avoid opportunities to socialize, which impairs their social skills and makes socialization unattractive. Antisocial behaviors. The authors of the book Snakes in Suits When Psychopaths Go to Work explore psychopathy in the workplace. The FBI consultant describes a five-phase model of how a typical psychopath climbs to and maintains power. Many traits exhibited by these individuals include superficial charm, insincerity, egocentricity, manipulativeness, grandiosity, lack of empathy, low agreeableness, exploitiveness, independence, rigidity, stubbornness, and dictatorial tendencies. Lebeck and Hare say for corporate psychopaths, success is defined as the best revenge for the problem behaviors and repeated ad infinitum due to little insight in their proto-emotions such as anger, frustration, and rage are reflected as irresistible charm. The authors note that lack of emotional literacy and moral conscience is often confused with toughness, the ability to make hard decisions, and effective crisis management. Babiak and Hari also emphasized a reality they identified with psychopaths from studies that psychopaths are not able to be influenced by any sort of therapy. At the University of Buffalo, New York, Emily Grijalva had investigated narcissism in business. She found that there are two forms of narcissism, vulnerable and grandiose. In her finding that moderate level of grandiose narcissism is linked to being an effective manager. Grandiose narcissists are characterized as confident. They possess unshakable belief that they are superior, even when it is unwarranted. They can be charming, pompous show-offs, and can be selfish, exploitive, and entitled. Jens Lang and Jan Crucius at the University of Cologne, Germany, associates malicious, benign envy with narcissist social climbing in the workplace. It is their finding that grandiose narcissists are less prone to low self-esteem and neuroticism and are less susceptible to the anxieties and depression that can affect vulnerable narcissists when coupled with envy. They characterize vulnerable narcissists as those who believe that they are special and want to be seen that way, but are just not that competent or charming. As a result, their self-esteem fluctuates a lot. They tend to be self-conscious and passive, but also prone to outbursts of potentially violent aggression if their inflated self-image is threatened. Richard Boyatzis says that it is unproductive form of expression of emotions that a person cannot share constructively, which reflects lack of appropriate skills. Eddie Brummelman, a social and behavior scientist at the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and Brad Bushman at the Ohio State University in Columbus, says studies show that in Western culture, narcissism is on the rise from shifting focus on the self rather than in relationships, and concludes all narcissism to be socially undesirable, unhealthy feelings of superiority. David Keeley at the University of British Columbia in Canada states that narcissism might aid temporarily, but in the long run is better to be true to oneself, have personal integrity, and be kind to others. Management, behavioral therapy. Behavioralism interprets social skills as learned behaviors that function to facilitate social reinforcement. According to Schneider and Barn, 1985, operant conditioning procedures for training social skills has the largest effect size, followed by modeling, coaching, and social cognitive techniques. behavioral analysis prefer to use the term behavioral skills to social skills. Behavioral skills training to build social and other skills is used with a variety of populations, including in packages to treat addictions, as in the community reinforcement approach and family training. Behavioral skills training is also used for people with borderline personality disorders, depression, and developmental disabilities. Typical behaviors try to develop what are considered CUSP skills, which are critical skills to open access to a variety of environments. The rationale for this type of approach to treatment is that people meet a variety of social problems and can reduce the stress and punishment from the encounter in a safe environment. It also addresses how they can increase reinforcement by having the correct skills. And finally, peer group. And then we will return to 2 articles on conspiracy theory. Peer group. In sociology, a peer group is both a social group and a primary group of people who have similar interests, homophilia, age, background, or social status. The members of this group are likely to influence the person's belief and behavior. During adolescence, peer groups tend to face dramatic changes. Adolescents tend to spend more time with the peer groups and have less adult supervision. Peer groups give a sense of security and identity. A study found that during the adolescence phase, as adolescents spend double time with their peers compared to the time you spend with their parents. Adolescents' communication shifts during this time as well. They prefer to talk about school and their careers with their parents, and they enjoy talking about sex and other interpersonal relationships with their peers. Children look to join peer groups who accept them, even if the group is involved in negative activities. Children are less likely to accept those who are different from them. Friendship and support is important for people to have an active social life. Similarly, it's equally important to people with disabilities, as it can help them to feel included, valued, and happier. Social interaction among peers may influence development, quality of life outcomes. This interaction and positive relationship benefits subjective well-being and have a positive effect on mental and physical health. Cliques are small groups typically defined by common interest or by friendship. Cliques typically have 2 to 12 members and tend to be formed by age, gender, race, and social class. Clique members are usually the same in terms of academics and risk behaviors. Cliques can serve as an agent of socialization and social control. Being part of a clique can be advantageous since it may provide a sense of autonomy, a secure social environment, and overall well-being. Crowds are larger, more vaguely defined as groups that may not have a friendship base. Crowds serve as peer groups, and they increase in importance during early adolescence and decrease by late adolescence. The level of involvement in adult institutions and peer culture describes crowds. Socialization. At an early age, the peer group becomes an important part of socialization. Unlike other agents of socialization, such as family and school, peer groups allow children to escape the direct supervision of adults. Among peers, children learn to form relationships on their own and have the chance to discuss interests that adults may not share with children, such as clothing and popular music, and may not permit, such as drugs or sex. Peer groups can have great influence on peer pressure on each other's behavior, depending on the amount of pressure. However, currently more than 23% of children globally lack enough connections with their age group, and their cognitive, emotional, and social development are delayed than other kids. Developmental psychology. Developmental psychologists Lev Vygotsky, Jean Piaget, Erik Erikson, Harry Stack Sullivan, and social learning theorists have all argued that peer relations provide unique context for cognitive, social, and emotive development. Modern research echoes these sentiments, showing that social and emotional gains are indeed provided by peer interactions. Vygotsky's social cultural theory focuses on the importance of a child's culture and notes that a child is continually acting in social interactions with others. He focuses on language development and identifies the zone of proximal development. The zone of proximal development is defined as the gap between what a student can do alone and what a student can achieve through teacher assistance. The values and attitudes of the peer group are essential elements in learning. Those who surround themselves with academically focused peers will be more likely to internalize this type of behavior. Piaget's theory of cognitive development identifies 4 stages of cognitive development. He believes that children actively construct their understanding of their world based on their own experiences. In addition, Piaget identified with aspects of development occurring from middle childhood onward, to which peer groups are essential. He suggested that children's speech to peers is less egocentric than their speech to adults. Egocentric speech is referring to the speech that is not adapted to what the listener just said. Erikson's stages of prosocial development include 8 stages ranging from the birth to the old age. He has emphasized the idea that the society, not just the family, influences one's ego and identity through development stages. Erickson went on to describe how peer pressure is a key event during adolescent stage of psychosocial development in his latency stage, which includes children from 6 to 12 years old. And this is when the adolescent begins to develop relationships among their peers. Harry Stack Sullivan has developed a theory of interpersonal relations. Sullivan described friendships as providing the following functions: offering consensual validation, bolstering feelings of self-worth, providing affection and context for intimate disclosure, promoting interpersonal sensitivity, and setting the foundation for romantic and parental relationships. Sullivan believed that these functions developed during childhood and that true friendships were formed around the age of 9 and 10. Social learning theorists such as John Watson, B.F. Skinner, and Albert Bandura all argue for the influences of the social group in learning and development. Behavioralism, operant learning theory, and cognitive social learning theory all consider the role the social role plays on development. In the nurture assumption and no two alike, psychologist Judith Rich Harris suggests that an individual's peer group significantly influences their intellectual and personal development. Several longitudinal studies support the conjecture that peer groups significantly affect scholastic achievement, particularly when adult involvement is low. Relatively few studies have examined the effect peer groups have on tests of cognitive ability. However, there's some evidence that peer groups influence tests of cognitive ability. Positive attributes, advantages. Serve as a source of information. Peer groups provide perspective outside of the individual's viewpoints. Members inside peer groups also learn to develop relations with others in the social system. Peers, particularly group members, become important social reference for teaching other members customs, social norms, and different ideology. Positive peer relations improve social interactions and enhance positive engagement levels in adolescents with and without disabilities. Peers foster overall well-being by offering practical, emotional, and social support. Teach gender roles. Peer groups can also serve as a venue for teaching members gender roles. Through gender role socialization, group members learn about sex differences and social and cultural expectations. While boys and girls differ greatly, there is not a one-to-one link between sex and gender roles, with males always being masculine and females always being feminine. Both genders can contain different levels of masculinity and femininity. Peer groups can consist of all males, all females, or both males and females. Studies show the majority of peer groups are unisex. Serve as a practicing venue to adulthood. Adolescent peer groups provide support as teens assimilate into adulthood. Major changes include decreasing dependence on parents, increasing feelings of self-sufficiency, and connecting with a much larger social network. Adolescents are expanding their perspective beyond the family and learning how to negotiate relationships with others in different parts of the social system. Peers, particularly group members, become important social reference. Peer groups also influence individual members' attitudes and behaviors on many cultural and social issues such as drug use, violence, and academic achievement, and even the development of an expression of prejudice. Teach unity and collective behavior in life. Peer groups provide an influential social setting in which group norms are developed and enforced through socialization, processes that promote in-group similarity. Peer groups' cohesion is determined and maintained by such factors as group communication, group consensus, and group conformity. Concerning attitude and behavior, as members of peer groups interconnect and agree on what defines them as a group, a normative code arises. This normative code can become very rigid, such as when deciding on group behavior and clothing attire. Member deviation from the strict normative code can lead to rejection from the group. Identity formation. Peer groups, friend groups can help individuals form their own identity. Identity formation is a developmental process where a person acquires a sense of self. One of the major factors that influence the formation of a person's identity is his peers. Studies have shown that peers provide normative regulation and that they provide a staging ground for the practice of social behaviors. This allows individuals to experiment with roles and discover their identities. The identity formation process is an important role in an individual's development. Erik Erikson emphasized the importance of identity formation, and he illustrated the steps one takes in developing his or her sense of self. He believed this process occurs throughout one's entire life. Peer interactions have a significant impact on adolescents developing empathy, conflict resolution, and interpersonal skills. These relations also play a crucial role in the shaping body image and satisfaction. Negative attributes, disadvantages, peer pressure. The term peer pressure is often used to describe instances where an individual feels indirectly pressured into changing their behavior to match that of their peers. Taking up smoking or underage drinking are two of the best known examples. In spite of the often negative connotations of this term, peer pressure can be used positively, for example, to encourage other peers to study or not to engage in activities such as the one discussed above. Although peer pressure is not isolated to one age group, it is usually most common during the adolescent stage. Adolescence is a period characterized by experimentation, and adolescents typically spend a lot of time with their peers in social context. Teenagers compel each other to go along with certain beliefs or behaviors, and studies have shown that boys are more likely to give in to it than girls. There has been much research done to gain a better understanding about the effects of peer pressure, and this research will allow parents to handle and understand their children's behavior and obstacles that they face due to their peer groups. Learning how peer pressure impacts individuals is a step to minimize the negative effects it leads to. Future problems. Successful peer relations is linked to later psychological development and to academic achievement. Therefore, if one does not have successful peer relationships, it may lead to developmental delays and poor academic achievement, perhaps even in completion of high school degree. Children with poor peer relations may also experience job-related marital problems later in life. Risk behaviors. Several studies have shown that peer groups are powerful agents of risk behaviors in adolescents. Adolescents typically replace families with peers regarding social and leisure activities, and many problematic behaviors occur in the context of these groups. A study done in 2012 focuses on adolescents' engagement in risk behaviors. Participants completed a self-report measure of identity commitment, which explores values, beliefs, and aspirations, as well as a self-report that measures perceived peer group pressure and control. Both peer group pressures and control were positively related to risky behaviors. However, adolescents who were more committed to personal identity had lower rates of risk behaviors. Overall, this study shows that adolescent identity development may help prevent negative effects of peer pressure in high-risk adolescents. Aggression and pro-social behavior. Social behaviors can be promoted or discouraged by social groups, and several studies have shown that aggression and pro-sociality are susceptible to peer influence. A longitudinal study done in 2011 focused on these two behaviors. A sample of adolescents was followed for over a one-year period, and results showed that adolescents who joined the aggressive group were more likely to increase their aggression levels, and adolescents were likely to display pro-social behaviors that were similar to the consistent behaviors of the group they were in. An adolescent's peer group plays a role in shaping him or her into an adult, and the lack of positive behavior can lead to consequences in the future. Sexual promiscuity. Adolescence is also characterized by physical changes, new emotions, and sexual urges, and teenagers are likely to participate in sexual activity. A longitudinal study done in 2012 followed a group of adolescents for 13 years. Self-reports, peer nominations, teacher rating, counselor ratings, and parent reports were collected, and results showed a strong correlation between deviant peer group and sexual promiscuity. Many teens claim that the reasons for having sex at a young age, including peer pressure or social pressure from their partner, the effects of sexual activity at a young age are of great concern. Pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases are only a few of the consequences that could occur. Exclusion. In peer-dominated contexts, functional diversity may lead to marginalization and exclusion. Socially excluded children may have unsatisfying peer relations, low self-esteem, and lack of achievement motivation, which affects their social and academic aspects of life, mental health, and general well-being. Individuals with disabilities encounter challenges in peer relationships, including deficits in social skills such as emotion detection, conflict resolution, and conceptual understanding. Adolescents and their peer groups. Gavin study. In one cross-sectional correlational study, 4 different development stages were examined. Pre-adolescents, grades 5 and 6, early adolescents, grades 7 and 8, middle adolescents, grades 9 and 10, and late adolescents, grades 11 and 12. Self-reported measures were used in which adolescents completed questionnaires. First, the students rated the importance of being in a popular group. Next, positive and negative behavior were assessed. The extent to which the students were bothered by negative behavior targeted at them by others in their group were also assessed. Structural group properties were also examined, including group leadership or status hierarchy, group permeability, and group conformity. Researchers found that middle adolescents reported placing more importance on being in a popular group and perceived more group conformity and leadership within their groups than pre and late adolescents. Early and middle adolescents also reported more negative interactions and fewer positive interactions with group members and more negative interactions with those not part of their peer groups. Girls reported having more positive group interactions being more bothered by negative interactions and having more permeable group boundaries. Boys reported more negative interactions with those outside of their groups and are more likely to have leaders in their peer groups. Researchers believe that the decrease in conformity throughout adolescence relates to the decrease in importance of leadership in late adolescence because having a group leader provides a person to model oneself after. They also note the relationship between the importance of being in a popular peer group and conformity. Both become less important in late adolescence, showing that it's less important to conform when the values of group membership decreases. It is believed that positive interactions outside of peer groups increase and negative interactions outside of peer groups decrease by late adolescence because older adolescents feel more comfortable and have less need to control the behavior of others, finding that boys have more leaders are consistent with research showing that boys partake in more dominant struggles. Tarrant study. A questionnaire was handed out to 58 males and 57 females, aged 14 and 15, in the Midlands region of the UK. The first section dealt with group structure and activity of participant peer groups. Participants were asked how many people were in their group, the gender composition of the group, frequency of group meetings, and the group's usual meeting places. The second section addressed the participants' level of identification with their peer group. The next section of the questionnaire was an intergroup comparison task in which participants compared their peer group to an outgroup. The comparison referred to how 16 different adjectives fit or describe both their in-group and out-group. The final part of the questionnaire was designed to check the manipulation of the adjective valence. In this section, participants rated the desirability of the above 16 adjectives in their own opinions. Findings supported social identity theory as participants consistently favored the in-group in two ways. The in-group was always associated with a greater number of positive characteristics compared to the out-group, and the more a participant identified with the in-group, the higher their evaluations were for it. Same-race peer groups. Consistent with the dictionary definition of peer groups, youth tend to form groups based on similarities. It has been found that one of those similarities is by race. Preference for the same race grows stronger as youth develop. When the Latino and Caucasian youth were given surveys asking them to indicate who in their school they had the highest preference to spend time with, they both nominated peers of their same race over peers of different races. This is especially prevalent in classrooms and schools that have a clear-cut majority and majority racial groups. Though benefits of homophily are met, preference for one's own racial group can lead to rejections of the racial outgroup, which can cause stress for both groups, particularly in females. Cross-race peer groups. For classrooms and schools that have a more equal distribution of racial groups, there can be more socialization across peer groups. Cross-racial peer groups can be very beneficial, lowering prejudices and increasing pro-social behaviors. Having a cross-racial friend has also been shown to give youth a higher status and feel more socially satisfied. Diverse peer groups are also lower the feelings of victimization felt by youth. Disability and peer group. An effective approach to promoting peer relationships among adolescents with disabilities may require a comprehensive strategy that addresses the individual and social aspects of support, fostering understanding. This might involve imparting information and resources on disabilities to both peers and schools, organizing meaningful social activities with friends, and providing emotional support. Okay, so a lot of basic information on sociology. We covered a lot of basic things, so let's go back to conspiracy theory. So let me just check my eBay. Last Australian saying, God forbid, war is imminent. Any minute could, God forbid, see the massive bombing campaign. God forbid. Any second now we could hear news that Iran has, sent a barrage of bombs towards Israel or vice versa. God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. So just got really trying to negotiate the price down on one of these deals. So sorry, just checking my eBay. Looks like I sold a few items. and we will prepare for a long reading. Okay, so here is Annual Review of Psychology. What are conspiracy theories? The definitional approach to their correlates, consequences, and communications. So this is like a really good overview. And then I also want to read what is so special about conspiracy theories, conceptually distinguishing beliefs and conspiracy theories from conspiracy beliefs in psychological research. So this first one is kind of just definitional overview of all of the various theories and ways of looking at conspiracy theory. And the next is trying to put that into perspective of general conspiracy theory. I'm looking and saying they're telling people to leave Lebanon, not Israel. So, God forbid, it's actually more indicative of Israel is about to attack Lebanon. I mean, Iran might bomb, or they might look like maybe there'll be a bombing campaign, but I mean, it seems more indicative about what's going to happen is going to be Israel is about to attack Lebanon. But I mean, we'll see. So I'm not going to do a news update. We'll just continue with the research. Yep, that's Australian. Hare Krishna, may peace prevail. And, God runs the world, so you got to make best do with the situation, whatever happens. Okay, so this one's over 20 pages. Both of these will probably take about an hour to read. So I'll probably just try to, God give me the strength, and I'll finish these two. Maybe I'll do social norms. Social norms is kind of long. If I have the strength, I'll do these two and social norms, but I at least want to get through these two articles on conspiracy theory. So this is some really good content. If anybody's watching still and wants to deep dive into conspiracy theories, here you go. What are conspiracy theories? A definitional approach to their correlates, consequences, and communication by Karen Douglas and Robbie Sutton. Conspiracy theories are abundant in social and political discourse, with serious consequences for individuals, groups, and society. However, psychological scientists have started paying close attention to them only in the past 20 years. We review the spectacular progress that has since been made in some of the limitations of research so far, and we consider the prospects for further progress. To this end, we take a step back and analyze the defining features that make conspiracy theories different from other kinds of beliefs and different in degree from each other. We consider how these features determine the adoption, consequences, and transmission of belief in conspiracy theories, and even their role as causal or moderating variables has seldom been examined. We therefore advocate for research agenda in the study of conspiracy theories that starts, as is routine in fields such as virology and toxicology, with a robust descriptive analysis of the ontology of the entity at its center. Introduction. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, social media was rife with conspiracy theories about the origin, spread, and treatment of the virus. One conspiracy theory alleged that the virus was deliberately manufactured in a Chinese laboratory to wage war in the West. Another put forward the notion that it was all a hoax. In early 2022, a conspiracy theory alleged that there were U.S. chemical weapons laboratories in Ukraine. Another conspiracy theory advanced the argument that the war in Ukraine was started deliberately by billionaires while they prepared a new virus to let loose on the world. Conspiracy theories like these, allegations that two or more actors have coordinated in secret to achieve an outcome, and that their actions are of a public interest but not widely known to the public, abound in social and political discourse. However, even though they are more visible due to the advances in communication technology, they are not a new phenomenon. For instance, in earlier decades, conspiracy theories that alleged that Diana, Princess of Wales, was assassinated by the British Secret Service, that the 9/11 attacks were an inside job, and that the Apollo moon landings were a hoax. Conspiracy theories have therefore always been with us. When we hear news about important social and political events and circumstances, we also hear conspiracy theories about them. Despite the prominence of conspiracy theories, psychological scientists have only begun to study them in earnest in the past 20 years. The development of the research agenda is important for many reasons. To give just one example, belief in COVID-19 conspiracy theories has been linked with reluctance to take the behavioral precautions and vaccines required to protect public health. Throughout their history, conspiracy theories have been associated with violence, war, terrorism, prejudice, poor health choices, and denial of climate change in many important ways. Therefore, conspiracy theories matter. Progress in the study of this important topic has been spectacular. We have prepared this article to review the progress, highlighting what we know and what we are yet to learn about the psychology of conspiracy theories. Moving beyond the boundaries of the descriptive review, we argue that significantly more progress will be achieved if we pay more careful attention to determining exactly what we are studying. We argue, therefore, for analyzing the essential features of conspiracy theories and their implications for the causes, consequences, and transmissions of conspiracy beliefs. We begin by reviewing the empirical literature on conspiracy theories, highlighting both the abundance and the disorganization of empirical discoveries in this literature. We then take a step back to propose a reasoned definition of conspiracy theories. From this, we derive an inventory of some of their most important inherent characteristics. We then articulate a meta-theoretical framework in which hypotheses about the acceptance, sharing, and impacts of conspiracy theories can be inferred from these defining characteristics. We argue that the framework synthesizes hitherto disconnected insights into the antecedent, transmission, and consequences of conspiracy belief and its promise to promote and direct innovation in future research. A meta-theoretical framework, a framework that can generate and organize theoretical and methodological innovation. Epistemic motives, a set of motives include those to achieve knowledge and certainty. Existential motives, a set of motives to include those to feel safe, autonomous, and in control. The definitions. Why do people believe in conspiracy theories? The questions of why people believe in conspiracy theories started to attract empirical attention in the 1990s. Belief in conspiracy theories, like many other psychological constructs, was and is typically measured using self-report scales. In such scales, participants are asked to rate their disagreement agreement on a Likert type scale with each of several specific or general statements. Typically, the scales are internally consistent. This indicates that conspiracy beliefs tend to correlate with each other. It also allows researchers to take the mean score as the index of a participant's tendency to believe in conspiracy statements and to observe correlations with predictors such as paranoia, magical thinking, mistrust, and feelings of powerlessness. The increase in interest in the psychology of conspiracy theorists has yielded such a volume of research in that recent years, researchers have been able to meta-analyze studies and synthesize their findings. In one such synthesis, Douglas proposed that people believe in conspiracy theories when three important types of psychological motives are not being met. The first of these is the epistemic motives to achieve knowledge and certainty, factors such as a tendency to look for agency, patterns, and meanings where none exist, paranormal beliefs, chronic feelings of uncertainty, lower analytic thinking, the conjunction fallacy, the teleological bias, illusory correlation, perceptions, and higher need for cognitive closure all appear to be associated with greater belief in conspiracy theories. These findings suggest that in an effort to make sense of important political and social events, people turn to conspiracy theories when their epistemic motives are challenged by information that feels too much, too little, incomplete, contradictory, or ambiguous. The second set of motives proposed by Douglas are existential motives, including the motive to feel safe and in control. When these motives are not met, conspiracy theories may seem appealing as a way to compensate. Consistent with this reasoning, conspiracy beliefs are associated with anxious attachment style and feelings of anxiety, powerlessness, and a lack of control, both generally and in the political domain. Some studies suggest that strengthening people's sense of control can reduce their tendency to believe in conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories also seem to arise in times of crisis and social unrest, when epistemic concerns are heightened, and when people are looking for ways to cope with challenging circumstances. Social motives are a set of motives involving people's desire to maintain a positive image of the self or of a group. Existential threat is a threat to the very existence of a person or a group. The third set of motives analyzed by Douglas are social motives, referring to people's desire to maintain a positive image of the self or group. There is a growing evidence that individuals' motivation to maintain positive esteem and distinctiveness from others predict conspiracy beliefs. Moreover, people's motive to maintain positivity towards their social group predicts belief that they are being conspired against, specifically collective narcissism. An inflated sense of positivity towards one's group, accompanied by the feeling that the group is undervalued or under threat, is associated with higher belief in conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theories also seem to be more prevalent among members of low status groups and are motivated by feelings of intergroup threat. Therefore, conspiracy explanations related to intergroup events seem to derive from a motive to validate the group image in contrast to outgroups portrayed as malevolent. In addition to psychological characteristics, a range of demographic factors are associated with conspiracy belief. One example is lower levels of education. Another is low level of income. Another demographic factor associated with conspiracy beliefs is being male, unmarried, or unemployed, having weaker social networks, and having lower media literacy. These demographic factors can also speak to the psychological need that we covered in the paragraphs above. For instance, a lack of education can undermine the epistemic need for knowledge, and lower levels of income are associated with existential threats to security. Conspiracy theories also appeal to people for political reasons. Specifically, people are more likely to endorse conspiracy theories that accuse their political rivals rather than their own side of plotting. In the U.S. context, Democrats tend to believe that Republicans are committing electoral fraud, and Republicans accuse Democrats of the same wrongdoing. This tendency may reflect motivated reasoning, whereby people interpret information differently depending on their political ideologies and predispositions. However, this tendency is especially pronounced when people feel that their political group is particularly threatened. Indeed, some research also suggests that people tend to believe in conspiracy theories more when they are the losers in their political context, such as when their party is out of power and therefore has little political influence, or when they identify as independents or with third parties that have little political agency. Beliefs in conspiracies against one's political party seem to exemplify the group serving social motives identified by Douglas rather than a particular ideological motivation. However, research suggests that conspiracy beliefs are more common in the United States on the extreme right of the political spectrum. A recent investigation across 26 countries found conspiracy beliefs to be the highest at both the extreme left and extreme right. These findings may be explained in terms of social motivation, for example, by arguing that they appeal more to people who feel as though they are outsiders who have little agency in political circumstances. However, there may also be an ideological affinity between conspiracy theories and extreme political viewpoints. For example, in the distrust of state institutions, further work is required to disentangle these processes and determine their relative importance. What is the impact of conspiracy theories? By far the bulk of the research on the psychology of conspiracy beliefs is focused on the antecedents. However, heated political contest, international conflicts, growing anti-vaccine movements, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic have in recent years generated significant research interest in the impacts of conspiracy theories. The research that has emerged generally suggests that the impacts are largely negative, whether socially or psychologically. Thus, conspiracy theories may worsen rather than relieve the psychological frustrations that drive people towards them. One of the major effects of the conspiracy theories seem to be a discouraged engagement in mainstream political processes. In one of the earlier studies on the impact of conspiracy theories, Butler found that after watching the film JFK, which presents a conspiracy narrative about the assassination of President JFK, people were less likely to want to engage in politics in terms of the intention to vote or to make political contributions compared to those who had not seen the film. Conceptually similar findings were obtained by Jolly and Douglas, who asked an experimental group of participants to read conspiracy theories about the sinister actions of governments, and found that compared to the control group who read refutations of these conspiracy theories, they subsequently felt powerless and disenchanted, and in turn were less inclined to vote in upcoming elections. Similarly, other studies have shown that people who read about conspiracy allegations reported lower trust in politics compared to control conditions, and were less motivated to engage in political action. Other research has demonstrated that people who chronically believe in conspiracy theories tend to think that the political system is unresponsive to citizens' demand, and therefore tend to engage less in traditional forms of political participation. Conspiracy theories can affect how, as well as whether people vote. For example, conspiracy beliefs unique to the United Kingdom's 2016 Brexit referendum predicted British people's support for leaving the European Union and their actual vote to leave the European Union, whereas beliefs in conspiracy theories seem to decrease engagement in normative political activities They're associated with radicalized and extremist methods, violent political intentions, endorsements of violence as a mean to express disagreement with the government, protests, occupation of buildings, and vandalisms of 5G phone masts that allegedly help spread COVID-19. Belief in conspiracy theories have also been likened with proclivity to engaging in minor criminal and fraudulent activities, such as paying for goods with cash to avoid taxation. The belief that others engage in unscrupulous behavior is associated with people's own tendency towards the same behavior. Specifically, people are willing to entertain conspiracy theories to the degree that they think they would conspire themselves given the same motives and opportunity. Conspiracy theories are also associated with prejudices and outgroup derogation. For example, belief in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories predicts more general anti-Semitic attitudes and also discrimination against Jews. Other researchers suggest that the belief in the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories predicts anti-Israeli attitudes and also racism towards other groups who are not seen as part of the conspiracy. Indeed, there's evidence that exposure to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories predicts prejudice and discrimination not only against Jews, but also against other groups who are not implicated by the conspiracy theory. Some research suggests that tendency towards conspiracy theorizing is associated with prejudice against groups who are perceived to be powerful, such as Jews and Americans. Although other research suggests that conspiracy theories can also assign power and agency to those who do not typically have it. On the whole, conspiracy theories seem to play a part in reinforcing divisions and tensions between groups. Conspiracy theories also have significant consequences for the acceptance of scientific findings, including not only belief in the accuracy of findings, but also the willingness to act accordingly. For example, climate science has endured a long history of being targeted by conspiracy theories, causing disengagement with the climate crisis. Experimental studies have shown that exposure to conspiracy theories suggesting that climate change is a hoax reduces participants' intentions to become more energy efficient and to sign a petition to mitigate climate change. Belief in climate change conspiracy theories also seems to correlate with conspiracy theories about science in general, including about genetically modified foods and the origins of the AIDS virus, and forensic evidence regarding the collapse of the Twin Towers following 9/11 attacks. Some of the most serious impacts of these anti-science conspiracy theories relate to human health. Anti-science conspiracy theories have also been linked to risky health choices, such as refusing vaccines, favoring alternative medicines, refusing contraception, refusing to seek psychological help for mental health issues, and refusing to comply with COVID-19 safety guidelines, including refusing COVID-19 vaccination in favor of life-threatening alternative treatment. Research also points to a more general tendency towards risky decision-making. Conspiracy believers tend to have optimistically biased perceptions about risk, and conspiracy theories also appear to be more attractive to present-oriented people who prefer quick answers. Risky thinking and risky behaviors therefore seem characteristic of conspiracy believers. Thus, even when conspiracy believers recognize risk, they may simply be more accepting of them. Despite their negative consequences, there's evidence that conspiracy theories may also have some positive consequences. Researchers suggest that they may help people with marginalized or stigmatized views experience a sense of community. They may increase accountability among those in power and encourage them to be transparent. They may inspire collective action against unjust elites. In sum, a growing body of research makes it clear that conspiracy theories have a variety of important consequences. Why are conspiracy theories socially transmitted? In general, people can only believe in conspiracy theory if they have been exposed to it. The communication of conspiracy theories is therefore important. However, less research attention has been paid to the transmission of conspiracy theories than to their antecedents and consequences. The research that has been conducted suggests that the motivations to share conspiracy theories are different from the motivations to believe them. One important reason to share conspiracy theories appears to be to pursue a political agenda. For example, Nefis found that the people's pre-existing political views predicted whether or not there would be willing to share conspiracy materials about the Gezi Park protest in Istanbul in 2013. Similarly, Wood and Finlay in 2008 found that members of the British National Party explained the events surrounding the London 7/7 bombings as a conspiracy theory regarding the intentions of the Muslim immigrants in the UK, spreading an anti-Muslim political agenda and creating conditions for extremism and political violence. In a similar vein, research suggests that conspiracy theories are not shared indiscriminately and do not bounce around on social media at random. Instead, they are shared within and typically stay within the groups and communities already agree with them. As these online communities become more distinct, their sentiments can become more extreme. For example, Zalo found that users' comments in the post became more negative in tone as the user became more actively involved in communication between polarized communities. People also seem to share conspiracy theories to subvert dominant political and ideological assumptions. For example, Sapantis and Condor 2013 found that politically engaged Greek citizens use conspiracy theories to challenge Greece's political legitimacy while discussing conflicts with other groups. In a similar vein, research suggests that fictitious politicians who use conspiracy theories are viewed as rogue political outsiders who might be able to affect change. Therefore, sharing conspiracy theories may be a way to signal the intention to challenge and change the status quo. However, evidence is also building that people who share or express support for conspiracy theories risk being stigmatized. For example, Lanty in 2018 asked French internet users to write text that either supported or criticized conspiracy theories about the Charlie Hebdo shooting in Paris in 2015. People were asked to write statements supporting the conspiracy theories were more fearful of social exclusion than the people who were asked to criticize the conspiracy theory. The effect was mediated by fear of being evaluated negatively. Furthermore, conspiracy believers are often viewed as gullible, and people often reject the label of conspiracy theory when referring to their own views, instead using terms like conspiracy facts. Further evidence suggests that people reserve the term conspiracy theory and conspiracy theorist for ideas that they reject. People might therefore be aware of the skepticism associated with the labels and use or avoid using them according to their own disbelief in conspiracy-related statements. People might intend to use these terms in an attempt to deliberately discredit another person's views and dismiss them as implausible and try to remove them from the realm of legitimate debate. It is also worth noting, however, that there is little evidence that applying the label conspiracy theory to an alternative narrative does anything to reduce its credibility with an audience. Limitations of research. Research over the past 20 years have revealed that much of the causes, consequences, and transmission of beliefs in conspiracy theories, but this remains a relatively new field and one that is already revealing some important limitations. Some of them reproduce the common pitfalls of psychological research, such as an over-reliance on samples from Western educated, industrial, rich, and democratic countries. But see, even in the most developed aspects of this literature, research into the cause of conspiracy belief is marred by some problems. One of these is inconsistent findings, such as those emerging from the test of the hypothesis that lacking personal control affects belief in conspiracy theories. While some research supports this claim, other research does not find no causal effect at all. Using a general measure of conspiracy belief that does not refer to specific events, Stachinovas 2020 found no evidence that lack of control causes people to believe in conspiracy theories. This is not the only inconsistency that has emerged. There's also inconsistent findings, for example, concerning the relationship between right-wing authoritarian and conspiracy beliefs. These inconsistencies are an important obstacle for answering some of the most important questions about conspiracy beliefs. We want to understand, for example, why conspiracy theories seem to have an increasing appeal to people. We want to know what social and psychological effects they're having, and we want to understand the relevance of conspiracy theories to applied fields such as clinical, forensic, criminological, and political psychology. A complete understanding of the questions requires us to be able to profile people who are prone to believing in conspiracy theories, a task that ought to be possible by now, given the hundreds of studies into psychological, demographic, and political risk factors. However, inconsistent results make it very difficult to build such a profile. Understanding the causes and consequences of conspiracy belief has also been hampered by methodological problems, especially the dominance of cross-sectional research. This means that the consequences of particular conspiracy theories are often inferred, and reverse causal directions cannot be ruled out. Do conspiracy theories about vaccines reduce vaccine intentions, or do people's vaccine intentions inform their conspiracy belief? Experimental studies of the effects on exposure to conspiracy theories remain relatively rare, and reverse causal directions are typically not tested. Longitudinal research on the effects of conspiracy theories is also sparse. Problems such as inconsistent and difficult to interpret findings have been made worse by lack of attention to the conceptualization and measurement of belief in conspiracy theories. Stachinov argued that inconsistent results related to the effects of control and conspiracy theorizing may be due to the way conspiracy beliefs were measured in the differing studies. Indeed, as we mentioned earlier, some researchers measure belief in conspiracy theories as a combination of agreement with several common conspiratorial theories, while others tap into more general notions of conspiracy, such as the idea that governments generally conspire, rather than referring to any specific government or event. The choice of measure often seems arbitrary, and sometimes care has been taken to ensure that the chosen items truly are measures of belief in conspiracy theory according to an explicit and principled definition. Seemingly little definition has been paid to capturing the features of the alleged conspiracy, their agency, malevolence, and some other cases the alleged conspiring group is not identified. For example, there's no conspiring group identified in the statement. The virus is a scaremongering tactic to prevent Brexit. When skills are developed without reference to a stable, reasoned, and explicit definition of conspiracy theories, there will always be the risk of inconsistent measurement and therefore inconsistent results between studies. Arguably, still more serious downside of the lack of careful conceptual articulation is that, strictly speaking, we know surprisingly little about the causes, consequences, and transmission of belief in conspiracy theories per se. Conspiracy theories overlap particularly with many other categories of belief or representation. For example, many, if not all, conspiracy theories overlap with misinformation, bullshit, distrust of scientists and authority, extremism, and paranormal belief. And all these types of belief have been likened to or even studied interchangeably with conspiracy belief. What therefore makes conspiracy theory special in the crowded field of strange and unhelpful beliefs are the effects we have observed specific to conspiracy theories, or even true of conspiracy theories, if we control for their overlap with related kinds of beliefs. In order to answer these questions, we need a theory of what exactly conspiracy theories are, what makes them ontologically different from other beliefs. We also need a theory of what they do, what makes them functionally different from other beliefs, and why. We need these theories to be underpinned by research in which scales of conspiracy belief are designed and validated against theoretically informed measurement models, and in which the study of conspiracy beliefs contrasts and adjusts for related varieties of belief that lack some of the defining features of conspiracy theories. None of these are offered by the literature so far. The contributions will be necessary but not sufficient to fulfill what may be the central mission of the research on conspiracy theories: to understand and address their role in contemporary societal developments, from declining faith in democracy to political polarization to widespread vaccine refusal. If conspiracy theories are contributing to these problems, it must be that they are disseminated, adopted, and affect attitudes and behaviors en masse. Thus, a comprehensive theory of the societal impact of conspiracy beliefs must account for the antecedents, their consequences, and their transmission. At present, psychological scientists have focused on one of those facts at a time, or occasionally two. An obstacle to integrating these lines of research and theory into causes, consequences, and transmission of conspiracy beliefs is not just that they have developed separately from each other, as is often remarked. Each line of research has also tended to be rather piecemeal. A number of low-level theoretical models have been developed, and studies have examined a limited number of variables each time. The newer lines of research on the consequences of the transmission of conspiracy theories share the limitation that, on the whole, theories that connect existing research findings are lacking. As a result, many relevant antecedent, consequent, and contextual variables have been uncovered at different levels of analysis without much integration. A conceptual scheme is needed to organize variables within as well as across these different lines of research. A related issue has hampered progress in conspiracy theory research. This is the difficulty of recruiting research participants who are strong believers in conspiracy theories. These are the people that the public may have in mind when they think about conspiracy theorists, and whom researchers may have in mind when they describe populations who have a closed, obsessive mindset and who do not participate in mainstream civic, political, and health systems. These participants are difficult to assess, in part because they are perhaps less numerous than suggested by the rhetoric and media buzz that often surrounds academic paper. Further, these people can be distrustful of conspiracy theory research and therefore reluctant to take part in it. Recent evidence suggests that belief in conspiracy theory is not distributed normally, and that strong believers in conspiracy theories comprise a cluster of people who might be different from the rest of the population. This can lead to mismatches in the evidence based on the aspiration of theoretical ideas about conspiracy belief. They want to explain social ills arising from extreme or entrenched beliefs, but they are tested on participants whose attitudes to conspiracy theories range from dismissive to moderate sympathy. Recently, more surveys and interviews studies are succeeding in recruiting participants who are more prone to strong forms of conspiracy belief. Observational studies are also increasingly gathering data on conspiracy adherence, especially in the online spaces. However, we struggle as a research community to theorize about how these people might be similar to or different from most of our participants. The COVID-19 pandemic illustrates how research on the psychology of conspiracy theories has been limited in some of these ways. Over 100 studies have been published on the consequences of COVID-19 conspiracy beliefs. These studies have provided useful information at an important time when scientists were endeavoring to help with a world in crisis. It is also worth pointing out that most of this research leads to the same conclusion, that conspiracy beliefs are associated with lower intentions to engage in activities to stop the spread of the virus, such as taking the vaccine, engaging in social distancing. However, no other theoretical framework has guided this research, so the findings have been, again, rather piecemeal and disconnected. The bulk of the research has been cross-sectional and have been conducted on general populations rather than strong believers. Furthermore, because no established measurement scales existed, researchers designed their own scales to measure COVID-19 conspiracy beliefs, and in some cases, they may have led to overestimation of the prevalence of these beliefs in the population due to the way they were anchored. It is likely that these issues arose because researchers were responding rapidly to a crisis and were not working with other researchers to combine resources and share theoretical perspectives. However, a crucial problem is that this research, like much of the research on the psychology of conspiracy theories generally, has not paid enough attention to the context and features of the conspiracy theories themselves. In the next section, we advocate taking a step back and re-examine closely what conspiracy theories are, their core features, and what makes them different from other types of belief. We argue that this is crucial for theoretical progress in the coming years. A clear definition will guide the operationalization of conspiracy belief, therefore sharpening the testing of theory. It will help identify features of conspiracy theories that affect their causes, consequences, and communication. In so doing, it will help integrate these three lines of research, which, after all, are all about the same thing. Let's get a drink. The defining properties of conspiracy theories as causal properties. In this analysis, we are inspired by the influential philosophical analysis of causality put forward by Shoemaker in 1980. In this analysis, causality is understood in terms of the underlying properties of the objects involved in events. Much may be gleaned about the likely causal functions of an object of inquiry by paying close attention to and building theory from its essential properties. Shoemaker gives the following example. When one event causes another, this will be in part because of the properties possessed by the constituent object. Suppose, for example, that a man takes a pill and as a result breaks out into a rash. Here the cause and the effect are respectively the taking of the pill and the breaking out into a rash. Why did the first event cause the second? Well, the pill was penicillin and the man was allergic to penicillin. No doubt one could want to know more, for example, about the biochemistry of allergies in general, and this one in particular, but there is good sense in which what has been said already explains why the one event caused another. By analogy, we argue that the effects of exposure to conspiracy theories depend on key features of the conspiracy theories as well as the people are exposed to them. A conspiracy is a coordinated and concealed effort by two or more actors to bring about an outcome. This perspective on the causality is unusual in psychology. We seldom build theories about the causes and consequences of a variable by paying attention to its properties. However, it is routine in other sciences. For example, in the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the very first things that was done to sequence SARS-CoV-2 virus and to image the virus to determine the key phenotypes such as the characteristic spikes in the distinctive chemistry of its membranes. This information is of crucial value in determining how the virus infects human cells, the course of the resulting disease, its transmission from person to person, and even the proposal of simple remedies such as wearing masks and hand washing with soap. The progression from understanding the genotypic and phenotypic characteristics of the virus to understand its transmission effects and treatment can be aided by deriving hypotheses from these core features of the virus together with auxiliary assumptions that have been established in health and medical sciences. At the very least, knowledge about the genetic and physical properties of the virus can help us select promising theoretical ideas and rule out others that are likely to lead nowhere. Similarly, a clear and reasoned description of the ontology of conspiracy theories can help us build, select, test, and integrate theories of their causes, consequence, and social transmission. In an effort to illustrate the potential of this approach, we offer a new descriptive analysis of the defining feature of conspiracy theories. This analysis is unusual in that the defining features are derived logically from a very small set of axioms defining conspiracies and by specifying which type of conspiracies are the subject matter of conspiracy theories. As we develop this definition, we highlight how it can help understand some of the best known and most important findings of the literature on conspiracy theories so far. To complement this essential retrodictive exercise of sketching out an integration of existing findings and theoretical ideas, we then explain how the definition we have offered can organize and motivate further theoretical and empirical insights into conspiracy theories, including the generation of new and testable research hypotheses. Redefining conspiracy theories. A good place to start when we more closely consider what conspiracy theories are is the first term, a conspiracy. A conspiracy is a coordinated and concealed effort by two or more actors to bring about an outcome. This definition can be lifted straight out of dictionaries. Coordinated, often secretive behavior fitting this definition is a central feature of human life. Conspiracies do not have to be malicious, nor have historical, social, or political significance. For example, to plan a joyous surprise birthday party with friends is to participate in a conspiracy. This kind of conspiracy holds little interest for scholars who are interested in conspiracy theories that have the power to subvert, divide, and galvanize communities. Thus, following most researchers in the field, we restrict the definition of a conspiracy theories to those about certain kinds of conspiracy. This choice is essentially arbitrary, but it is important that it is reasoned and explicit. Researchers have seldom provided an integrated rationale for the definitional criteria they have chosen. Their choices often reflect the particular theoretical preferences. For example, researchers who prefer the study or emphasize irrational features of conspiracy theories tend to define them in terms such beliefs are unusually unsubstantiated and implausible, whereas researchers who study their political motivations may not include rationality or epistemic criteria in their definition. An explanation of historical, ongoing, or future events that cites as the main causal factor a group of powerful persons, the conspirators, acting in a secret for their own benefit against the common good. Publicness, a feature of conspiracy theories that concern events and phenomena real or imagined of public interest that the public does not know about. Oppositional, a feature of conspiracy theories that propose explanations contrary to official narratives. Malevolent or forbidden acts. Conspiracy theories typically involve harmful acts that, if known about, would be obstructed. Agentic, feature of conspiracy theories that ascribe agency to individuals and groups. Epistemically risky, a feature of conspiracy theories that, compared to other kinds of beliefs, are less plausible and less likely to be true. Social construct, a construct communicated among individuals and collectives that can provide the basis of shared identities, realities, goals, and actions. Here we make a case for considering beliefs to be conspiracy theories only when the alleged conspiracy is of public interest. This entails that publicness is a crucial defining dimension. Conspiracy theories are represented as belonging to the public. These events that they are about large and general enough to concern the public, who should know about the conspiracy because their interest has been or could be affected. Making the conspiracy public knowledge helps to protect public interests by preventing the conspiracy from progressing further, sanctioning the conspirators, and or correcting the public record. The claim made implicitly by every conspiracy theory, therefore, is that the wider public should, but do not know about a conspiracy. Each serious conspiracy theory is a fact bidding to become incorporated in public knowledge. The public interest at stake in conspiracy theories have been acknowledged in different forms in previously scholarly definitions. For example, some define the events as being socially significant. A conspiracy theory is the lay theory about socially significant negative events, like assassination, terrorist attacks, which often imply the intervention of one or more groups acting in secret. Others define conspiracy theories as being about complex events involving many people. They explain complex world events with reference to secret plots hatched by powerful groups. We prefer the more general criterion that conspiracy theories are of public interest because it captures various reasons for conspiracy theories to be a public concern. This abstract criterion, as we shall see, also permits the logical derivation of several characteristic features from our core definition of a conspiracy theory as a belief that two or more actors have coordinated in secret to achieve an outcome and that their actions are of public interest but not widely known by the public. One of the advantages of definitional and descriptive work is, of course, to help us decide which beliefs or statements are the proper subject of conspiracy theory research, and thus to set the limits on a research topic. Beyond this advantage, however, we will argue that the correlates, consequences, and communications of conspiracy theories should depend on features that set them apart from other kinds of belief and which vary by degree even within conspiracy theories. In the following pages, we therefore expand this definition, illustrate how it can incorporate insights from the conspiracy literature, and then discuss how it can generate and organize further theoretical progress. We argue from the core definition of conspiracy theory, we can also deduce that they are oppositional, concern malevolent and forbidden acts, are agentic, ascribe historical agency to individuals and small groups, and epistemically risky, and are widely shared and potentially generative social constructs. Conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is a belief that two or more actors have coordinated in secret to achieve an outcome, that their conspiracy is a public concern but not public knowledge. Conspiracy theories are oppositional, which means that they oppose publicly accepted understanding of events, describe malevolent or forbidden acts, ascribe agency to individuals and groups rather than to impersonal and systemic forces, are epistemically risky, meaning that though they are not necessarily false or implausible, taken collectively, they are more prone to falsity than other types of belief, and social constructs that are not merely adopted by individuals but are shared with social objectives in mind, and they have the potential not only to represent and interpret reality, but also to fashion new social realities. Conspiracy theories are oppositional. From the core definition of conspiracy theory as the belief that a conspiracy theory that the public should know about has been concealed from them, we can logically deduce a key defining characteristic. Conspiracy theories are set up explicitly or implicitly in opposition to publicly accepted versions of reality. They imply that a false version of reality has been promoted or protected by the conspirators and their unwitting stooges. Some definitions include a reference to the oppositional nature of conspiracy theories, but they tend to portray them as being opposed to official accounts in particulars, as authentic alternatives to official explanations. Unfortunately, however, conspiracy theories are all too often promulgated by elected leaders and officials, as we saw in the aftermath of the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Indeed, there appears to be several cases of government leaders supporting conspiracy theories. Thus, we should not disqualify narrative like the alleged steal of the 2020 U.S. presidential election from being defined as a conspiracy theory because it has been advocated by officials. Though many conspiracy theories will oppose official narratives, we propose that by definition, all conspiracy theories propose competing alternatives to publicly accepted versions of reality, whether officially endorsed or not. The contention between conspiracy theories and accepted narratives is also moralized, since the public should know and accept these conspiracy narratives about events and circumstances of public importance. It is morally wrong that they do not. Blame goes, of course, to the conspirators who conceal their behavior. It may also extend to the media for their complicity and incompetence, and to the public who are culpable for their gullibility, their sinful inability and unwillingness to see through the lies that they are being told. Far from simply valorizing the people in some popular fashion, conspiracy theorists represent them as sinfully easy to manipulate. This may help explain why belief in conspiracy theories has generally been found to be associated with Machiavellian beliefs that the public are easily fooled. This moralization of truth, together with conspiracy theories' opposition to accepted versions of reality, entails that conspiracy theories are part of a political battle to decide what people believe and determine the publicly accepted version of truth. This presumably explains why conspiracy adherents frequently identify as truthers and proselytize in physical and online channels for their version of reality. Conspiracy theories describe malevolent and forbidden acts. Another important defining feature of conspiracy theories can be deduced from their publicness. The conspiracies they allege are almost always malevolent, that is against the public interest. The essential reason for this is that secrecy is necessary to execute the alleged plot and to maintain the deception that may have motivated it. If the plot was discovered and taken seriously by authorities, it would be interrupted. There is some room in the formulation for benign conspiracy theories, for example, the QAnon system of conspiracy theories. The Agent Q and a former U.S. President, Donald Trump, are part of a plot to neutralize the satanic cabal of pedophilic Democrats. Their conspiracy is therefore represented as ultimately benign, but is nonetheless forbidden as the acts outside of normal legal constraints and against the interests of the so-called deep state, that if it could would shut the conspiracy down. In some conspiracies that are of public interest need secrecy to succeed, and thus they must generally entail outcomes that are malign or at least forbidden. This essential feature may help to explain why conspiracy beliefs generally seem to be reinforced and in turn can strengthen misanthropic views of human nature, pessimism, and anxiety. Conspiracy theories ascribe agency to individuals and groups. Conspiracy theories entail that a small group of conspirators has been able to achieve outcomes that are so big and important that the public need to know about them. Thus, believing in conspiracy theories means believing that individuals and small groups have the level of capability. For Karl Popper, 1963, this belief that societal events are shaped by a few coordinated actors rather than impersonal and systematic factors is the key to all conspiracy theory. For our purposes, this feature follows logically from our working definition of conspiracy and conspiracy theory. The ascription of agency has at least two important social psychological consequences. First, conspiracy theories can engage in the capabilities of individuals and groups. Researchers often assume that power ascribed by conspiracy theories is objectively warranted, as they concern alleged plots by powerful actors. This power, however, though it is necessarily ascribed to the actors who are accused by conspiracy theories, is not necessarily held by them in reality. In fact, many conspiracy theories target powerless groups or individuals, such as displaced people from Syria, Afghanistan, and other Muslim-majority countries. Others assign implausible levels of geopolitical and even metaphysical control to numerically small minority groups, such as the Jewish people, and ascribe fantastical powers to gender and women's rights activists. This highlights the creative power of conspiracy theories to not just interpret societal realities, but also to envisage alternative realities. Further, since prejudice, discrimination, and intergroup violence are motivated by perceived threats from social outgroups, the ability of conspiracy theories to ascribe power suggests a mechanism by which belief in, or even exposure to, these theories can worsen intergroup relations. A second consequence of conspiracy theories' ascription of agency to individuals and groups is that they may divert attention away from the inherent design flaws or systemic problems of society. In turn, this implies that believing in conspiracy theories may not conflict with being satisfied with current social arrangements. For example, there is evidence that conspiracy beliefs in satisfaction with the social status quo increase together in response to threats, and that conspiracy theories may actually bolster satisfaction with social systems whose legitimacy is called into question, principally by blaming their problems on a few bad apples who ruin things with their plots and schemes. The agency ascribed by conspiracy theories is of a particular kind. Since actors have to coordinate in secret towards a shared goal, it follows that their actions are intentional and purposive. This implies that conspiracies do not happen by accident, and this definitional criterion assumes that conspiracies are not simply the result of impersonal and unconscious processes. This helps to understand why the intentionality bias, the tendency to perceive agency intentionality where it is unlikely to exist, predicts the extent to which people endorse conspiracy theories and how conspiracy belief is associated with teleological thinking, the attribution of purpose and a final cause to natural events and entities. Conspiracy theories are epistemically risky. So conspiracy theories are epistemically risky. The core features of conspiracy theories makes them epistemically risky, that is, inherently prone to being false compared to beliefs that lack these features. Recall that the alleged plot at the core of any conspiracy theory occurs in secret, protected from public scrutiny. Thus, by definition, there's normally less of an evidential trace of the coordinated action that there would be for, say, the minuted decisions of a public committee meetings. Grimes 2016 has shown that this normative disadvantage of conspiracy theories gets more pronounced as the number of alleged conspirators and the time elapsed since the alleged conspiracy increases. This is a simple consequence of the assumption that in a given period of time, any one of the conspirators could let their secret slip, either by blowing the whistle or by committing some blunder. In addition, conspiracy theories concern plots that are believed to be so important that the public should, but do not know about them. By definition, therefore, they make claims that tend to contradict common wisdom as embodied in public opinion and institutional knowledge. The epistemic risk is aggravated by some of their other corollaries of conspiracy theories' essential features. For example, they make auxiliary assumptions about the gullibility of the public, the extraordinary unchecked dastardliness and competence of the conspirators, and the relative unimportance of interpersonal systemic causes. These normative disadvantages of conspiracy theories are well documented and baked in. None of this means that conspiracy theories are necessarily false or even implausible, because people do conspire, and we seldom witness the full causal chain leading to events of public interest. Some conspiracy theories could, in principle, turn out to be true. Psychologists and other social scientists do not necessarily have privileged access to relevant evidence, so they are not necessarily in a better position than anybody else to judge the truth or plausibility of conspiracy theories. This makes truth or even plausibility more or less unworkable as a definition criterion against which a single belief could be evaluated. For similar reasons, researchers working on related topics such as paranoia have abandoned truth or rationality as strict definitional criteria. We therefore disagree that conspiracy theories must, by definition, be untrue or implausible. Our claim instead is that the conspiracy theories have features that tend to make them, as a class of beliefs, more prone to falsity. This epistemic riskiness can explain why other risky types of belief, including paranormal beliefs and cognitive styles that emphasize intuitive appeal over rational analysis, are among the strongest predictors of conspiracy belief. Some further clarifying notes about the definition of conspiracy theories may be useful. Though we do not stipulate that conspiracy theories have to be untrue, we do require that conspiracies they describe to be of public interest but not public knowledge. That in general the public do not believe that the conspiracy has occurred. This means, for example, that the belief that 9/11 was orchestrated in secret by Al-Qaeda is not a conspiracy theory, because this theory is generally acknowledged by the public. It also means the belief that the same event was orchestrated by Mossad is indeed a conspiracy theory. Very often the truth and public knowledge correspond, so the untruth and plausibility criterion leads to much the same decision on specific conspiracy theories as our public knowledge criteria. Further, we acknowledge that there is downsides to our public knowledge criterion. One of these downsides is that the criterion is fuzzy. How many people, which members of the public, which public institution, and what degree of conviction are enough to disqualify belief as a conspiracy theory. However, similar ambiguities surround truth and implausibility. For example, what type of evidence, what strength of evidence, and what criteria for implausibility are sufficient for a belief to be categorized or not as a conspiracy theory. Finally, since so much sensitivity surrounds conspiracy beliefs, we believe it is preferable for social scientists to avoid positioning themselves, inadvertently or not, as having a stake in the truth or falsity of conspiracy theories, even less being the arbiters of their truth or falsity. In our experience, many people, whether they reject or embrace conspiracy theories, view conspiracy theory research, such as ourselves, as having a stake in our objects of study. This perception, of course, is not necessarily warranted. Research can study the causes, consequences, and communication of conspiracy theories, political ideologies, religious beliefs, or almost any attitude regardless of their own position. Since our methods and expertise do not allow us to determine whether conspiracy theories are true or plausible, and since these are not in any case the questions motivating our research, nor even psychological questions, we prefer not to insert truth or plausibility as definitional criteria. Conspiracy theories are social constructs. As we have seen, each conspiracy theory is at heart a moral, even political claim about what the public should believe, as opposed to the falsity they've been hoodwinked into accepting. Conspiracy theories are therefore inherently social, not only in their content, but also in their purpose. They are beliefs that the people share in the hope of achieving social goals. These goals may include righting epistemic wrongs, but as we have seen, they may be less altruistic. For example, they may serve as a communicator's desire to mobilize hatred of a specific group or to portray themselves as a renegade change agent. These motives, not to mention sheer economic profit, are characteristic of conspiracy entrepreneurs who generate spread conspiracy theories for reward. One example is radio show host Alex Jones, who promotes conspiracy theories on his InfoWars website, on which he also sells products such as food supplements, toothpaste, and bulletproof vests. conspiracy theories are inherently social in the origin and distribution. Individuals believe in conspiracy theories because they've been exposed to them in interpersonal or mass communication. Most conspiracy theories are endorsed and discussed by hundreds, thousands, or millions of people, making them shared rather than merely private representations. These theories can be endemic within organized conspiracy communities, taking on the quality of collective representations. All in all, therefore, it is deeply misleading to characterize conspiracy theories merely as beliefs that individuals hold. Any psychological account of conspiracy theories must consider their collective nature. Though it seems a contemporary phenomenon associated with the internet and social media, there is evidence that conspiracy theories have been prominent in public discourse long before the advent of these new technologies. Until recently, the communicative aspect of conspiracy theories has been largely ignored in psychological research. As a result, etiological theories of conspiracy belief may overemphasize individual level factors over communicative and social structural determinants. Seen in this light, theories that give strong emphasis to the mentalistic or dispositional antecedents of beliefs in conspiracy theories, a case in point being the conspiracy mentality, are, despite their other strengths, overly individualistic. Individual belief in conspiracy theories depend on whether and how they and others in their community have been exposed to these ideas and what alternative narratives and epistemological resources are available to them and their communities. Overly individualistic theories of conspiracy belief are also misleading in that they encourage us to characterize the societal impact of conspiracy theories as the aggregate of their impacts on individuals. For example, as a function of the number of people who have refused to take vaccines, decline to vote, ignore environmental recommendations. In contrast, conspiracy theories have the potential to directly shape societies. True or not, they concern matters of interest to almost everyone and are immensely communicable. They propose alternative, risky, rather innovative understandings of reality. In doing so, they identify, rather construct, communities of interest. These communities include the perpetrators and the victims of the conspiracy, as well as distinct epistemic communities such as those who embrace the conspiracy theory and those who are in the thrall of the falsehoods that it opposes. Thus, conspiracy theories contain the seeds of important social categories, which in turn can provide the basic of shared identities, realities, goals, and actions. They do not refer only to individuals, but also to communities that can motivate and direct, as well as, we shall see, collective sense-making and collective action. Thus, they do not merely represent social realities, but have the potential to create them. Paranoid. Paranoid is a person thinking that is dominated by suspicious or persecutory or grandiose thoughts such as being spied on, followed, secretly tested, or plotted against. Defining conspiracy theory summary. Summarizing the above, a comprehensive definition describes a conspiracy theory as a belief that two or more actors have coordinated in secret to achieve an outcome and that their conspiracy is of public interest but not of public knowledge. From these defining features of conspiracy, other characteristics feature follow logically. Thus, conspiracy theories are oppositional, which means they oppose publicly accepted understanding of events, describe malevolent and forbidden acts, ascribe agency to individuals and groups rather than impersonal and systemic forces, are epistemically risky, meaning that though individual conspiracy theories are not necessarily false or implausible, conspiracy theories taken together collectively are more prone to falsity than other types of belief, and so are social constructs that are not merely adopted by individuals but shared with social objectives in mind, that have the potential not only to represent and interpret reality but also to fashion new social realities. We have seen how some important ontological and causal properties of conspiracy theories can be inferred from their key properties. We have provided some examples of how some of the most well-known and important findings in the conspiracy theory literature could be explained with recourse to the essential ontological features of those beliefs. However, though promising this is essentially retroductive, in the final sections we turn to the more generative and predictive potential of this approach, outlining how it could contribute to the theoretical progress over the coming years. The generative potential of a definitional causal properties approach to conspiracy theories, differentiating conspiracy beliefs from other beliefs. The first advantage of the definition of conspiracy beliefs given above is that it can generate new and important hypotheses about what makes conspiracy theories functionally different from other types of belief. This can then motivate research in which conspiracy beliefs are systematically compared and contrasted to other types of beliefs that lack the same essential characteristics in experimental research, or examined as predictors or dependent measures when those other beliefs are controlled for in correlational research. Thus, the defining characteristic of conspiracy theories can be treated in categorical independent variables, allowing conspiracy theories to be differentiated empirically from similar kinds of belief that lack those defining characteristics. For example, conspiracy theories can be compared to similar beliefs in which agents did not bring about events secretly and intentionally, but rather openly and negligently. Furthermore, conspiracy theories can be compared to similar beliefs that allege a conspiracy took place, but where the conspiracy does not pass the threshold of public interest. The malevolence of alleged conspiracies is one essential feature that can be identified and manipulated or measured by as a causal factor. Thus, has been suggested by previous research, we might expect conspiracy theories to be attractive to paranoid and misanthropic individuals who are inclined to believe in human malevolence. We can expect this appeal to be attenuated when the alleged conspiracies are benign. Thus, we can build testable theories for explicating the essential properties of conspiracy theories and characterizing them as causal properties. Regarding the consequences of conspiracy theories versus other types of belief, we can predict that beliefs that do not accuse outgroups of malevolent plots are less likely than conspiracy theories to foment intergroup hostility. Turning to the social communications of conspiracy theories, we can predict that the malevolence of the plots they allege will affect the motivation to share them. Stories about non-conspiracies or benign conspiracies will not have the same appeal to communications who want just to justify or profit from intergroup hostility. In general studies of conspiracy belief, we have not sought to differentiate conspiracy theories from other beliefs in the systematic or controlled way. In correlational research, for example, it is rare that correlations between predictor variables and conspiracy belief adjust for other mainstream or official beliefs. To our knowledge, not one study has systematically manipulated the presence versus absence of essential features of conspiracy theories, nor have studies sought to identify which of the key features of conspiracy theories are the active ingredient or mediators of their functional differences from other beliefs. For example, whether the malevolence ascribed to conspiracy theories explain why they are more likely than other explanations for a social phenomenon to foment intergroup hostility. This kind of work is crucial in identifying the unique social psychological function of conspiracy theories, and it needs to be informed by an explicit account of their essential causal properties. Intuitive thinking is reaching decisions quickly based on automatic cognitive processes. Bullshit receptivity, the tendency to perceive meaning in important sounding nonsense statements. Audience tuning is when communicators adjust the content of their communications according to the characteristics, personality, attitudes of their audience. Characterizing variations within conspiracy theories. A definitional approach can capitalize on many of the essential features of conspiracy theories, for example, their malevolence and epistemic riskiness being conceivable as continuous but also binary variables. That is, conspiracy theories can vary from each other by degree according to how strong of each of these features is. By measuring and manipulating these variations, we can therefore assess the role of essential ontological features of conspiracy theories in determining how those beliefs come to be adopted and shared and affect people's attitudes and behaviors. In this sense, we can say that the definitional approach contains a general theory that the causal properties of conspiracy theories depend on the basic ontological properties, and for the general theory, more specific theories can be generated and tested. To illustrate, malevolence can vary by degree. For example, on the scale of the harm it is intended to cause, the more malevolent this plot is, the more the acceptance of the conspiracy theory is likely to be dependent on individual differences associated with paranoia and misanthropy, and the more the theory is likely to be shared by speakers who want to create heightened sense of threat from an outgroup, for example, to normalize prejudice, exploit xenophobia for personal political gain, or galvanize support for intergroup violence. Furthermore, the more malevolent the plot is, the more likely it is to increase perceptions of threat, leading to prejudice, discrimination, and intergroup hostility. The malevolence of the alleged plot can be manipulated easily, for example, by varying the intensity of the harm being sought by the plotter, from subtle mind control to moderate disease to infertility and death, and the scale of that harm affecting a small community or entire national ethnic population. Another illustrative example of this advantage is in examining the epistemic riskiness of conspiracy theories. The riskier the conspiracy theory is, the more its acceptance should be associated with variables connected to the endorsements of empirically risky ideas in general. These variables include intuitive thinking, lower cognitive ability, and bullshit receptivity. Regarding the sharing of conspiracy theories, human communication dynamics such as audience tuning suggest that people are more likely to share riskier conspiracy theories when communicating with audiences whom they perceive to be less willing or able to use rational, critical thought to interpret the message. Further, sharing epistemically riskier conspiracy theories is more likely to be stigmatized. The hypothetical consequence of the acceptance of empirically riskier conspiracy theories is that when endorsed, they are likely to contribute to more radical distrust of officials and rejection of their narratives. The degree of epistemic risk can also be experimentally manipulated. All else being equal, for example, conspiracy theories become more epistemically risky as the number of alleged conspirators and the time elapsed since the conspiracy started increases. Similarly, alleged conspiracies becomes more malevolent as the degree and scale of harm increases. These constituent parameters can thus be manipulated in an objective, quantitative way. In correlational designs, or even in experiments with less control is possible or desired, we can rely on consensual subjective impressions. For example, participants can be asked to indicate how likely the conspiracy theory is to be false. Epistemic risk. The same is true, by the way, of other defining features such as malevolence. For example, participants can be asked to evaluate how harmful or beneficial the conspirator's intended outcome is. Organizing and integrating insight via theory development. Another advantage of the definitional approach, as we have seen, is that can help integrate and organize theoretical insight across research domains. The antecedents, consequences, and communication of conspiracy theories are typically studied separately, and theories in psychology seldom pay systematic attention to how they may be related. Grounding theories in the essential properties of conspiracy theories helps articulate parallels and synergies between these different facets. For example, more epistemically risky conspiracy beliefs will be more strongly associated with non-rational thinking, will be more stigmatized to share, will be shared relatively more often with epistemically vulnerable audiences, and will cause adherents to be more open to other epistemically risky ideas. In this way, conceptualizing the essential properties of conspiracy theories as causal properties provides a high-level theoretical framework that can generate predictions about specific effects and about the correlations between those effects. The definitional approach can help synthesize insights about the antecedents, consequences, and communication of conspiracy theories by providing a unifying guiding reference for research methodology. The definition can provide conceptual criteria by which to evaluate the operationalization of conspiracy beliefs. For example, scales of conspiracy belief can be developed and tested according to the explicit definitional criteria, as can manipulations of conspiracy beliefs and coding schemes for verbal data can be obtained from interviews and observational studies. In this way, a degree of conceptual as well as methodological coherence is achieved across research on causes, consequences, and social transmissions of conspiracy theories. Likewise, the definitional approach helps researchers to thematically organize variables that affect their causes, consequences of social transmission. Specifically, they can be grouped into categories of variables that hypothetically affect these processes by virtue of their functional relation to one of the defining criteria. For example, factors such as low agreeableness may relate to their adoption, sharing, and consequence of conspiracy theories because these beliefs are oppositional. Since conspiracy theories concern malevolent and forbidden acts, they may activate psychological factors including pessimism, anxiety, misanthropy, threat, and in-group hostility. The agentic nature of conspiracy theories is causally relevant to factors such as intentionality bias and controlled deprivation. Since conspiracy theories are epistemically risky, they bring variables such as non-analytical thinking and bullshit receptivity into play. That conspiracy theories are a social construct is little different insofar as it is an emergent property, and we now return to the specific features in more detail. Understanding the power of conspiracy theories to construct social reality. Paying greater attention to the defining features of conspiracy theory can help us understand their potential to construct social realities. The publicness of conspiracy theories is a crucial characteristic that is not explicitly recognized by many psychological accounts of the subject. In the psychological literature, conspiracy theories are typically defined as being merely about events or circumstances that are public interest in some way. However, they are public interest in at least two important respects. First, their power to affect people's well-being, rationality, and social and political behaviors makes them a sort of public interest in and of themselves, as the literature we have reviewed shows. Second, conspiracy theories propose new truths and imply that the public should know and accept them. To suggest, in keeping with scholarship and other disciplines, that conspiracy theories can inform public knowledge and shape culture Like, for example, they have shaped American culture of individualism and distrust of government. In the remainder of this section, we focus on the capacity of conspiracy theories to construct new social realities. Underneath the particular claim of each conspiracy theory, there lie important general constructions. Each conspiracy theory, by definition, suggests a group or community of perpetrators, the directly involved conspirators and those whose interests they serve, versus a community of victims, those who are harmed by the alleged conspiracy. This is not the only moralized distinction constructed by conspiracy theories. They also construct a community of believers in the conspiracy versus the populace who are not aware of it. In this way, conspiracy theories construct not only a version of events, but also social groups comprising of those of the perpetrators versus their victims, and the enlightened versus the ignorant. An extensive research tradition shows that social identities like these are the basis of shared realities, goals, and actions. An obvious manifestation of this is the rise of vociferous anti-vaccine, flat earth, and truther communities bound together by a stronger epistemic identity and motivated to proselytize. The agency that conspiracy theories ascribe is crucial here. The harms these theories allege are planned by agents who are assigned a degree of social political power that they may not possess. Thus, a malevolent, often exaggerated power is conferred on religious or ethnic minorities and migrant communities, constructing them as the larger than life threats and justifying distrust, hostility, exclusion, and even violence. The social construction of reality does not require that sharers of conspiracy theories privately endorse the claims they are making. As we have seen, politicians, activists, and vested industry figures can promote conspiracy theories to protect their own interests, sow doubt, or cultivate a following. In general, the social communications of information does not depend on the faithful copying of concepts, the so-called MLML communication change, where M stands for the content of the communicator's memory and L for the language that they use to transmit the information. Motivated communicators can create new information through a range of strategies ranging from subtle tuning to audience expectations to outright deception. Conspiracy theories have particularly creative power because they're both publicly and epistemically risky. By their nature, they deviate from accepted understandings of reality. This makes them appear to be highly informative, engaging, or even entertaining, and if accepted, they can shift perceptions of reality further than more moderate propositions. Psychologists have only recently began to study the communication of conspiracy theories and their power to construct information, deriving from predictions from the defining features of conspiracy theories can help generate and organize research of on this new frontier. For example, the agency and malevolence that conspiracy theories ascribe to perpetrator groups suggests that exposure to conspiracy theories cause those groups to be evaluated as more powerful and threatening. In turn, the level of intergroup hostility inspired by conspiracy theories should depend on the magnitude and deliberate malevolence of the alleged conspiracy. Exposure to conspiracy theories that allege harm to in-group should increase identification and espouse insecure forms of identification with that group. Concluding remarks. In recent years, conspiracy theories have become an important topic of research in psychological science. Research has yielded important advances in our understanding of the correlates, consequences, and communication of conspiracy belief. In this article, we reviewed the literature and argued that further theoretical and empirical advances are made possible by focusing more attention on the essential features of conspiracy theories and on their causal and explanatory power. We have proposed an inventory of those features grounded in an explicit and reasoned definition of conspiracy theories. Some aspects of our characterization are certainly disputable and differ from other definitions. Nonetheless, having a reasoned and explicit definition of the essential properties of conspiracy theories can move research and theory forward. We have illustrated how a new framework about the generation and organization of research insights grounded in this definition can move the literature forward. Specifically, it can facilitate research progress by guiding research methodology. It can generate new and important hypotheses about what makes conspiracy theories different from other phenomena. It allows us to examine the role of essential features of conspiracy theories in determining why people adopt them, why they share them, and how they influence people's attitudes and behavior. Our analysis also calls attention to the inherently social and creative nature of conspiracy theories. It may help explain why, for example, political figures use conspiracy theories about religious, ethnic, political, and national outgroups and try to stoke fears and galvanize in-group support, why these conspiracy theories heighten prejudice and threat perception, and why they resonate with people who already feel chronically threatened and powerless. These are crucial questions in the turbulent times of the 21st century because conspiracy theories not only reflect but also shape our times. In our previous work, we have argued that conspiracy theories have promised to address the troubles and frustrations in the lives of individuals, but ultimately failed to do so. The analysis of conspiracy theories we have advanced in this article suggests that something analogous may be said about the collective. Conspiracy theories have a creative world-making potential, and if anything, may make the world in their own image, a world in which trust and benevolence are in short supply, evidence cannot be trusted, social groups have few interests in common, and power is concentrated in the hands of a few. Left unchecked and unchallenged, conspiracy theories threaten to become self-fulfilling prophecies. Summary points. We review the empirical psychological literature on the antecedents, consequences, and communication of conspiracy theories, highlighting the abundance of research but also its disorganization. We propose a definition of conspiracy theories based on some of the inherent characteristics. In our definition, we focus on the key defining features of publicness, in that conspiracy theories concern events and phenomena that the public do not but should know about. Conspiracy theories also have in common that they are agentic, involve malevolent or forbidden acts, and epistemically risky, are oppositional, and are social constructs. We propose a meta-theoretical framework that allows us to generate hypotheses about the antecedents, consequences, and communication of conspiracy theories based on these defining characteristics. We argue that this new framework can move forward the literature of the psychology of conspiracy theories. Okay, so that one was really interesting. And hopefully we'll finish off with a bang. So a lot of information today. I only covered a small fraction of what I wanted to cover. God forbid, just checking the news, scared, about to see mass bombing of Israel any second, but doesn't look like it's happened. So we will conclude with another in-depth, what is so special about conspiracy theories, conceptually distinguishing beliefs in conspiracy theories from conspiracy beliefs in psychological research, which from Switzerland. So hopefully this one will take less than an hour. It's over 20 pages, but this one's double spaced. Defining conspiracy theories in psychology. Abstract. In psychological research, conspiracy theories are often defined as explanations of events involving the hidden actions of a malevolent group. Such as definitions raises a false negative problem, as it does not capture conspiracy theories that are not about events. It also raises false positive problems because it categorizes any conspiracy-based explanation as a conspiracy theory, even though distinguishing conspiracy theories from other conspiracy claims is at the core of many attempts to define this notion. Based on more elaborated definitions and conceptual reengineering approach, we propose that conspiracy theories can be defined as claims that the public is being pervasively lied to regarding some aspect of reality to allow some groups to enact a harmful self-serving agenda. Compared to other definitions, ours has the advantage of not taking positions regarding the true value of conspiracy theories, making it highly operative for psychological research. What is so special about conspiracy theories? Conceptually distinguishing beliefs in conspiracy theories from conspiracy beliefs in psychological research. In common language, the label conspiracy theory is derogatory, and labeling a belief as such usually equates disqualifying it as a legitimate explanation. Since there are numerous instances of real conspiracies whose existence is acknowledged by historians, many authors have attempted to identify the features that make conspiracy theories different from other conspiracy claims, and specifically what makes them epistemologically unwarranted. However, the distinction between conspiracy theories and other conspiracy claims is mostly absent from psychological research. In this article, we examine and characterize the definition of conspiracy theories that are the most commonly mobilized in the psychological literature. These definitions typically construe conspiracy theories as explanations of events centered on the deliberate action of a group acting in secrecy, namely a conspiracy. We argue that there are two problems with this approach to defining conspiracy theories. First is a reliance on the assumption that conspiracy theories ought to be explanations of events raises a false negative problem. These definitions fail to categorize as conspiracy theories commonly accepted examples of conspiracy theories. Second, this approach equates conspiracy theories and conspiracy claim which raises a false positive problem. These definitions erroneously categorize as conspiracy theories conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories. Since psychological research on belief in conspiracy theories tends to focus on conspiracy theories researchers deem irrational because they contradict scientific evidence, mobilizing such a genetic definition may lead to erroneous theoretical inference. It may also fuel controversies about the weaponization of the label conspiracy theory and disrupt interdisciplinary discussion. Finally, we propose a new definition of conspiracy theory that addresses the problem raised by previous definitions and is operative for psychological research. To do so, we mobilize definitions of conspiracy theories that attempt to distinguish conspiracy theories from other conspiracy claims on an epistemological ground and conceptualize re-engineering approach. Defining conspiracy theories in psychological research. In psychology, we're interested in belief in conspiracy theories rather than conspiracy theories per se. Thus, before examining definitions, we may need to disambiguate these notions. Conspiracy theories may be viewed as hypotheses, profound explanations regarding some explanation of reality, a significant historical event. As such, conspiracy theories can be studied as abstract representations without considering who believes in them or communicates about them. For instance, epistemological essays examining the argumentative structure of empirical substantiation of conspiracy theories adopt such a position. By contrast, psychologists are interested in whether individuals believe in conspiracy theories or not. Hence, they are interested in whether people are willing to endorse conspiracy theories as true. The same distinction may be made between conspiracy claims and conspiracy beliefs. In psychological research, one of the most popular definitions of conspiracy theories was provided by Keeley, 1999, who defined a conspiracy theory as a proposed explanation of some historical event or events in terms of the significant causal agency of a relatively small group of persons, the conspirators, acting in secret. Douglas in 2019 provided a rather similar definition, according to which conspiracy theories are attempts to explain the ultimate causes of significant social and political events and circumstances with claims of secret plots by two or more powerful actors. In a similar vein, some authors rely on Zonas and Joseph's 1994 definition of the notion of conspiracy to define conspiracy theories. They propose the belief in conspiracy theories are beliefs that groups of actors join in secret agreement to achieve a hidden unlawful goal. A consequence of such definitions is that they equate conspiracy belief with belief in a conspiracy theory. Indeed, these definitions identify as a conspiracy theory any claim combining the four features of a conspiracy. One, a collective nature. Conspiracy theories are about the action of a group rather than the actions of isolated individuals and have collective outcomes. Two, intentionality. Conspiracy theories involve deliberate acts. Three, secrecy. Conspirators act in secret. Four, malevolence. The conspirators are ill intent towards other groups. Another central element of these definitions is that they do not take positions regarding the truth value or epistemological validity of conspiracy theories by considering conspiracy theories as intrinsically unsubstantiated or unwarranted. For instance, Douglas proposed that while a conspiracy refers to a true causal chain of events, a conspiracy theory refers to an allegation of conspiracy that may or may not be true. Or on their end, Imhoff and Lamperty 2020 argue whether an allegation of conspiracy turns out to be truthful does not change its epistemic status of being a conspiracy theory, nor does it its empirical refutation. Even more straightforward, Uskinski 2016 asserted because we are interested in how underlying predispositions drive beliefs, issues of veracity are peripheral to our analysis, and we stake no claim on whether any conspiracy theory is true. Following Harambam's 2020, who argued that social scientists ought to adopt an agnostic stance regarding the truth value of conspiracy theory, we propose to qualify these definitions of conspiracy theory as epistemologically agnostic. These definitions may be distinguished from epistemologically normative definitions of conspiracy theories, that is, definitions taking a stand regarding the epistemological validity of conspiracy theories. Problems raised by the current approach to define conspiracy theories. In the following, to distinguish what does and what does not count as conspiracy theory, we rely on more elaborate definitions of conspiracy theories, which themselves map onto the intuitive notion that conspiracy theories differ from other conspiracy claims. Since the distinction criteria are debated, our rationale will rely on non-ambiguous examples of conspiracy theories and conspiracy claims that do not qualify as conspiracy theories. With that in mind, A sound psychological definition of conspiracy theory should neither be too narrow. It should apply to all prototypical conspiracy theories, nor too broad. It should not include conspiracy claims that are clearly not conspiracy theories. The current approach is problematic in both aspects. The false negative problem. First, some prototypical examples of conspiracy theories do not qualify as conspiracy theories based on these definitions. We propose to call this issue the false negative problem. If a definition is a test aiming at correctly detecting conspiracy theories, current definitions fail to identify some conspiracy theories as such. It is especially true for definitions considering conspiracy theories as explanation of specific events. For instance, the claim that the earth is flat and that this truth is hidden from the public does not attempt to explain a specific event nor circumstances experienced by individuals, rather consistent with alternative understanding of reality. Similarly, it is not clear that the claim that the dangers of vaccines are deliberately concealed by pharmaceutical companies to maximize profits consists in of itself in an explanation of events and circumstances. While many conspiracy theories are tied to specific historical events like 9/11, JFK, moon landing, or circumstances like economic inequalities, many questions other aspects of reality, such as the nature of a social group or the very nature of reality. Similarly, while conspiracy theories postulate that some event occurred or currently occurring or expected to occur, such events are not necessarily something that conspiracy theories seek to explain. Even if conspiracy theories may ultimately allow individuals to explain some events, it is not clear that the primarily consist of explanation for said events. Thus, it appears that some of the current definitions of conspiracy theories are too narrow and they do not apply to many prototypical conspiracy theories. The false positive problem. Conversely, the current approach categorized as conspiracy theories many conspiracy claims that are clearly not conspiracy theories by more refined definitions and the common understanding of the term. We propose to call this the false positive problem. For instance, if one relies on the aforementioned definitions, the claim that Al-Qaeda caused 9/11 attacks or that Julius Caesar was assassinated in 44 BC qualify as conspiracy theories. Indeed, their proposed explanations of significant social events relying on the causal role of a small group of actors in secret. These two examples, however, are narratives accepted by epistemic authorities, which goes against the common understanding of the notion of conspiracy theory. Nonetheless, by the aforementioned definition, any conspiracy-based explanation qualifies as a conspiracy theory. This may be considered as particularly problematic, considering that distinguishing conspiracy theories from other conspiracy claims is arguably the main challenge when it comes to defining conspiracy theories. So table 1, the type of conspiracy claim versus the alignment with the definition of conspiracy theories with the false positive and the true positive and the false negative. Since all conspiracy claims are qualified as conspiracy theories by the common approach, there is no situations in which the definition correctly identifies a conspiracy claim that is not a conspiracy theory. The necessity of a redefined approach to defining conspiracy theories in psychology. Now, a potential way to address these issues would be to emphasize the fact that conspiracy theories, as defined by social scientists, substantially differ from the common understanding of the notion. Indeed, it is very common that the scientific meaning of a notion substantially differs from its lay understanding. However, we believe that proposing a refined definition of the notion of conspiracy theory would benefit the field for both conceptual and practical reasons. On the conceptual level, a current definition may lead to erroneous theoretical inference from empirical data. Indeed, even though researchers endorse very broad definitions of conspiracy theories that encompass all claims about the existence of the conspiracy, they tend to investigate a subset of the claims. Specifically, they tend to study conspiracy theories in the common and normative sense of the term. Conspiracy theories about the dangers of vaccines, anthropogenic climate change, COVID-19, and so on. All these conspiracy theories are not merely claims regarding the existence of conspiracies, as they have a number of additional features that are not captured by the aforementioned definition. Thus, in current psychological research, there seems to be a mismatch between what is claimed to be under investigation, like conspiracy theories defined as claims about the existence of a conspiracy, and what is actually under investigation, belief in conspiracy theories set apart from other conspiracy claims. it is possible that conclusions drawn from the research mostly apply to unwarranted conspiracy theories and not to conspiracy claims that are sanctioned by authorities, even though the latter are encompassed in the definition. Mobilizing more precise definitions of the notion of conspiracy theory may allow us to address this mismatch and to draw more precise theoretical inference from empirical research. It may also improve the generation of hypotheses regarding the causes and consequences of conspiracy theories. Finally, it may facilitate interdisciplinary discussions with disciplines that have already formulated criticisms against psychologists' approaches to conspiracy theories and help bridging the great divide between social sciences studying conspiracy theories. Second, on the political level, by relying on a definition of conspiracy theory that successfully includes conspiracy theories and excludes other potentially more legitimate conspiracy claims, psychologists would be less likely to be accused of conveying the message that believing in conspiracies exist is irrational. Relatedly, since lay people already have evaluative opinions on the topic, they might find academic definitions inoperative. All in all, a refined definition of conspiracy theories may facilitate communication with the public by diffusing some recurring objections against the study of conspiracy theories in psychology. Toward a refined psychological definition of conspiracy theories. In the next sections, we propose ways to address the false negative and false positive problems identified above. Our goal is to propose a definition of conspiracy theories that address these issues by grasping the psychological specificities of conspiracy beliefs that compared to other conspiracy beliefs. Defining conspiracy theories in psychology. Moreover, to guide us in our attempt to redefine the notion of conspiracy theory, we adopt the philosophical methodology of concept re-engineering. According to this approach, a new definition must meet two criteria of adequacy, namely similarity and theoretical usefulness. According to the criterion of similarity, the newly defined notion must be part of a research field and should therefore correspond to the definitions that researchers have already proposed. Thus, with regards to the study of conspiracy theories in psychology, a new definition should apply to past research on the topic and build upon past attempts to define conspiracy theories. The second criterion is theoretical usefulness. This criterion means that a sound scientific definition of conspiracy theories or any phenomenon should be precise enough to bring clarification. It should solve issues raised by previous definitions. We could also add a subcondition called practical usefulness, considering that the suggested definition should be operationalizable in empirical research. With regards to social psychology research in conspiracy theories, practical usefulness may be viewed as the possibility to easily implement the new definitions in rating scales. A major limitation addressing the false negative problem. A major limitation of current definitions of conspiracy theories is that they fail to capture some prominent conspiracy theories. This is especially true for definitions construing conspiracy theories as explanations of events. A quick examination of existing conspiracy theories is indeed enough to realize that conspiracy theories need not be about specific events or circumstances, nor relatedly that they necessarily consist in explanations. Rather, it appears that conspiracy theories can question any aspect of reality as they can be about virtually any topic, a socially significant event, a scientific consensus, the nature of a social group, the very nature of reality, and so on. To address these false negative problems, we propose to acknowledge that conspiracy theories question some aspects of reality rather than specific events. We moreover propose to abandon the idea that conspiracy theories ought to consist in explanations. Indeed, such as an idea implicitly carries the assumption that conspiracy theories fulfill an epistemic function. While such an assumption may be appealing when analyzing some conspiracy theories, it may be an overstatement to consider this assumption as a definitional feature of conspiracy theories. Addressing the false positive problem. Secondly, current definitions of conspiracy theories used in psychology apply to all conspiracy claims, even those that are not conspiracy theories by more refined definitions, conspiracies whose existence is acknowledged by authorities. This shows that definitions currently used in psychology fail to address the question of the delineation between conspiracy theories and other conspiracy claims. In this section, we will first review existing solutions to the false positive problems, namely epistemologically normative definitions of conspiracy theories. We will highlight some caveats regarding the adoption of an epistemologically normative approach in psychological research. Finally, we will propose an epistemologically agnostic response to false positive problems, the epistemologically normative response to false positive problems and its limitations. The false positive problem is arguably a consequence of the epistemologically agnostic approach adopted by psychologists to define conspiracy theories. Indeed, authors who proposed to distinguish conspiracy theories from other conspiracy claims mostly did so on epistemological grounds. For instance, Keeley, 1999, proposed that unwarranted conspiracy theories have 5 additional characteristics compared to other accusations of conspiracy. They run counter some received official or obvious account. They depict the intentions of the conspirators as deeply malevolent. They assume hidden linkages between events that are seemingly unrelated. The conspiracy is viewed as a well-guarded secret, often involving public figures. They are mostly built on errant dated anomalies in the official account that potentially question its validity if no satisfactory explanation is provided. Similarly, Goulian, 2018, building on Keeley's definition, proposed that conspiracy theories have 3 features that distinguish them from other conspiracy claims. They run counter to a version accepted by relevant epistemic authorities. They rely on anomalies in publicly available information, which means that the conspiracy theory believer does not have a privileged access to information. They establish connections between these anomalies by postulating the existence of a conspiracy presented as the best plausible explanation to account for these anomalies. These 2 definitions were proposed by philosophers. Social psychologists have also proposed epistemologically normative definitions of conspiracy theories. For example, Brotherton, 2013, proposed the definition encompassing 5 criteria to qualify as a conspiracy theories. They run counter to the version of events accepted by epistemological authorities. They are less plausible than other explanations. They rely on poor evidence. They construe conspirators as preternaturally competent and malevolent. They are ultimately unfalsifiable. As one can see, these epistemological normative definitions of conspiracy theories largely overlap. All definitions include the fact that conspiracy theories run counter to a narrative accepted by authorities and or relevant experts. As such, a feature that distinguishes conspiracy theories from other conspiracy claims is that they are defined by the opposition to a competing narrative. Another distinctive feature of conspiracy theories highlighted by these definitions is the lack of evidence in favor of the existence of the conspiracy. Rather, conspiracy theories mostly rely on the alleged flaws of the official version. A seemingly straightforward way to address the false positive problems would be to endorse one of the existing epistemological normative definitions of conspiracy theories or to propose a new epistemologically normative definition. However, adopting an epistemologically agnostic approach to define conspiracy theories in psychological research has many benefits. After all, as psychologists, we are the first and foremost interested in what people believe rather than in some external objective truth, like whether there is an actual conspiracy going on. Besides directly mobilizing epistemologically normative definitions, when one attempts to investigate the causal beliefs in conspiracy theories may raise a number of issues. For instance, if one seeks to explain why some people believe in conspiracy theories, assuming that conspiracy theories are intrinsically flawed, beliefs may embed a normative conclusion, the idea that conspiracy theories are rational, within this definition, which should be ideally the starting point of research. Second, adopting a normative approach to defining conspiracy theories may restrict the study of conspiracy theory beliefs to conspiracy theories whose unwarrantedness can be firmly established. This results in 2 issues. First, researchers would find themselves in a situation in which they have to assess the evidential strength of every conspiracy theory they want to investigate. This may be difficult considering the quantity and diversity of arguments conspiracy theories tend to mobilize. Second, it would prevent the study of conspiracy theories that spread directly after traumatic events before any investigation is allowed to reasonably rule out the hypothesis of a conspiracy. Indeed, the irrationality of conspiracy theories is to a large extent a function of how many people should be involved to keep the conspiracy a secret, and this number grows as time passes. Finally, one might question the relevance of mobilizing some of the aforementioned epistemological characteristics to define a phenomenon that is investigated at the psychological level. For instance, the fact that conspiracy theories are poorly substantiated by evidence compared to competing narratives is difficult to translate to at the individual psychological level. Indeed, only specialists are able to assess the evidential strength of conspiracy theories and their non-conspiracist counterparts. An epistemologically agnostic response to the false positive problem. Hence, there are good reasons to adopt an epistemologically agnostic approach to conspiracy theories in psychological research. However, by giving up the epistemological characterization of conspiracy theories, psychologists have also given up the distinction between conspiracy theories and other conspiracy claims. as we analyze the conceptual challenge we are facing is therefore to identify the specificities of conspiracy theories while still endorsing epistemologically agnostic position. To do so, we ought to define conspiracy theories based on what believers consider to be true, rather than on the congruence between the conspiracy claim and the external reality, the plausibility that there is a conspiracy actually going on. As a starting point, we will rely on a recurring feature of epistemologically normative definitions that has an expression on the psychological level, namely the opposition to competing narratives sanctioned by authorities, the official version. However, instead of adopting an epistemological approach to the issue, we propose to adopt a psychological approach. Hence, rather than comparing competing versions in terms of relative plausibility, an implausible conspiracy theory versus a more plausible official version, we take the perspective of the conspiracy theory believer on these competing versions. At the psychological level, we propose that conspiracy theories are characterized by their opposition to what is claimed to be deceptive narratives sanctioned by authorities. Specifically, we propose that the specificity of conspiracy theories compared to other conspiracy claims lies in the assumption that the public is being intentionally and pervasively exposed to deceptive narratives aimed at concealing the truth, the conspiracy. But more simply, according to the conspiracy theory believers, we are being lied to regarding some topic. These lies are everywhere, and it allows them, the conspirators, to pursue secret and harmful agendas. The intentionality of deception refers to the notion that, according to conspiracy theory advocates, official narratives are not only deceptive, they are deceptive by design. This does not necessarily mean that people disseminating these narratives are viewed as fully aware that they mislead the public. They may be only viewed as thoughtless cogs in a propaganda machine, but that these narratives are part of a deliberate effort to divert the public's attention from some important truth. The pervasiveness of deception refers to the notion that the conspiracy theories ascribe a remarkable magnitude of the dissemination of official narratives. Indeed, any ongoing conspiracy supposes some degree of deception to remain secret. However, in conspiracy theories, official narratives are viewed as pervasive in the public's environment, like newspapers, television, political discourses. In addition, conspiracy theory advocates believe that alternatives to official narratives are being actively silenced, typically by being ridiculed as conspiracy theories. The best illustrations of the pervasiveness of deception is to be found in the recurring metaphor of the awakening among conspiracy theory believers. Endorsing conspiracy theories is viewed as a way to wake up from the generalized sedative state induced by official narratives. In summary, we propose that compared to other conspiracy claims, conspiracy theories involve the perception that the public is being pervasively deceived by official narratives. Note that in our approach, official narratives encompass both the promotion of official versions and the silencing of alternative narratives. As such, conspiracy theories are at its core propositions that reveal some actively silenced truth by calling out deceptive appearances. We are being deceived, but by whom? We may wonder about the actors responsible for this generalized deception. In this regard, conspiracy theory believers tend to accuse various groups such as political authorities, scientists, institutional experts, journalists, and so on. These groups tend to be conflated into broad overarching categories with blurry boundaries. The elites, the system, them. Given the vagueness of these categories and the potential heterogeneity in believers' representations, we believe that it is not useful to clearly identify the groups that are considered responsible for the deception of the public. Rather, we propose that conspiracy theories can be characterized by assumptions pertaining to the visibility and accessibility of information in one's environment. Indeed, regardless of the various groups allegedly involved in the deception, conspiracy theory believers claim that deceptive narratives are easily accessible in their environment because they're massively promoted in the media, and that other truthful narratives are more difficult to assess because they've been silenced. In short, conspiracy theories claim that there is a differential visibility of deceptive and truthful narratives in one's environment, and the asymmetry is purposely in favor of the deceptive narratives. In the representation of conspiracy theory believers, actors shaping the visibility of information are, for instance, mainstream media and government officials, because their word is viewed as highly visible in the public space. Epistemic institutions such as universities may also be viewed as weighing on the differential visibility of information to the extent that the word is considered visible in one's environment, because governments use the word of scientists to legitimate official narratives. As such, the notion of differential visibility of information does not clearly distinguish between epistemic and institutional authorities. While this distinction is an important one, We believe that when it comes to analyzing the perception of conspiracy theory believers, it is mostly inoperative. Indeed, epistemic and institutional authorities are often conflated in the scientific literature, let alone the general public and among conspiracy believers. Indeed, as documented by Harambaum and Oppers, 2014, when alternative understandings of how things work are expressed by conspiracy theorists, they do not just question the knowledge of scientific experts, but also the institutions and social positions on which their authority is based. Towards the psychological definition of conspiracy theories. The false negative problem can be solved by acknowledging that conspiracy theories may question any aspect of reality rather than merely explaining some specific events. As for a false positive problem, it may be addressed by considering that conspiracy theory entails the perception that the public is being intentionally and pervasively deceived to cover up the conspiracy. Conspiracy theory can therefore be briefly defined as a claim that the public is being pervasively lied to in regard to some aspect of reality to allow some groups to enact a harmful self-serving agenda. This definition may be further unpacked in the following set of assumptions endorsed by the conspiracy theory believer. The truth about some aspect of reality is hidden from the public. They, the conspirators, want the public to believe in a deceptive official narrative. This official narrative is pervasively promoted in the public's environment through the dissemination of an official version and silencing truthful alternatives. This allows them to secretly enact a harmful agenda without being uncovered. This definition fulfills two criteria in the conceptual re-engineering approach. With regards to the similarity criterion, the proposed definition builds on past conceptual efforts to define belief in conspiracy theories and applies to most past research. Indeed, as argued earlier, conspiracy beliefs about the dangers of vaccine, climate change, AIDS being a man-made weapon, Muslim willingness to invade Western countries, or Jewish people's willingness to dominate the world. All of these are conspiracy theory beliefs by the proposed definition. Indeed, these conspiracy beliefs all imply that the public is being pervasively lied to regarding some aspects of reality. Besides, also in line with the similarity criterion, this new definition allows one to distinguish conspiracy beliefs from a closely related concept, namely conspiracy beliefs. In fact, as they involve conspiracy theory from conspiracy beliefs. In fact, as they involve groups acting in secret to achieve a malevolent goal, conspiracy theory beliefs may be viewed as a subset of conspiracy beliefs. In this approach, all conspiracy theory beliefs are conspiracy beliefs, but not all conspiracy beliefs are conspiracy theory beliefs. For instance, the belief that Al-Qaeda caused 9/11 attack is a conspiracy belief, but not a conspiracy theory belief. By contrast, the belief that the Bush administration caused the 9/11 attacks is a conspiracy theory belief, and therefore a conspiracy belief as well. Finally, somehow extending the similarity criterion, the new definition is more in line with the common understanding of the explanation than previous definitions as it applies to beliefs which are labeled as conspiracy theories by non-experts. Another consequence of our definition is that some conspiracy theory claims may not be categorized as conspiracy theory, depending on whether believers also consider that the truth about conspiracy is being pervasively silenced. For instance, by our definition, the belief that the industrial lobbies are secretly seeking to influence political decisions to maximize profits is not a conspiracy theory belief. However, believing that these attempts to influence political decisions are kept secret by mainstream media and authorities would be categorized as a conspiracy theory belief. So figure 1, conspiracy theories is a subset of conspiracy claims. So conspiracy claims containing within it conspiracy theories. As per practical usefulness, the new definition is highly operative for social psychological research, as it does not include aspects that would be hard to capture with the methodological tools of the disciplines. Relatedly, it remains relatively simple and does not significantly narrow the scope of research on belief in conspiracy theories. Furthermore, this definition is theoretically useful as it addresses issues raised by previous definitions. Table 2 is a comparison between the different definitions, thus addressing the clarification criteria. Table 2, comparing conspiracy definitions of conspiracy theories in relation to issues identified above. So conspiracy theories as going across the top applies to all conspiracy theories, excludes conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories, and operative at the psychological level. So explanations of events relying on the causal role of a small group acting in secretly does not apply to all conspiracy theories, does not exclude conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories, but is operative at the psychological level. Claims that groups meet in secret to achieve malevolent goals applies to all conspiracy theories and is operative at the psychological level, but does not exclude conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories. Poorly substantiated conspiracy claims that are opposed to a narrative accepted by relevant authorities is not operative on the psychological level, but applies to all conspiracy theories and excludes conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories. Claims that the public is being pervasively lied to regarding some aspects of reality to allow some groups to enact a harmful, self-serving agenda is operative at the psychological level and applies to all conspiracy theories and excludes conspiracy claims that are not conspiracy theories with some exceptions. Theoretical and practical implications for psychological research. A first theoretical implication of our definition pertains to the terminology used in research, since under our definition, conspiracy theory beliefs and conspiracy beliefs designate distinct constructs. These terms should not be used interchangeably, as is often the case. Our definition also somewhat restrains the generalizability of research on conspiracy theories by inviting researchers to be more cautious and conceptually precise theoretical inference regarding the process underpinning belief in the existence of conspiracies. On the methodological ground, our definition does not require any radical changes to be implemented in a future contribution. Indeed, it is highly plausible that when researchers ask participants if they believe that climate change is a hoax or that vaccines are harmful, the assumption is the public is being pervasively lied to on the topics is implicitly inferred. Therefore, in most cases, the fact that our definition encompasses the perception that the public is pervasively lied to does not disqualify previous measurements of belief in conspiracy theories. That being said, multi-item measurement may be useful to capture both components of conspiracy theories, the existence of the conspiracy and the pervasive deception on the public. Limitations, future perspectives, and conclusions. While we believe that the proposed definition constitutes an improvement compared to previous definitions of conspiracy theories, it has limitations. Notably, our willingness to endorse an epistemologically agnostic stance does not allow us to exclude from our definition situations in which individuals have good reasons to believe that the public is being pervasively lied to in a totalitarian regime in which information is entirely controlled by the government. Hence, our approach, a conspiracy theory that turns out to be true, is not necessarily an oxymoron. For researchers endorsing epistemologically normative definition of conspiracy theories, or someone endorsing the common understanding of the notion, such situations would constitute a false positive. Thus, our approach does not entirely settle this false positive problem. Moreover, our definition raises the question, in situations in which one's environment is viewed as promoting a classic conspiracy theory, let us consider, for instance, society in which the media would endorse the idea that the 9/11 attacks were caused by the Bush administration. In such a society, by our definition, the classic conspiracy theory may be endorsed as a mere conspiracy claim. Indeed, believers may not have the sense that the truth about 9/11 being actively silenced in their environment. They, however, may have the sense that it is the case at a broader international level, shifting the perception that one's environment promotes deceptive narratives at the intergroup level. In any case, our definition was inspired by conspiracy theories that are widely known and considered as such in contemporary Western societies. Our definition may be an improvement compared to previous definitions in terms of conceptual precision, but it may have lost the transferability to other cultural contexts. Thus, its relevance in different cultural and historical contexts needs to be theoretically and empirically examined. Finally, while we believe that there are good reasons to conceptually distinguish conspiracy theory beliefs from other conspiracy beliefs, the question of whether the two are empirically distinct at the psychological level remains to be investigated. It is plausible that these two forms of conspiracy beliefs are to some extent underpinned by similar psychological mechanisms. Despite these limitations, we believe that we have identified issues with the definitions of conspiracy theories currently used in research, and that our definition constitutes an improvement in this regard. This operative definition may allow researchers to distinguish between conspiracy theory beliefs and conspiracy beliefs and to reflect on the articulation between these two related but distinct constructs. Of course, other definitions may also adequately address issues raised by current definitions, and we do not expect every researcher to endorse our approach, nor to entirely approve our rationale. Some authors may prefer endorsing epistemologically normative definitions. For instance, however, we believe that engaging in conceptual efforts to refine the definitions that are used in psychological research on conspiracy theory belief is necessary. Okay, so there you have it, folks. leave it there. Quite a bit of information. Handful of people still hanging in there. So hopefully this was useful. Today you got your mega deep dive into conspiracy theories, a lot of sociological definitions, ideas, concepts, and there'll be more. I'm going to continue. I'm going to do a little bit more research on conspiracy theories. I'm going to, keep at it, and I'm eventually going to pivot back to relatively quickly. I'm going to pivot back to gifted and talented education. We're going to look at John Dewey's philosophy of consciousness and the soul, monism. We're going to go back to monism, theories of consciousness, and we're going to circle back around to the science of expertise. So, Ja, yeah, God bless, always a pleasure. So, I guess with that, I'm going to sign off. Have a great night, everybody. God bless. Best wishes. Pray for peace. We'll see what happens. War might break out any minute, God forbid. I don't have any special information or insight into that other than just the general scholarship. And, also main thing, we're going to pivot back to the multiple truth hypothesis. All this research in general is the due diligence for the multiple truth hypothesis. So stay tuned for that. And hopefully on Wednesday this week, I will do my deep dive into Isaac Newton. And so stay tuned for the metaphysics series also. So God bless. Have a great week. Thanks for tuning in.